Would you join the world's greatest evil organization? Volume 2, by Kiyuna Todo, translated by Green Shadow, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 41. He's really scared. It was the long-awaited weekend. After the ordeal at the research facility, Neto went back to his apartment inside Metallica. It may be an apartment, but it was just a rented single-room one. Neto had the money to move out, but since it was too tedious to move, he left his room as it was. His notice would come soon, but he had time to spare. Of course, his training went on as usual, but lately he has been rather tired. Neto didn't schedule anything this afternoon, instead he slept. I slept well. Neto awakened and looked at his watch. It was 10 a.m., the second day of his weekend. He didn't even leave his apartment yesterday. It had been a long time since he experienced such a laid-back lifestyle. That being said, he opened his refrigerator. There must be something in there. Last night, he dreamt of deceased people visiting him, his trauma from the recent past having appeared. He remembered his family, who lived in the lowest corner of society. His father died in poverty, and his mother, who after a few years of work, died leaving him with a few years' worth of money. They appeared in his dreams, trying to convey something to him. Since such dreams appeared after he received his operation, he frequently told Maki about this. It embodies one's spirit. Maybe he was seeing those dreams because it was a form of regret in his soul. His silhouette may have affected his memories, triggering those related to his parents. At least, it seemed that way. Neto didn't understand the meaning behind it, but he didn't bother finding out. In other words, the dreams were merely data points that were useful in determining his mental status. I only have rice. He only had rice wrapped in plastic. He thought to himself, I'm not that hungry yet, but going out is such a pain. Neto turned on the television. It broadcasted news about Okinawa. The scars inflicted by Metallica on this island half a year ago are still visible. The newscaster was talking, while past images were compared to the current images of destroyed buildings. They included images of children crying and people who were bleeding. If I remember right, that was once where a famous politician lived. Where was that again? Ah, it was in the village Okinawa. But recently, there have been no signs of turmoil in this area. According to analysts, the idea of Okinawa has already fallen to Metallica is widespread among them. Metallica may be involved in the creation of peace. That's right. There are no more annoying politicians on the island. Metallica doesn't tolerate anyone that would oppose them. The island belongs to Metallica. In return for acknowledging Metallica, the island received something in return. Thanks to Metallica, they founded a factory famous for producing good beer in the area, and a famous university acknowledged Metallica for their help. Again, the argument of needing guardians in Okinawa is constantly being argued upon, and some have begun to rally in the streets. Well, we did do a lot for them. And to the special ward, they want human rights too. Ah, the branch manager is doing as I instructed. I'm thankful for him. Neither Santana or Ramon have been cited, and they'll never appear in Okinawa again. As the civil unrest calmed down, Okinawa seems peaceful right now, but there is darkness lurking in the corners. Behind every person's smile, there is always a doubt that something is moving in the shadows. They were now showing images of people living normally. The BGM, on the other hand, portrayed a mysterious music. When people smiled, they put an edit of a shadow standing behind them. Neto turned off the television. Lost. I'm not lost at all. I am what I am. Well then, I guess I'm off to the convenience store. He was really starving. Neto left his apartment. To his right were the slums, and to his left was the regular city. The convenience store was on his left towards the city. As he was walking, 3 youngsters followed him. They were 3-4 years younger than him, and they were happily chatting. Since they were spread out, Neto leaned close to the corner of the street. And that woman that was with me. What's with that? Taihohate. By the way, isn't he unbelievable? Neto, who was on the far corner of the street, was hit in the face by the youngster's hand while he was trying to convey something. They most probably didn't notice him there. Yeah, it really hurt. Maybe he wasn't training his reflexes good enough. The youngster was holding a can of juice while walking, but as it hit Neto, he dropped it. Hey, what's your deal getting in our way? A single youngster called out to him. They were taller than Neto and dyed their hair in bright colors. I'm sorry. Neto replied. It's your fault I dropped my can of juice, and my shirt is all messed up. The youngster's shirt had juice stains all over it. I'm sorry, please let me off this time. Neto lowered his head. How unbelievable. Who's going to cover the cleaning expenses, huh? The three of them surrounded Neto. He backed up. This is bad, I'm really in bad situation here. Hey, this guy is scared shitless. Ha 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 ha. He was already familiar with this situation even before he entered Metallica. He didn't like it one bit. In fact, it was nostalgic. For example, if he were to transform into his here and now, their existence would be instantly erased from Earth, but that would just create more problems. Besides, he wasn't up to it right now. That's weird, I have fought with countless enemies, and yet I'm still bothered by these guys. I'm sure 100 of them couldn't even amount to the dust below Ramon's feet. Why am I this flustered? I'm not scared, but flustered. I'm sorry. He hesitated, but Neto slipped through the three of them and ran. He tumbled and mud splashed onto him, but he got up and ran again. How embarrassing. Is he really serious? He must be really desperate. Ha. It's because you scared him too much, how pitiful. Being bullied so easily, ha. Whether it was funny because he fell down, or because he chose to run, he didn't know. All he could hear was the energetic laughter behind him. They're not going to chase after me, are they? Well, if it's not related to work I'm a little bit. It's no good. I wouldn't mind leaving them half dead, but there should be a smarter way to deal with this. What would Aikno do? I'm sure he'd break one of their elbows and end it there. What about Niana? He's the friendly type, so no doubt he would befriend them. Then what about Surugi? There's no way someone would pick a fight with someone that scary looking. Neto entered the convenience store and bought instant curry. I'll eat this after I get back home. Yeah, in preparation for this afternoon, Neto decided to organize his thoughts for the event to come. Okay, time to go home and prepare myself. He blurted out to himself. He thought of bringing up his spirit for once. He had planned schedule in the afternoon. For the first time in his life, he had plans. He came up with his plans on a whim, and it was unexpected. Furthermore, he didn't know how to handle it, so he was a bit worried. But he was excited. He would be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't. He was so excited that he wasn't able to sleep the day before. It took him some time to roll around his futon before he fell asleep. He was uneasy if it wasn't related to work. Maybe there were reasons for him to act like that, but honestly, he always had fun when he hanged out with her. After all, looking outside the box, she was unmistakably a real beauty. Maybe he was mistaken, but he knew she had something for him. After all, they were just coworkers who happened to be on good terms with each other. Looking at her past records, you knew she was a good person. He also received advice from Nana. Although his subordinate, he was always grinning while he gave some tips. Of course, Neto listened carefully and appreciated the gesture. A lot happened lately, a lot. And from now on, a lot more was still to come. For now, he only had one thing to be focused on. Of course, he didn't forget about work afterwards. Neto returned home and prepared himself for his date. I wonder what she's going to wear. Neto snapped himself from thinking too much about it. Chapter 42. It makes me really excited. Their rendezvous was in front of the station. This was because Neto didn't have a car. Neto arrived earlier than expected. He had 15 minutes to spare. It wasn't like it was enough to wander around, so Neto sat at a bench near the station's water fountain. It was very sunny despite the season. The sun rays felt warm. If I were a smoker, I would be smoking at a time like this. Surugi does look cool whenever he smokes. Thoughts like that entered Neto's mind. Now he had a date. It may be a whimsical one, but the fact they happened to converse with each other during lunch made this possible. He maybe was spacing out at that moment. Hey, Nate does really likes curry, huh? Yeah. Xiaochu is just sweet potato, right? Yeah. Let's have a date when you're free, okay? Yeah, Yeah, that's a promise. Amusement park, amusement park. Looking at her happily jumping around, he couldn't turn her down despite thinking of a way to take back what he said. He was in a bad situation, but he had frivolous feelings towards her. He also had something to tell her, so maybe it was a good opportunity. Neto looked at his watch. He had 10 minutes to go. Maybe I came in too early. Wah! Ooh! A huge voice sounded off behind him. He screamed in surprise and looked back. Behind him was a blonde girl. Today's date? He was with Anis. Their reaction towards each other was funny, so they laughed it off. Hey there, Nate, you sure are early. Don't scare me like that. My heart almost stopped thinking you were an assassin. Really, he was in a position where an assassin could aim for his life. Well, as long as Headfield values his life, he should have taken precautions in keeping me alive. You surprised me as well. Nate is really interesting. Anis circled around the bench and came in front of him. She was wearing a knitted white miniskirt. For some reason, she looked more feminine than usual. What's the matter? Don't I look cute? He thought of saying something about her atmosphere, but he resisted. Oh, yeah, you look really cute. Really? You really think so? Yay. Well then, shall we? Why are you embarrassed? Is it because you're a samurai? Maybe it was because she was Anis that her pace was faster than Neto's. Neto tried to force a smile, but stopped at that thought. Neto commenced his date with Anis. While walking, Neto noticed that people were naturally attracted to Anis. Of course, it was no surprise. It was the first time they walked together alone in a normal place. Her appearance was that of a blonde doll, but her expression looked otherwise. Neto felt somehow embarrassed while walking with her. She was walking with rhythm while humming an English song. Neto was walking 2 steps behind her. He noticed Anis looking at him and brightened up his face. Hey Nate, wanna hold hands? That won't happen. No, that would be too, I'll hold back. We Japanese have a certain rule when it comes to that. His palms were too sweaty, and it was embarrassing. In any case, that was not going to happen. It took him 5 minutes to explain why they couldn't hold hands. After they rode the train, they arrived at a theme park named after some well-known characters. Neto never visited the place, but according to Nina, the location should pose no problem even though he was inexperienced. Let's get on that first. Her eyes were shining when she insisted on a ride. To tell you the truth, Neto had never been on those type of rides. Even more, he never grasped the concept of going to an amusement park due to family matters. Let me off. It's scary, it's definitely a paradox. Why would people build rides that would be this scary? Neto thought to himself and looked sideways. Ahahaha, Kaya. Anis was enjoying herself, screaming at a musically fine tune. They finished the ride and exited. Neto was feeling sick. That sure was fun, wasn't it? Anis was really satisfied. She was grinning. Her smile truly expressed that she liked it, and somehow this made Neto feel good too. It didn't change the fact that the ride was scary. It was scary. Really? Even though you jumped from the roof of the research lab, you didn't like it. Why? Anis tilted her head and looked at him. This and that are different. The reason I did that in the research lab was because it needed to be done. It's not like I like high places. Is that so? I'm sorry, Nate, you even had to accompany me. In a moment, she became depressed. She was honest to herself when it came to things like these. No, it was really fun. It was my first time writing one, but let's keep going. Neto enjoyed looking at Anis, who was having fun. Since it was a good opportunity, he wanted to keep going. Really? Don't force yourself too much, Kay. Yeah, I won't. Yay. The next ride is. They spent the next few hours on the thrill rides. Neto was sure that it was a form of spiritual training. If he used his evil silhouette next time, he was sure it would be much stronger. It's about time we went to the theater. It was already late in the afternoon. They watched a pirate-themed wacky film and had dinner afterwards. Anis ordered something like a fairy tale dinner. Neto tried refusing when offered a bite, but it really tasted good once he took a bite. He noticed Anis looking at a stall selling weird accessories, so he bought one for her. She was startled, at the same time pleased. She laughed satisfied. Time sure does fly by fast. Anis looked disappointed that the day would end. She was enjoying herself the whole day. Despite having a small body, she was energetically moving around all day. It was the first time Neto got to experience a day such as this. Neto was silent, lost in his thoughts. Anis, who was walking beside him, looked worried. Are you okay, Nate? Are you tired? Not at all, I may look frail, but I started out in the General Affairs department. Plus, I also have my training, so you don't have to worry about me. Is that so? So did you not have fun? That's why. No wonder I'm not popular. Neto reflected and answered, no, it was really fun. I'm all better now. Thanks. Anis was most likely being considerate towards me. She tried cheering me up using the date as an excuse. A lot of things happened lately, and I may have changed in various ways. I don't regret my decisions and I plan to move on forward, though I sometimes feel tired. Really? Thank God, I also had fun. Let's come again, Kay. Annis was smiling all day. While riding on the amusement park's rides, she was dazzling in every way. You wouldn't think that she was from an evil organization. Yeah, if we can. Neto felt embarrassed. They exited the amusement park and Neto offered to escort her home. In accordance to Nina-sensei's plan. Oh yeah, I needed to tell her something. Neto called out to her while they were walking towards Annis's house. Hey, I think I will be sent to New York, as part of our intercompany employee exchange with Crimson. Really? As expected of Neto. If you said so earlier, we could have gone celebrating. That was the easy part. The following might be hard to swallow for her. And then, that means Neto will be working with Papa. Wah, that's amazing. I never thought that it would come to that. Exactly, that would eventually happen. Crimson is also an evil organization. He would be fighting with American heroes, whether they are stronger than Japanese ones or not. Yeah. When I first met you at the sales department, I already anticipated that I would be working with your dad someday, but I didn't anticipate it to come so soon. That's right. Neto barely finished his first year inside Metallica. He never aspired to himself that he would aim for Crimson's top position. Back then, it would look like a cruel joke. Since then, Neto actualized that joke. Even if it was a far-fetched dream, Neto decided to thread that path. I only thought of it on a whim, but it's true that I considered that possibility. Now, I'm in a position to actually aim for it to happen. You know, I really love my papa. She happily expressed it as she looked up towards the sky. That was most likely the case. Looking at Annis, you would see that she was racied with love and care. They may be villains, but to her, her father is the strongest and kindest figure in her life. She may even have a father complex. But when I'm looking at you, I suddenly feel very excited. Anna stopped walking and stared Neto in the eye. Neto got nervous staring into her deep blue eyes. At first, when I heard about Dylan, I only took little interest in you. But when I first saw you, I knew you had something in you that others don't possess. I know, because I've seen a lot of bad guys since I was young. Is that so? Neto wasn't being humble. He really had low fighting capabilities, and he really wasn't that witty. As to how his evil nature came, he remembered Manaka-san who guided him in the right path. Yup, I've never seen a guy that's so upstanding. You're always kind, although you are sometimes clumsy and easily frightened. Phew-phew-phew. Neto recalled how he acted while riding the roller coaster. Annis happily laughed at him. That Nate I met is moving forward. It makes me really excited. My heart always pounds hard when I'm with you. Well, Neto stopped in the midst of his sentence. He knew Annis was affectionate towards him, but he already distanced himself from her. There were two reasons for doing so. First, her father is the one standing on top of Crimson. If NEET unnecessarily provoked Crimson's boss, his head would be done for. That's why there was no reason to get closer to her than necessary. But this reason was currently invalid. Even if her father is the Crimson's boss, there was no reason for him to turn his fangs on Neto. It wasn't like in the past where Neto was powerless. This, in turn, created another reason. It was related to what Neto was about to do. As Neto fought on, Annis became a prominent figure in Neto's life. You don't need to worry. You don't have to tell me how you feel yet. Annis's words were soft and gentle. Really? It's 'cause Nate is always looking forward, but I hope one day you'll look sideways and I'll be sure to remember that. Annis looked embarrassed and laughed it off with a hee-hee. After that, they stopped talking and kept walking. As the day ended, he couldn't tell Annis what he was supposed to say. It wasn't necessarily to be said today. After all, Annis helped me feel better. It can't be considered as a gift of thanks, but I want her to sleep happily tonight. One day, I'll definitely tell her. I'm fine from here on. Good night, Nate. Good night too. Thanks again. With that, Annis walked away. Her face was red when she left. I guess girls who are Californians and energetic are easily embarrassed. Neto walked towards the train station and started thinking. Today was really fun and Annis was really cute. I was about to forget it, but I can't stray from my path. It is as she said, I should keep looking and moving forward. I'm going to depart for Crimson. That is in order for me to settle and have power inside. In order to conquer the world, I need more power. It is given that I would stand on top of Metallica, but there is no need for another evil organization. I'll obtain that power to do so. Crimson is a huge organization. I'll have them make me their general. Anis's father stands on top of Crimson. There will be a time where we will oppose each other. Of course, I don't plan on losing. My fighting style will always be the same. No mercy, no hesitation. Whether you're the American Rocks organization or Crimson's king, I'll have you fall. Does Anis understand that much? There's no reason for her to know. I'll still do it. If I change how I fight just because she's my companion, I can't show my face to those heroes and sacrifices that made me reach this point. Even if it results to her shedding a tear, I'll still do it. Neto walked alone. The wind was getting chilly. Chapter 43, Our Sonic Youth, Our Slipnot. Half a year had passed after the competition ended. Neto, who was on his 4th year inside Metallica, entered the main office with his subordinate Nina. He had to settle his paperwork before departing. As part of the inter-employee exchange, he was to be sent to Crimson's American division. Today was the day he would depart. It was a first for Metallica, having an employee at merely 20 years of age climb the corporate ladder and arrive at this position in a mere 4 years. He already received his new salary 2 weeks ago. The inter-employee exchange caused some commotion inside the company. While they were on their way up after filing their documents in the General Affairs Department, they received a lot of glares and compliments from people. "Are you ready, senpai?" Nina, who was with Neto, called out to him. It was decided that Nina alone, as a subordinate, would accompany Neto to America. "Yeah, let's get going." "Got ya." Anis already departed ahead of them, as she had things to settle at home. Surugi wouldn't be accompanying him this time. With regards to that matter, they already spoke with each other last week. "I'm going to Crimson with Nina as my escort." "Only Nina. Would you care to elaborate?" "There's something I want you to do in Japan while I'm away." Neto explained to Tsurugi. They needed to establish their base of operations. In order for him to conquer the world, there were some things left in the country which prevented him from doing so. Tsurugi was the only one who could handle it. "I see." Tsurugi nodded on hearing Neto's explanation. I'm a little worried, but it's decided. I'll no longer ask, will you do it?" "I'm counting on you, Tsurugi." Tsurugi grinned and answered him. "Fu, you finally understand. As you wish, boss." Even for Neto, not having his trusted right-hand man with him would leave him vulnerable. Tsurugi was calm, collected, loyal, and experienced in battle. But Neto had no choice. He would have to deal with his problems on his own. "I'll show him that I'm fit to be called his boss." The two shook hands and went their separate ways. Tsurugi was already working on his plan. He wasn't even there to see Neto off today. "What's the matter, senpai? Let's go." "Sorry, I'll be there." It turns out he was left behind while thinking too much. He walked a bit faster to catch up to Nina. "Somehow, you managed to move up the corporate ladder so fast, senpai. Did you do something bad again?" Nina was strolling along with both hands braced behind his head. "It's obvious." Since it was obvious he did it, he answered honestly. There was a time when he had enemies within the company, but that period was already over. With Professor H's influence, there were close to none, or at least so far none were going after him. He conquered the Harrison offensive, defeated Beetle, overwhelmed Santana, and became a newly bred modified human, defeating many of the Rocks organization's members. To those who didn't know Neto personally, they exaggerated and created rumors of their own, glorifying him. They even gave him nicknames like the Dark Genius, the Villain Miracle Maker, and the Dirty, which were really discongruous when they actually saw him. It wasn't like he was incapable, but he barely considered his victories a victory. Of course, it all wouldn't be possible. Why? Without the help from his subordinates. Neto knew that full well and didn't claim that he did it all by himself. Even though people might glorify or tarnish his image, his plans didn't change. One day, he'll be on top of Metallica. Neto called out to Nina while they were inside the elevator. Nina was soon to be promoted to level 3. "Hey Nina, did you know that in terms of your promotion speed, you're ranked 4th inside Metallica's overall history?" "Well, there's a huge gap between the one ranked 5th and you." Really? Hell yeah. As expected of me." "Hahaha, well it's true that you're amazing." The elevator doors opened, leading to the lobby. They were surprised by what they saw. Wow. Neato had his mouth wide open. There were a lot of employees lined up in the lobby. They were forming 2 parallel lines in the lobby, bowing their heads as Neto arrived. It was a farewell gesture to those representatives to be sent off to Crimson. Neto wanted to greet them individually, shaking their hands, apologizing and bowing back. What the hell is everybody doing? I know you're busy, so get back to work. There's no need for you to do these things. I may be your representative, but there's no need for you to go this far. But atmosphere here is important, very important. Neto called out to Nina, who was shocked, and moved forward. Let's go, Nina. He noticed Izumi, the section chief from the sales department, stopped and took a second to bow back at him. He then proceeded to the exit and addressed them. Thank you for your time, everybody, and now I'm off. For a second, some raised their heads in surprise. Have a safe trip. Do you best in Crimson. Komori, you get promoted too fast. Don't forget us, who were your drinking partners back in your sales department days. Do your best, I expect great things from you. Please do something for all of us in general affairs. Have a safe trip. Neto left the main office with words of compliments behind him. That surprised me. Neto returned to his normal self. Me too. Oh yeah, Maki-san didn't see you off, did she? Nina entered the company car. Neto already talked with Maki on the day before. She already sent me off yesterday. You had no work yesterday, right? Does that mean she came to your place? Isn't that a given? She really is a caring person. Then, did she go into your house? Was it at night? You're really curious, huh? Of course she went in. I wouldn't leave her waiting outside. Neto went in the car and remembered what happened last night. It was about 9 p.m. when he heard a knock on his door. He was filling his cup noodles with hot water when Maki knocked. Maki-san, is something the matter? Well, tomorrow is your departure date, right? I can't send you off tomorrow, so if I'm bothering you, then I'll. Nights in spring season were cold. While Maki was wearing a white sweater, she seemed cold. He asked her if she would like to come in, even though he thought she might feel disgusted. Really? Then I'll take up on your offer. Pardon me for intruding. They chatted for a while. And for Neto, she compiled all of the American Rock's data sheets as well as his Evil Silhouette's performance records. Wow, you did this by yourself. You even had to go through this far for me. Why, yeah. I really thought of it, but maybe it's going to be just an additional luggage for you. No such thing, this would really help me. Thanks. No, not at all. I'm glad I was able to be a help to you. She even gave him a protection charm. Neto really doubted if God would protect a villain such as him, but he was really happy to receive such thing. Other than that, she gave him instant curry, which made him happier. It was Metallica's special, red root curry, which when microwaved even in small amounts would increase twofold. It was really a divine thing. Neto danced around when he received the packet. Maki, seeing this, laughed happily. After chatting for a while, they were now in a serious conversation. Please do return safely. Yeah, that's a promise, okay. I know that you're an amazing and capable person, but she really was worried of him. Somehow, she had a bad feeling about his trip. If ever they were going out, she would console him the same way. Since they weren't, he just thanked her for worrying for him. She really was a good person within. He was sure a lot of guys would have misunderstood how she felt if they heard that. I'm sure a lot would be able to hold themselves back, but it would be really hard to do so, seeing a real beauty caring and worrying for you. Neto held himself back from doing something stupid. They were silent for a few minutes. She was fiddling uneasily. Well, she does that sometimes. As he was about to ask what happened, she got up and proceeded to leave. Please take care of yourself. Then. Nina was really interested in the story. They were already on their way towards the airport. Well, that ended with that. She went home. Senpai. Are you that dense? I really don't want to be called that way by you. I served her tea before she left, so. That not really the problem here. Oh, stop whining already. Here, I'll share my curry with you. I'll give you 2 packets. Nina sighed. He was nowhere near Aikno, but Nina was popular with the girls. He was totally a different species from Neto. Neto didn't bother asking Nina what he was troubled about. They were silent as the car drove on. Oh yeah, hey senpai, you can speak English, right? What's up suddenly? No, you were more den. No, I was just really curious. I know you were about to say that I'm dense. Well, I'm no different from you. My third grade lessons were half English after all. I'm not good at it, but at least I can speak and understand it. Back in his childhood days, in other words, in the year 2090, English was widely taught in Japanese schools. Both social studies and science lectures were half taught in English. He didn't particularly have good grades, but it was enough to pass. Ah, is that so? If it wasn't me who was in charge of Nana, I'm sure he would get in trouble for his attitude towards his superiors. Not that he wasn't scolded, Surugi always gave him an earful when he was with them. It's amazing how he can put up with that Surugi. Neto got along surprisingly well with Nana. Maybe it was him, or Nana was just really good with human interactions. Nana also opened up to him, not that he greatly respected him the way Tsurugi did, but it was enough to gain his trust. After all, Neto wasn't really leadership material. After they arrived at the airport, they got off and snagged their luggage, taking the VIP expressway towards Metallica's private plane. I'm sure we'll arrive by the time I wake up. Oh yeah, Nana, you should read the file I received from Maki-san. Nana already seated himself and was about to reach for a can of beer. Got ya? I'll read it now, so please take it out. It took Neto 4 hours to go through the entire document, but he was sure Nana would go through it in less than 30 minutes. Neto took out the file and handed it to Nana. Well, I'm going to sleep. Neto closed his eyes and reviewed what he'd read in the files. The United States of America, it was where Crimson's main office was. In comparison to Japan, the ROX organization had far more members and was stronger as well. In Metallica, the danger posed by a ROX member is ranked in 5 stages. For example, Ramon and Beetle were B-class. Maroon 5's individual members were ranked C, but as a whole, they were A-class. The highest rank attainable was an S-class. It was given to those exemplary individuals who are the strongest in the ROX organization. Dylan, for example, was A-class. There were only 4 individuals with A-class in Japan. Then, what about America? Truth be told, 32% of ROX organization's members in America were B-class. It was scary for evil organizations. At the same time, it was reassuring for civilians. But the evil organization in America aren't afraid of the 32% B-class. They were afraid of the top 2 in the ROX organization. They both acted as representative of the American ROX organization. They were ranked A-class. One individual was named Sonic Youth. Everybody knew his real name. Mark Gordon. He was a famous American footballer, winning the MVP award last year. He was also once a military pilot, drafted into the space exploration program. Before he entered the ROX organization, he was once a Hollywood star. He had a blonde, muscular body and a bright smile. He was a perfect human being. He received his powers due to the effects of warp travel. It was called oversense. His senses and reaction time is 10 times faster than a normal human being. It seemed like it was possible for him to dodge bullets that were shot at him. He already tested his ability to its limits when he stood on top of the Empire State Building, differentiating and listening to each person walking down on the streets. Even with his superpowers, he had developed weapons and tools, as well as armor to aid him in his battles. His sonic skate was a type of shoe with roller blades on it, and on the surface looked like a regular pair of roller skates. Its characteristics were different. It was able to accelerate the user to 100 kilometers an hour by utilizing energy. It was rumored that it could reach 500 kilometers per hour when stretched to its limits. It was possible to ride up walls, run on top of water, as well as jump tens of meters. It's obvious that only Mark Gordon could use such thing. He built a course in front of his huge lawn to enjoy using the sonic skates, but weather would sometimes disrupt his routine. At that time, the evil organization, Rooster, created biohazard monsters and brought them into the city. The monsters wreaked havoc in New York City. The Guardians from the ROX organization desperately tried to fight off the monster. In that situation, Mark stood out. Wearing protective equipment and his sonic shoes, he headed for New York. He passed various landscapes in a second, jumping from building to building, and crossed the Hudson River. Defeating monsters consecutively, he would defeat one and then quickly jumped onto the next. He was able to jump through any obstacle, dodging every blow. As a result, New York was saved. They celebrated the birth of a new ROX hero and thanked him. Since then, his sonic skate was legal for use in New York. He jumps from one building to another, saving citizens from the evil organization. He was famous before, but now his fame has spread throughout America. A cool, handsome, rich, and tough individual, he was the ideal American hero. His face was printed on cereal boxes nationwide. The high-speed hero. Our Sonic Youth. That was the title given to Mark. On the other hand, there was another hero aside from the Sonic Youth. He had doubts about being part of the Rock's organization, but he was registered as such. He only deals with special types of enemy. His identity is unknown, but he is always there in the darkness. There was nobody who had seen his face. In fact, it was pointless to expose him. He always wore a black attire, covering his face. His weapon was a very unusual one. Sometimes it was a sniper rifle, changing into a special blade, and sometimes a stun gun and a special spray weapon. A regular Rock's organization would have a signature weapon for use, but it doesn't apply to him. He chooses his weapon according to what is most effective in that battle. He doesn't fight with monsters as well as regular old villains. He only targets Crimson members. Maybe his interest of stopping Crimson aligned with the Rock's organization's objective to stop all evildoers. Nobody knows if he was doing it for justice. He doesn't associate himself with the police or with his fellow guardians. He doesn't even follow any of the Rock's organization's directives. He doesn't speak nor contact anybody. His battle measures sometimes bring harm to the citizens. There are many who don't approve of him as part of the hero lineup in the Rock's organization. At the same time, some glorified him as a real hero. He always kills his prey. Crimson was his top priority. As a result, he saved many civilians in the process. I'm sure many thought of him as a cool individual. He sometimes appeared in the newspapers, but mostly it was them arguing about his worthiness. In other words, it was a one-sided favor. One of his unique features is he doesn't have any abilities. He didn't possess any psychic power, superhuman reflexes, nor a sturdy body like many of Rock's organization's heroes. You can confirm it with videos. He only trained his ability to adapt and change according to his environment, as well as practicing the usage of many weapons to suit his needs. In other words, he is just a human being who is specialized in warfare. Be it as he was paired with the Sonic Youth and was considered an A-class hero throughout America. He was able to respond to any situation, pick the most effective tactic, and conquer his enemy without using any powers. It only meant one thing: he was strong. Filling a Crimson member with lead, cutting off his head, or rigging him with explosives. They were all methods of assassination. Every Crimson member killed had marks on their lifeless body. Crimson Hunter, the Executioner, and No Power Hero were some nicknames given to him. The most famous one of them all was Slipnot, the executioner who put a rope around his victim's neck. It was clearly shown when he continuously murdered individuals from Crimson. The name originated from a punk-themed website stating, "The fearful hero, our Slipnot." Sonic Youth and Slipnot, the fast and the fearful. Light and darkness. America has two heroes with contradicting characteristics. Chapter 44. Shuchu sounds good. I'll be looking forward to it. Unlike Metallica, those considered as weak members of Crimson had their own office, handling various desk jobs and not field work. In short, they had unity throughout their ranks. They identified each of them as members of one family, helping and encouraging one another. They have sworn their loyalty to those who stood on top. Stereotypically, they functioned much like the Italian mafia. Anis's father, Mr. Big, stood on top of the company. He usually gives orders and advice to his fellow office workers amidst a busy day. He considers each member of Crimson as part of his family, not just some regular employee. If necessary, he would fight alongside them and considers it as helping a family member. He would never abandon his family. In the beginning, Crimson operated a small-scale business that focused on underground sales, gambling, and also served as a protection racket. When Mr. Big got inaugurated as their boss, they escalated from small business to a large-scale underground evil organization, developing and researching special weapons in secret. They ruled with an iron fist and dominated the underground market. At least, that was what Neto heard from various sources. He imagined how Mr. Big would look like if he faced him. Anis's father stood on top of Crimson, thus he was a villain. Neto frequently asked himself what kind of person he is. Would he have a ruthless stare, thirsting for blood? Would he be a dangerous individual? Or would he have powers that would allow him to live even if his head were to be cut off? Hey there, I've been looking forward to meeting you, Nate. The person who stood in front of Neto was the opposite of what he had given thought to. Mr. Big's office was on the topmost floor of a certain skyscraper. After arriving at the airport, Neto met up with Anis and decided that he would give his greeting to the company he would be assigned to. Mr. Big was far more gentle and welcoming than Neto expected. Nice to meet you, Mr. Big. I've heard a lot about you from my daughter. You've done well to come. Go ahead and take a seat. Neto sat on a luxurious-looking sofa and proceeded. Cigar. Ah, no, I'm fine. Really? Then I'll be lighting one. Big lit the cigar's tip on fire and exhaled smoke at ease. He may not be that good-looking, but his proper posture, gray hair, and nice suit gave him a feel of class. I see, he doesn't look like the head of a gang at all. If I were to comment, I would say he's like an average CEO, I guess. His daughter doesn't look like him at all. So Papa, it is as I said he would be right. He's a nice guy, Fufufu. Anis was happily laughing beside him. She frequently calls Mr. Big Papa or Daddy. Neto wanted her to stop, but he can't voice it out. No matter how much a man of character Mr. Big is, he still heads a worldwide evil organization. If Mr. Big misinterprets him going after his daughter's hand, there's a huge chance that Mr. Big might hate him for it. But Big's expression was as bright as before. He seemed to take a liking to Neto. I see. As expected of the guy my daughter choose, you have kind eyes. Am I right? On top of that, he's really evil. Really? Ha-ha-ta. Eh-heh. Big patted his daughter's head. It was a fun home drama which the father and daughter acted out. Anis really values her faith. Maybe it's because it had been a long time since they saw each other that Big is spoiling her. Getting back on topic, it is amazing how you rose through Metallica in just a few years after you joined. You even arrived in front of me. You're really something. Thank you very much. Oi oi, there's no need to be that formal, boy. You're part of the family now. Neto panicked a little. He thought he was going to be engaged to Anis and would be his son-in-law. Maybe that's not what he meant. Maybe, as part of the Crimson family. Neto never had to deal with this type of situation, so he panicked a little. Well then, boy, you are an exceptional villain and can be considered as the company director of Metallica, in my opinion. You're going to be treated as a regular employee here in Crimson, to which you won't mind, yes. Crimson was not centered on the traditional businessmen wearing suits like Metallica. In other words, their company structure was completely different from Metallica. Of course, as a representative, I'll also do my best here in Crimson. That's my first move, Neto answered as serious as he could. Okay. You'll be assigned to the Manhattan area. Do you have any questions? Manhattan is considered to be the centerpiece of New York City. Huge companies and colleges, theaters and facilities, everything was found in the Manhattan area. Neto didn't expect Mr. Big to give him such an important area to a newbie like him. Neto was taken back by his statement. Me, handle it. There was no change in Big's expression. He puffed out another ball of smoke. Yeah, it's the area I've kept my eyes on to for a while now. I'm having trouble controlling that particular area. Each member of Crimson has a specific role. Be it assassination or sabotage, as long as there is work to be done, they had to report to the one in charge of the area they are operating on. What Big meant was, they wanted to control as well as unify the whole Manhattan area into one. Big wanted to focus more on unification this time. Manhattan is a very dangerous area to operate in. Big continued explaining. The term hard can be viewed from many angles. The method to be used to unify would be complicated. Manhattan was considered as one of the United States centerpieces, therefore the strongest guardians, Slipnot and Sonic Youth, had high possibility of appearing. I see, it's a matter of life and death. Yes, but its returns are great. You'll gain the respect of the entire family, earning the trust as well as access to our information networks. If that's the case, Neto would know if there is any big shot residing in the area. Some research document being published from a certain college or those underground deals in the area. All those events happening in the area would be at the mercy of Crimson. That would be a great asset to him in the future. But Neto didn't easily bite. Why was he selected? Why would you assign Manhattan to me? Neto asked this bluntly. Annis already knew the reason, and she was giggling in the sidelines. I have 2 reasons. First, because you are competent. As I said before, the 2 top-ranked heroes from the Rock's organization are protecting Manhattan. They are a headache for my family. I've already heard of you, Mr. Hero Killer. I see, no matter how much he looks like a man of character, he's still a villain. Mr. Big was displaying an atrocious smile. He may be gentle on the outside, but totally different on the inside. Please tell me the other reason. As Neto said those words, Mr. Big displayed the overreaction usually done by Westerners. The big "oh no" expression. I don't think you should ask further, boy. Hearing that, Neto didn't inquire further. He really didn't care. Either way, he was going to get swallowed by Crimson, and from there, ride his way to the top. He didn't care if he needed to fight the Rock's organization or commanding subordinates on the field. That's how he moved forward in the past. He's going to commit himself to rising to the top. I understand. Then I'll proceed alongside with my subordinate Nina. I'll accept your assignment. Ha, you're so formal. I'm counting on you. Big held out his huge hand. Neto stumbled and they shook hands. He had a strong grip and a wide laugh, deserving of a villain. By the way, do you have time after today? Yes, a little. Good to hear. How about it? Won't you come over to my house for dinner? My wife is no longer with me, but our chef is good. We can have wine and mutton for dinner. He was considerate of Neto, or maybe it was how Americans welcomed their guest. Either way, Neto was suddenly invited to dinner. Not come to our house and I'll cook for you. I'm good in cooking lasagna. Annis was wrapped around his arm. Annis smelled nice as usual and she was soft. She was smiling at him. Meanwhile, Big was urging him to say yes. Neto held by a beautiful girl at the arm and was deeply encouraged to say yes by a big-shot evil boss. He couldn't refuse now. He had never heard of this lasagna thing, but he had no doubt that it would be really good. Then, I'll accept your offer. Good, I'll arrange a car for you later. Annis, can you go home ahead and prepare for our guest? Big winked at her daughter with his deep brown eyes. Annis happily complied and went out Big's office. It happened in an instant. I like to speak my intentions as clearly as possible, Nate. Big's manner of speaking changed. He was as gentle and welcoming as before, but something changed. Real intentions, I'm not really. I'm not lying, is what he wanted to say, but Big continued. Neto felt that the air in the room was getting cold. You're aiming to take over Crimson, aren't you? It was a direct attack. Big glared Neto like a hawk. His aura was amazing. It was like General Raz's and the old man who acted as his interviewer. His insides were shaking. Not at all. I'm not planning on doing that. Neto wasn't his weak self anymore. He replied with a smile. He understood it himself. Big knew what was going on in his heart. Big already saw through him the moment he entered the room. But in this situation, his refusal was important. If you say so. Pardon me. Neto saw Big as a joyful and patient man in his old age. Not at all. It was good that we cleared that up, but why did you think so? Big closed his eyes after hearing Neto's question and thought to himself. You have your records and the hidden intent to kill now. More importantly, you caught my daughter's attention. That's it. My daughter has the tendency to pick the odd ones out. It may be due to how I raised her. You are the first one to really entice her in. Those were complicated, yet weird reasons. Her daughter was attracted to Neto. Big may be a villain heading an evil organization, but he still cared for the well-being of his daughter. What does this guy think of me then? A competitor aiming for his organization? A bug that's trying to get his daughter? Or just an arrogant brat? Neto couldn't tell from Big's expression. Neto thought, it is as you said, I'm after Crimson as a whole. If needed, I'll defeat you. But do you understand? There's only you and me in this room. I'm a modified human. If I felt like it, I could transform and kill you in an instant. I'll sink my claws on that defenseless back of yours. Neto's stomach flipped on this thought. Big turned around holding a glass in his hand, glaring at Neto. I see, I got a glimpse of your true nature. I've done a lot of terrible things to arrive at my current position. I'm well prepared. It's not as if I don't want to get killed by a villain, but I wanted to advise you to not kill me. I'm not planning on killing you. If you killed me here or anywhere else, what do you think would happen? Unity among family members is a golden rule. You would no doubt turn the entire Crimson family against you. You would be easily cornered like a rat, and that would be your demise. No matter how strong or evil you are, you won't live through it. Members of the family aren't that forgiving. Big gulped down a glass of brandy. There was no sign of precaution or guard. It was an ultimate display of his trust on the company he built. I see. Then, if I find those bad guys who are after Crimson, I'll tell them exactly that. He replied for now. It was as Big said, if an outsider thought he could take over the top by killing their boss, it would just kick the hornet's nest. The battle this time wasn't about solely defeating the opponent with power. It took more than that to win. Neto's stomach turned as he smiled at Big. Slowly, Big's gentleness steadily came back. Then we'll leave that conversation as it is. We should get going. It's my first time having a meal with my daughter's boyfriend. I'm looking forward to it. Is there any food you can't eat? Big grabbed his coat and hat. He wasn't lying. He was happily welcoming into his home a competitor for his company and her daughter's friend. He knew that the person was both a friend and a foe, yet he had no problems with it. No. There aren't any particular food that I don't like to eat, but is it really okay? Of course, tell me more about you. I'm sure my daughter would also be delighted. Again, Neto didn't really care how it would go. He was thankful for Big's sincerity, and he knew Big didn't hate him. He understood how the members of Crimson could swear loyalty to Big. He was calm and composed. If there were any threats, he would trust his family to protect him. He cares for his family and extends his hand if they need help. He was prepared to give up his life for his family. He was the pinnacle of the company. There was only one word which Neto could describe him. Big shot. No wonder he was named Mr. Big. Then I'll take up on your offer. Have you ever drank shochu? I've brought some from Japan if you like. Neto asked him while he was putting on his jacket. Shochu, sounds good. I'll be looking forward to it. Big gave him a big thumbs up. Even with Annis, Neto thought he wouldn't be welcome when he first arrived. All of his worries were for naught. Neto left Big's office in light spirits. Mr. Big was completely different from what Neto imagined. He was glad in one way, at the same time sad about it. Big was a big shot, an enemy he needed to overcome. Neto needed to defeat America's pride. Sonic Youth and the executioner in the shadows, Slipnot. In addition, he needed to find a way to overcome or better, yet go around Big to have control of Crimson. Both were difficult tasks. Thinking how hard his battle is going to be, Neto proceeded to the fun dinner with Big. Chapter 45, I hope he lets us off. After their dinner with Mr. Big and Annis, Neto headed off to the office the following day. He had a lot to manage today. Blackmailing, spying, smuggling, illegal trading, assassination, murder, and many other underground activities. Crimson did a lot of underground business, but at the center of it was Manhattan. Neto, who was in charge of the Manhattan area, needed to supervise the operations going on the area. Crimson may not have modified humans, but they have over-technology equipment available for use. With those equipment as their assets, they are able to carry out large-scale crime unopposed. Nina, bring me the next one. Gotcha. Neto, who was on his first week in the office, was reviewing incoming files sent to him. Neto wasn't really fond of desk work, but the reports coming in are, will we be able to get away if we did it like this? The type of reports which he was extremely experienced with. Of course, Nina helped him get through it. Up next is about smuggling. It's about sending gunpowder towards England. Nina looked over the document, summarized it, and told Neto. Give them the forces from Upper East Side. That area would be fine even without them for a day. Have it shipped in a passenger flight toward London. Just bribe off the staff, and if necessary, make those people who won't cooperate with us disappear for a while. Let them say they were in vacation, as a cover-up. On it, I'll send out an order later. Next one is about those Slash members sighted in Manhattan. Capture and interrogate any suspicious individual you lay your hands upon. Once you get their exact location, infiltrate and exterminate them all. Understood. Neto wanted the casualties low, but he's not cutting any edges because of that reason. Strike as fast as lightning and strike them down. That's an unchanging tactic taught and used countless times in history. Neto realized something as he was working in the office. The difference between Metallica and Crimson is the way they exercise control. Crimson doesn't aim for world domination. For example, in Okinawa, when Metallica gained control over the island, its influence could be found lingering around. There was nobody who would oppose Metallica on the island. On the other hand, Crimson didn't leave their permanent presence in the area they control. Of course, they are well known and have influence over the shadows, but in the end, they are just some underground organization. There were many other underground companies and individuals who opposed the government. But it does not mean that Crimson is inferior to Metallica. It is no more than a difference in policy. Having a great influence, Crimson was able to expand their company to great lengths. They may not aim for world domination, but they want to have the entire US under them. It was difficult since the current Rocks organization, especially their top 2 guardians, were keeping watch over them. On to the next. The judge we tried to bribe last month was too passionate over his sense of justice. We may lose the case if we have. Senpai, I'm getting hungry. Let's go have lunch. Looking at his watch, it was already 1 p.m. Neto got too absorbed into his work. Sorry about that, let's go. They stopped working and headed off to the cafeteria. You know what, Senpai? You sure have adjusted to the new environment really quickly. Well, that's not true. He wasn't lying. He may have been greeted by his fellow co-workers warmly, but he had other concerns to tend to. He already had a plan to win over Mr. Big and attain the company, but there was a prerequisite for that. He needed to be recognized by the company internally. Neto was doing well and succeeded in his field, but Sonic Youth was in his way. Neto was handling the case for the acceptance of the alloy to be used by Crimson in creating their armor. The shipment would come from Asia and would be received in the port area. The problem began when Sonic Youth strode over the sea, intercepting the boat used for smuggling. Sonic Youth managed to bypass the ship's defenses and got on board. Of course, the crew was already prepared for such events, so they jammed the alloy on a gyro plane and launched it off. Sonic Youth, on the other hand, gave chase to the plane. He used the skyscrapers to scale up and reach the height of the plane. Using a half-pipe jump maneuver used in extreme sports, he managed to disable the plane. The plane crashed, but there were no casualties. Neto heard the report, but it must have taken some superhuman skill to do such thing. Crimson wasn't frustrated by this case too much. It was because Crimson was already used to losing to the top 2 guardians. Ugh. Neto thought to himself, I can't slack off here. I've come this far to achieve the ideal world I want. In order for that to come true. Nina, about what you said earlier. HM, is it about time for lunch? No, that case with the judge, I'll head out for it. Up until now, Neto never had to face the Rock's American division. He also hadn't gone as a field operative. He thought that he should change that. Of course, he'll still be calling the strategy and tactics, but there are some things you just won't know unless you head out to the actual site. Really, what are you planning to do? First, I need to get close and blackmail him, gather up some men for me. You might want to borrow some weapons too. You're just gonna head out and blackmail him directly. That's scary. That night, Neto, along with Nina and others from Crimson, was standing on the rooftop of a 5-story building. The strong, cold winds gushed them, but it was the beautiful night scenery that awed them. It's so beautiful. It is indeed a great view from here. They overlooked the bridge, which was in the middle of the metropolis. It was as if the jewels were shining before them. Saying such things, Neto looked back. Don't you agree, Mr. Judge? CNN. The man who was strapped onto a chair was surrounded by men armed with railguns and razor swords. It was indeed a great scene fitting for a person who was about to meet his end. HM? I see. Ungag him. Neto immediately gave out the order. His subordinates removed the mouth gag from the judge. You bastard. Who are you? Do you think you'll get away with this? The judge was still stubborn despite his situation. His mistake was in being too confident. In this city, if you're going to be a judge, at least assign some bodyguards to protect yourself. Everybody knows your face since you appear on television frequently. If you're going shopping on Park Avenue, anybody there would recognize you. In other words, you're no more than an idiot. Me, I'm a bad guy. I know I'll get away with this quite easily. Neto answered diligently and laughed it off. Based on experience, Neto knew this would have more psychological effect on his target. Furthermore, he elaborately chose the top of a high-rise building for the blackmailing. Having nowhere to run, his victim must be experiencing real fear from within. Well then, you have two choices. Cooperate with me or meet your end. For a moment, the judge was taken back, but he then regained his composure. I'm a judge, I'll never yield to outside forces. That's what real justice is about. Neto was touched for a bit, just a little bit. It was an instant, but you were afraid, right? Yet you still held on to your ideals. You're not my enemy. It may look like Neto had the upper hand, but in reality, he was at a disadvantage. The judge had his value with Crimson, so Neto couldn't carelessly kill him off. It would create problems if people knew Crimson was behind the death of a judge. Really? Are you sure about this? I'll really let you experience a painful fate. You should think this over. I will, do it. Make sure you won't regret your decision. Neto grabbed the judge's hair and carelessly pat it. He released his killing intent from his body. Of course, Neto was serious. It would be best for the judge if just cooperated. If not only would he suffer physically and mentally, but also his family and friend might also get involved. Neto didn't want to do it, since it would create a negative image of him. But if necessary, Neto would do it. There was no point threatening a person if you're not serious about it. If Neto were to get serious, there was a huge possibility that the judge might end up dead or gravely injured. The judge reacted to him. Well then, this is your last chance. Have you made your decision? Neto slyly smiled at the judge. Wait a second. Neto won? At least that's what Neto thought. Surrounded by his subordinates, tied up to a chair, and surrounded by Neto's subordinates, Neto thought he had won. That's when it happened. Neto's subordinates, who were surrounding the judge, suddenly toppled over to the ground in an instant. There wasn't even time to react. It just happened. Wah. Few seconds after Neto confirmed that his subordinates were on the ground, he heard something. It was a sound of a gun being fired. It was a thunderous sound, a dry yet strikingly fast vibration, similar to fireworks but more thunderous. What happened? Blood is coming out. Neto heard the voices of his subordinates on the ground. What is happening? The gunshot was heard after they got hit. Is it a sniper? That's impossible. Where did it come from? Wah. Senpai. Neana called out to him. That's right, analyzing can come in later. Somebody is sniping at us. Get down. Neto crouched and immediately gave out the order to his subordinates. Neana was the fastest to react among his subordinates. Most probably Neana already knew what was happening even before Neto gave out the warning. Crouching, Neana pointed to a single point with a finger. The gunshot came directly from the direction I'm pointing at. Somehow, Neana was able to identify the origin of the sound when he heard it. It was better to rule out that the information was true than being sitting ducks. Neto, on the other hand, didn't know where exactly the gunshot came from. All he knew that it came from his right side. Different from regular bullets, the bullet came in first before the sound. It must be a weapon that can shoot bullets at the speed of sound. From that analysis, he must be 1 kilometer away from us. Those were Neana's words. Listening to the theory, it made sense. There were times when Neana would excel better than Neto. If Neto called Neana about it, he would just remark, it's just common knowledge or some sort. You're really something, huh? Neto decided to leave his compliment at that. Both of them were conversing while taking cover. Thanks, but this is one hell of a situation we're in. Neana was worried. It was as Neana had said. Neto didn't have much experience in dealing with situations such as this. They were ill-equipped, making their enemy untouchable. They always made the enemy follow their pace, leading to an advantageous fight, but out on the rooftop, that wasn't the case here. Maybe. It was undoubtedly him that was sniping them. That individual had the ability and resources to obtain information on Crimson's movements. He had the capacity to surprise and the skill to use any weapon fit for the job. In this case, a long-range rifle which resulted to his subordinates getting shot in their necks. There was only one guy who can do it in the entire New York City. Slipnot, the dark hero that's after Crimson's head. They kept their heads down, careful not to get within sight of his barrel. The atmosphere was full of killing intent. What are we going to do? I hope he lets us off. Neana was as carefree as ever, but there are times when he would cower out. In saying so, that should be a natural reaction. Neto was the same. To be frank, he was scared. Slipnot was responsible for taking the lives of many villains. His next target may be Neto himself. Thinking about it gave Neto the chills. He didn't know if the next bullet would find him or not. Since they were on an open rooftop, their escape was blocked. But, "I'll crush you here and now, I'll have you regret ever picking a fight with me. Niana, you said it was over in that direction, right?" There was no way he could pull back. He was defeating Slipnot once and for all. "I know the reason why you are targeting Crimson, but I have my own reason why I can't back down either. I'll reach the top and change the world. I see the vision I want for this world. Until I achieve that goal, I can't afford to lose here. Slipnot, you're in my way, move aside. My body is shaking in excitement." Neto strengthened himself and turned on the evil switch inside him. "I'll leave this place to you." You're really going for it. Well, if it's you, senpai, then there's a chance that you won't die." Listening to Niana's words, Neto stood up. He can't fight unless he stood up. Transform. Taking a deep breath, he focused on himself. Transform. Surrounding himself to bring about the darkness within him, his body gradually transformed. A ruthless body and dark wings stretched out wide. In the midst of a cold and dark night, a demon had appeared. Ooh. Running on the rooftop, Neto jumped from the building. Neto noticed that the building had collapsed a bit. The night scenery of the metropolis was beaming below him. Cold winds brushing past the evil entity, jumping from building to building. He didn't need to fully stretch and flap his wings. Gliding would cover the distance between buildings easily. Neto would glide from one building to another, kicking and launching himself from their walls and rooftops. "No doubt people who saw me are terrified," was his opinion, but there was no need to worry. People on Broadway or people who are in Times Square wouldn't dare look into the dark skies. Gliding above avenues and streets, Neto was on his way to fight a hero. Slipnot no doubt already noticed him approaching. But Neto didn't care. He steeled himself for the battle ahead. Chapter 46. Go to hell, baby. Neto was on the rooftops above New York City. From time to time, he could hear gunshots passing him. The direction was as Niana had told him. He knows. He's already shifting his focus on me. Since Neto already transformed, it was possible for him to block the bullets. It would be dangerous if it came to a certain distance, but at their current distance, he had no trouble defending himself. Neto advanced while trying to block the bullets. There you are. Neto, who was hanging from a wall, saw him. He had a muscular body, covered in black leather tights as his costume. He had a gauntlet that looked like a guillotine. Slipnot. Slipnot was on the roof of a building. The weapon he had looked like a large sniper rifle with its long barrel, but it didn't look like anything like it. A rocket launcher. On top of that, it was the latest model. The model that could destroy armored targets with ease. It wasn't something you would use in a cityscape, but Slipnot was shooting without discretion. He dodged a bullet while flying, barely missing him in the face. The bullet launched went by Neto and exploded as it contacted the building behind him. Looking behind him, Neto saw that the firepower had been significantly decreased. That didn't exempt a certain portion of the building from being destroyed. The rubble from the building also started falling down to the streets. No matter how you look like it, there would be casualties. He's definitely crazy. He can't say for others, but Neto certainly thought so. He looked at Slipnot once more. On the other hand, Slipnot also saw Neto. It was as if a demon was closing in on him. Slipnot looked at Neto and raised his middle finger. Afterwards, he made a thumbs-down gesture. "Come at me, you bastard. I'll send you back to hell." The gesture must have meant something like that. All full and confident, Neto maintained his composure and stretched his wings. He calmly navigated towards Slipnot. When Neto almost landed on the building Slipnot was in, Slipnot started moving. Running across the building, he pulled out something like a wire and used it to slide downwards the building. Slipnot broke the windows and entered the building. Neto followed after him and entered the building. Where did he run off to? The floor they were in resembled an office. There were numerous desks in the area, and the city lights lighted the room from outside. It wasn't crowded, but it was very spacious. There was no lights turned on in the room, but the city lights illuminated dimly. Neto couldn't see now, but given the time, his eyes would adjust automatically. Looking around the darkness, there was no sign of Slipnot. He knew Slipnot was hiding nearby. "Hey you, what are you hiding for? You aren't suited for girl hunting, are you?" It was a sudden, but he heard a voice behind him. It was as if Slipnot was mocking him. It was yet sudden and unexpected. Neto tried to turn around, but a barrel was already pointed at his back. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid fire of bullets came from behind. On top of it, he was aiming his machine gun in one specific spot. Neto could tell he was almost at a point-blank range. No matter how much Neto transformed, Slipnot's attack was effective. This guy, where did he come from? Damn it and Helly. If this goes on, I can't hold in forever. Tug. Hyla. I'm done for if I fall here. Neto gathered himself and turned around. He used his arm to stop the hail of bullets. Take this. The room was dark, but it was only a matter of pinpointing where the muzzle flash came from. Neto continued blocking the bullets while swinging his claws at the light source. Slipnot's texture was weird. Neto didn't feel any kind of flesh being clawed apart. Instead, he felt something wooden. Nonetheless, Neto didn't doubt where the muzzle flash came from. You're this old and you're still playing with dolls. I'm getting jealous that you having so much fun. Neto again heard a voice behind him. He then noticed that the figure he attacked was a mannequin. The mannequin was locked in place with a machine gun strapped to it. Slipnot somehow managed to strap a mannequin with machine gun and position it behind him in a short period of time. I love playing doll with heroes, but I'll do that after I beat you up. It was certainly a weird way to fight. Slipnot must be already used to seeing in the dark. Since Neto was huge in size while transformed, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Neto picked up the desks and computers around him and started throwing them. It was effective in blocking bullets as well as extending his attack distance. With Evil Silhouette's power, anybody would be seriously injured if they were hit by the projectiles. But there was no form of resistance coming from Slipnot. He was using some kind of body techniques to dodge Neto's attacks. Hey there, hold on, why are you so mad? You're causing trouble to the employees of this office by doing that. Neto periodically saw a shadow that evaded his attacks. If you stand still, we could finish this in no time. If it was a battle in terms of physical power, there was no way Slipnot would be able to stand up against his evil silhouette. Neto's eyes were slowly adjusting to the dark. If he somehow managed to get a glimpse of Slipnot, then it would be all over. As long as he kept attacking Slipnot, he would be too busy dodging his attacks. Neto didn't have to worry about a counterattack. Just a little bit more. After a few seconds passed, he saw him. There was no need to keep throwing projectiles at him. He just needed to step in and use his claws. We're done playing tag. Neto could now clearly see Slipnot. Slipnot was standing on top of a desk. Okay, then what should we play next? Let's play catch. Slipnot held something spherical and threw it to Neto. Slipnot made a here gesture as he threw the object lightly at Neto. You should catch it properly. Slipnot was as carefree as he was. He touched his belt, which had various equipment inside it, and pulled out an object. Cool, right? Slipnot then put on the object he took out. Neto identified it as something like a goggle. It was only at this moment that Neto understood what the spherical object was. It was a flash grenade. The room was enveloped by a bright light and a loud noise. Slipnot may have no killing intent shown, but the attack he did proved to be a critical one. The goggle he took out must be something like an anti-stun grenade equipment. Tusk. Neto noticed too late. The grenade went off while he tried closing his eyes. Neto couldn't see anything. He was blinded for a definite period of time. What's worse was, he couldn't hear anything. He needed to strengthen his defenses until he could regain his posture. Shit. But no attack came. That's weird. Evil Silhouette's defense may be strong, but Slipnot could have easily defeated me at this current state. Neto noticed something weird again. His body was wet. It must be raining. But we're inside an office, so that shouldn't be possible. This must be the sprinklers. I see, the grenade must have triggered the sprinkler systems. Water. A sudden shock suddenly enveloped Neto's defensive stance. It needed no effort to rule out what caused it. It was definitely an electric current. If Slipnot activated it, he must be in a place the water can't reach to him. He most probably used a stun gun or some sort to electrify the water. Neto's body was twitching from shock. It was an unpleasant attack coming from his enemy. A normal person would have died from that shock, but Neto held out. He could recover himself after 1 minute. Thanks to him being a modified human, he was able to stand out and recover faster. but Slipnot was already moving forward with his plans. Heya. Neto was stunned. In that period, Slipnot lightly pushed Neto's body. Neto fell, but he didn't hit the floor. He didn't know where he got it, but Slipnot pushed Neto onto a pushcar which every modern office has. Neto was carried around like some package, while Slipnot was above him taking something out from his chest. He showed Neto a photograph. Hey, do you know any of these three in the picture? If give me any information on them, I'll stop this little Grand Prix of ours. Oh, you can't speak right? Close your eyes if it's yes, or keep them open if it's no. Grand Prix. Neto didn't know what Slipnot was talking about, but Neto knew the people in the photograph. One was Mr. Big, and the other two were members of Crimson he recently met. He didn't understand the situation, but Slipnot wanted information on Crimson's top brass. He was now more serious than before. Well now, what should I do? Neto thought to himself. I'll use any means possible and win. That was how Neto always fought. Then it is viable for him to betray his allies. If Neto were to give Slipnot the information, and somehow he would be still alive, his reputation inside Crimson would plummet. His scenario of taking over Crimson would then be over. Neto didn't close his eyes. Is that so? Then there's no choice, baby. We're going on a Grand Prix. With Neto's response, Slipnot sighed deeply and went back to his carefree character. The 48th Manhattan office building Grand Prix is about to start. Who's going to be the winner this year? The racer are all lining up now. Start. Slipnot, along with a beast, was cruising around in a pushcar inside an office. Slipnot pushed the car while he was commentating. They were going fast. Neto still couldn't move after the effects of the electric shock. Whoa, cool guy and monster racers just passed through a hairpin curve. Neto saw where they were going. They were headed towards the window. Slipnot didn't show any signs of stopping. Slipnot planned on dropping him out from the window. With his unmovable state, if he would crash down the building from this height, even with evil silhouette, he couldn't survive. Neto understood at this point that Slipnot was different. Slipnot was a heterogeneous person. He was different from the other heroes he fought before. The varied equipment he pulled out before were prepared beforehand. This was Slipnot's execution grounds. It was as if they were in a comedy movie with serious stunts already planned beforehand. And this guy's behavior, there is definitely a crowded street below them. Despite that, Slipnot was willing to drop Neto when there could be civilian casualties. Throughout preparation, guerrilla tactics and his intent to kill without mercy, that was Slipnot's strong point. Go, go, go. It's a straight line towards the goal. Slipnot didn't stop. Pushing the cart while running inside the office, he was chanting energetically. It was as he was a child having fun. That made him scary. Heyo. Slipnot was still accelerating, and Neto, with his immovable body, crashed outside the window. Neto felt his weight as they impacted the glass. Slipnot, who was also falling, looked down on Neto and gave a thumbs down. He remarked, "Go to hell, baby." His character changed again. His deep tone was now full of hatred and killing intent. Neto felt it himself. That was the true nature of Slipnot. He wasn't as strong as the previous heroes Neto fought, but he was different. Can he not be defeated by evil? He doesn't even have any openings. Even if I inflict my methods on him, will they be effective against him? The demon fell into darkness. Chapter 47. That's no laughing matter. Neto continued falling down. If he were to hit the ground at this speed, he would definitely die. He never liked high places. He was about to faint when he fell from the building, but he managed to stay awake. Maybe Anis's date on a roller coaster helped him pull through. I can't go down like this. I still have plans to take over Crimson, stand on top of Metallica, change the world, and find the answer for Manaka-san's question in his last moments. Move, move, come on body move, open it. His body still hasn't recovered from the shock, but he forced himself to open his wings. But it's no use. Neto couldn't fully expand his wings. Even if he did, his wings were battered from the machine gun fire. He still couldn't glide properly because of the amount of holes in his wings. In other words, it was only dead weight. Did he anticipate my moves and weaknesses this far? He's one hell of a guy. He tried to reach for the building walls, but he couldn't reach for it. Is this part of his calculations too, all for me to go to hell? He recognized Slipnot's capability. I'm not done yet. Don't you underestimate me, Slipnot. If there is a thing called hell, I'll end up there, but not today. I've always gambled my life when fighting, that's how it's always been. A situation like this. Hyla. If his wings served no purpose, he didn't need them. He deliberately grabbed his wings and tore them off, almost there. Neto ripped out his blood-stained wings and stretched it out towards the walls of the building. Though blood-stained and battered, it was evil silhouettes. Wings, it wouldn't easily break when rubbed against concrete. With the sounds of joints breaking, the wings reached the building walls. A sharp feeling of pain came upon Neto's shoulder. The wings collided with the concrete, slowing and stopping his fall. Ha, that was a close call. He fell half of the building's height. It took him approximately 25 floors to break his fall. Neto sacrificed much to stop his fall. He lost too much blood after ripping his wing off. His right arm was dislocated and fractured. With his last bit of strength, he grabbed onto his wings with his left arm. It drained him just holding himself up with his left hand. His transformation wouldn't last long, but he managed to survive. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. On the top of the building, Slipnot was looking at him from a broken window. He closely observed him since he started his fall. Slipnot was determined to see him splatter like a red tomato. Once he saw Neto hold on, he immediately withdrew from the window. Slipnot was coming. He was coming to finish him off. Even at this moment, Slipnot must be humming while coming down the stairs or singing along with the elevator music. Well, this is getting handy. Neto's transformation came off. He was now with his normal body. His right arm was still broken and blood gushed out from his back. All in all, he only had his left arm to do with. For the first time, Neto was afraid of the justice coming at him. Nana's point of view. You're kidding me, right? That senpai got. Few minutes after Neto transformed and went after Slipnot, Nana issued orders to use CR. Imsan's flying board. It was a small tool that allowed its rider to fly. Nana used this and went after Neto. It was the first time Nana rode it, but he imagined that it would be like riding a snowboard or surfboard, both of which Nana was very familiar with. It didn't have too much speed, and it can only fly for a maximum of 10 minutes. Moving forward, Nana could see Neto through the LED monitor which had a magnification function. Once Neto started fighting with Slipnot, Nana landed in a nearby building and continued to observe him through the LED monitor. Slipnot was a mysterious enemy, but I'm sure he will handle it well, or at least, that was what Nana thought. A tricky battle commenced and Neto was thrown off the building. It was truly a desperate situation. Are you serious? That easily. His legs started shaking. Nana was an employee of Metallica. He experienced many battles before, but he never stood on the front lines himself. And again, Nana had never been tasked with the big decisions. That was because it was Neto or Surugi making the calls. He thought he could live by his speed and footwork in the battlefield alone. That was why it was his first time experiencing this kind of situation. What should I do? Go and help Neto? You've got to be kidding me. What can I do in that situation? There's no way I can match up with a guardian coming from the Rocks organization. Slipnot is busy with Neto now. If I run, no doubt I could easily get away. On the other hand, if Neto is defeated by Slipnot, the blame wouldn't heavily fall on me. Slipnot is a known vigilante that had put an end to many villains. It may not be much, but I'll manage to live by. But if I try and rescue Neto, there's a huge possibility that I would die. That's right. Nana turned his back on Neto, who was desperate. There's no choice. I should just run now. Senpai si senp. He threw away his pride to preserve his life, but at that moment, Nana's feet stopped moving. He realized what he was saying was very relevant. Senpai? That's right, he's my senpai. I've called a lot of people senpai during college and during clubs, but that's just formalities. Just meaningless formalities. Nana was a naive boy. In his studies and in sports, he managed to get the best results without spending too much effort. In other words, he didn't even bother making an effort. That was because he believed he didn't need it. Why is everybody trying so hard? Nana just randomly does things well. He didn't possess any special ability, but nonetheless, he wasn't lacking any skill. He just barely manages and arrives where he wants to arrive. He never once was passionate in doing something. He was able to get along with anybody, talking nonsense and getting close. For Nana, the term senpai was just a word used to get close to a person. That also applied to Neto. Neana heard that he was a real villain, and so he thought he should call him senpai. He didn't notice when he started calling Neto senpai when he wasn't around. He thought, who is this guy? When he was first assigned to him in Okinawa. To him, Neto looked weak and cowardly at that time and didn't fit the title of villain. Despite that, he made the most bizarre decision and rose to the top. He had the will to do it when it came to do it, but most of the time, Neto had a weak heart. That was also the same when it came to women. Sometimes, Neto would be too shy towards people. When Neana did some regular work, Neto complimented him on his performance. Neto looked embarrassed in saying it, so Neana decided to put a more effort into it. Neto managed to achieve incredible feats. That was the result of him risking his life. He must be doing it with all his best. No matter what method, no matter who it is, Neana saw Neto get over it and move forward. He was no longer doubting that it was due to pure luck that Neto was able to accomplish those achievements. At one moment, Neana thought of copying Surugi's, understood, as a form of acknowledgement, but he desisted. Getting passionate over something didn't suit him after all. Maybe that's what made him acknowledge Neto as his senpai. He may be different than me, but he is impressive in his own way. Thinking about it, Neana never considered somebody to be impressive since he was able to do everything effortlessly. That person is different. To be frank, Neto is just a normal human. He didn't have the body nor the wit. He may have trained his body since he entered Metallica, but it didn't amount to much. In terms of capability, Neto couldn't be compared to Neana. But wow, I've never seen a person like that. To me, he's the one true senpai for me. Neana stepped on the flying board. He could run right now. But, run, am I going to run? There's no other choice. There's no way a normal human being can match up to a member of the Rock's organization. More precisely because it's him. No, there is somebody. Even without powers, that man never backed down in fighting. It was just his determination as a villain that made him keep going forward. I admired that person. That's why I wanted to see how far he could go. It may not be much, but I'll follow him. And I may have noticed this now, but I know that's what I wanted all along. Me, run away, that's no laughing matter, I'm afraid. I don't want to go, but don't want to run away either. Neana only now noticed that he had a frail heart and spirit. In order for me to proceed down the path of villainy, I will. I'm the kuhai of the man who's going to change the world. It may be too late, but I'm going to get serious. Neana got embarrassed over getting passionate, but it was not that all bad. He laughed at himself. He started up his flying board. Neto was struggling below him. No doubt Slipnot was already coming down to finish off Neto. I won't let him do it. But what should I do? Think, it's impossible for me to defeat Slipnot. Then what? Senpai not dead yet, that person never gives up. I'm sure he's thinking of a way to survive right now. But what? How can I help him? Neana revved up and rapidly accelerated forward. He's never thought this hard before. After 10 seconds, he made his decision. Using his radio, he gave orders to the remaining Crimson members. Of course, he didn't order them to come and help him. There was no way they could traverse the distance in a short span of time. That's why he ordered them differently. His subordinates were worried. Shut up and do it. Get it done in less than 3 minutes, understood. Neana cut the line. He uploaded the data shown on the monitor onto his tablet. On the other hand, he accelerated his flying board. His head was boiling with excitement. There wasn't a time when he was this serious. Neto's point of view. I've lost touch with my shoulder. Neto was at his limit. He couldn't last for a few minutes. Before his body would give up, there was a far more scary being coming after him. In his fall, he broke the glass windows up and down the floors he was in. From there, Slipnot took a peek at him. Hey you're really a tough one, huh? From this day on, I give you the fell from the top floor but got killed by a bullet through the head award. Slipnot pulled out a handgun from his belt. Neto didn't have a hand to defend himself, but he didn't give up. He didn't want to die. Senpai. He heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw Neana riding on a flying board. Neto had trouble riding it, but it was no problem for Neana. Neana didn't shoot at Slipnot. He thought Slipnot would be able to easily avoid it. Slipnot, who had been fighting people with villains who had special powers, probably regarded Neana as a mere fly. Yet, Slipnot was determined to kill Neana for interrupting him. You. Who are ya, you part of Crimson, then I'll kill ya too. Slipnot whistled and pointed his gun at Nina. Neto thought Nina would never come here to die without a plan. If he has a plan, then I need to get into it. I don't have much time left. I've been recording Senpai's fight using this glass monitor that include the floor plan of this building. Nina's hints were vague. It was the first time Nina himself went to the front lines. Slipnot raised his gun and shot at Nina. Nina dodged the bullet. Nina may have high reaction time, but one mistake could have ended his life. On that moment, Neto knew Nina was willing to risk his life for him. That few seconds of contact. It was only a few seconds, but he understood. It was a plan Neto would think of, given the circumstances. That's right, I've always fought like a real villain. No matter how underhanded it is, I'll do it. That's impressive, Nina. You understand me well. Well, I'm a genius after all, and I know you are vile when it comes to it, senpai. With that, Nina ascended upwards. What are you guys doing? Is there something fun planned out? It's unfortunate, but you won't be able to attend the party you're planning. Slipnot once again pointed his gun at Neto. I'm saved. I now have a chance of surviving. I won't win, but neither will I lose. In the worst-case scenario, we'll be both taken out. Even if don't kill Slipnot, I still could erase his existence from this world. If I manage to survive here, I'll have another day to fight him again. I'll just have to find a more evil method to deal with him. Nina should be done with the preparations by now. I'll just have to rely on him now. When push comes to shove, I'll be the one to pull the trigger. Hey, Slipnot. Neto managed to pull himself up with his weak left arm. If I were to pass out from my injuries, I would surely die. Slipnot was looking down on him and pointing his gun. Neto didn't stop. He stared onto the dark hero. What? Don't stare at me like that. If I die, I'll haunt you. You're going to become a Japanese ghost. Woasu scary. Neto interrupted. You are certainly strong. You don't fight like a hero, but you are not evil. Slipnot still didn't pull the trigger. He was pondering over what Neto said. I thought we think the same, but I was mistaken. No matter what the sacrifice is, I'll keep moving forward. Will you still be able to stand in front of my evil? Did you think of something to get out of this mess? How unfortunate, you don't have much time left. Well, I'd advise you to hear me out for the sake of both of us. Ugh. Slipnot still hasn't fire. Slipnot's intuition from fighting countless villains must have kicked in. He knew something was about to happen. Then I'll tell you my plan, go and tremble on hearing it. I'll teach what real villainy is and how scary it is. I never cowered out on something, but will you? Your real enemy isn't me. But my enemies are the ones who stand in my way. Will you still be able to stand in my way, Slipnot? Neto dropped the fuel of malice on the life he was clinging to with one hand. Under the dark and starry skies. The eye of the beast once again glowed red. Chapter 48. Hostage, their sacrifices. Holding on with his left hand, Neto saw his executioner. He was in a dire situation, but he didn't show any sign of fear. You know what? You fired a rocket launcher at me a while ago, right? Oh, you mean when you were heading here? Yeah, it was unfortunate how I didn't get you then. Those shots were dangerous. If I were hit by any one of those, I wouldn't come out in one piece. But it's Slipnot's mistake of not hitting me. But you hit the building behind me. Yeah, and I feel sorry for the owner of that building. Slipnot was, as always, speaking lightly. In fact, he may never even care of the building he damaged. It's a new model for dealing with tanks on the battlefield. If fired consecutively, you could have destroyed that entire building, but you didn't. It's a given. I'm a nice guy after all. I'm nice to people other than Crimson. The fire power of that launcher had indeed been significantly reduced. He wanted the damage to be minimal. A part of the building may be destroyed, but it wouldn't cause a collapse. Why did Slipnot want to minimize the damage? Neto continued. If the building came down, the casualties would have been huge. The entire New York City would be in panic. You wanted to avoid that, right? So what are you trying to say? Can I just kill you now? Slipnot once again raised his gun. This was the perfect moment. Neto turned towards Nina and signaled something. Do it! Nina understood and moved. In the following seconds, a huge sound echoed. Neto knew that I came from the building few blocks from their location. Ha 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 ha, you're so half-baked. If you're gonna do it properly. Slipnot was upset. Neto was laughing fanatically over the sounds of explosion and the building crashing. Did you do that? Does that even hold a significance? Or maybe you're just crazy. Significance? You're surprisingly stupid. Ha 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 ha, you really don't understand. Neto laughed and ridiculed Slipnot. Slipnot, on the other hand, gave him a cold stare. We got a video of you shooting a rocket launcher earlier. And now, my competent subordinate is uploading it to the internet. The title would be Slipnot versus the Monster from Crimson or something. So what? Slipnot's expression changed. The article will go like, this night, Slipnot, in order to defeat the monster, uses a rocket launcher. People in Manhattan will view it that way. And tonight, buildings in Manhattan mysteriously collapsed. It is presumed that the rocket launcher did this. Neto implied that they had only taken down one building, and they could take down more if necessary. He told Slipnot the plain and harsh truth. Now, when tomorrow comes, will the people still see you as part of the Rock's organization? They had real footage of Slipnot firing a rocket launcher. If Slipnot decided to check, he would soon find it on the front pages of the internet. You'll become the enemy of the state, no doubt. You seem like you fight alone, but what about your supply for weapons? Intelligence. Are you confident that you can still operate the same way as usual? Do you think the Rock's organization or Eversonic Youth would forgive you? Will you still be able to keep fighting after turning the whole world against you? Your objective is to take out Crimson and its top brass, right? Will you be able to do it? These were facts. Slipnot was only able to do what he wanted because of the approval of the citizens. He may be extreme in his methods, but he knew where to draw the line. There are a lot of things he can do despite if it's illegal, just because he was called the Dark Hero. Slipnot is fully aware of it. He fights differently from the other Rock's members. That's not true, he is just smart. He doesn't create enemies and find a situation where he's always at an advantage. He's like a villain that doesn't choose his methods as long as it gets the job done. Thinking about it, Slipnot and Neto's core essence were the same. The only difference was the scale. Slipnot belonged to the other side. He tried to prevent casualties. He stopped himself from becoming a villain. Neto saw Slipnot gulping. He was thinking hard. Hey you're really crazy. If that's the case, you're in no better position either. It was also a fact. There were a lot of members of Crimson in Manhattan. If they managed to trace Neto, who was part of Crimson, as the mastermind of the bombing, he would no doubt be disposed immediately. There was no way Neto would be pardoned after causing so much damage. And what of it? I'm about to be killed by you. You didn't think that I know what's about to happen. I'll die and fall here. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's papers. The mysterious bombing, a dead member of Crimson, and a viral video of Crimson shooting a rocket launcher. In exchange for taking down a monster, you turned the entire Manhattan population against you. I congratulate you. Do you think it will go like that easily? Slipnot had a point. There was a chance that it won't go as planned, but there was also the possibility of it going as planned. I don't know. I don't care what's gonna happen afterwards. A loud sound echoed again as Neto finished his sentence. The second building was about to go down, no doubt. Slipnot was now in a serious mood. His lighthearted tone was now gone. Neto thought, you're no evil being Slipnot. If I decide to defeat you, then you'll be defeated. I don't care who you are, Dark Hero. That's some fancy words for you. You're just following the will of the people, and when you realize that yourself, you're no longer considered as my enemy. That's the reason you decrease the firepower of that rocket launcher. You wanted to protect your position. You're no more than a hero of justice. You ultimately try to avoid casualties and avoid injuring people. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't be called a member of the Rock's organization. His essence is still justice. If that's the case, I'll defeat you. I'll bring you down with the power of evil. No matter how many buildings I have to bring down, and no matter how many people get hurt, I'll keep moving forward. Even if it results in the whole world hating me, I'll change the world. He didn't want to end up doing it, but he didn't show it on his face. He looked up into Slipnot and gave a hysterical smile. Even if I die, the explosions won't stop. It's unfortunate that I would die, but hey, I'll see to it that you're erased from the face of the earth, Slipnot. I'll be waiting for you in hell after the other members of the Rock's organization kill you, see ya. Neto was still laughing hysterically when released his grip. Damn it. He heard Slipnot's frustrated voice, then he felt his left hand being grabbed. Neto didn't fall to his death. What happened to that attitude of yours? Ugh. Slipnot extended his arm. He pulled Neto up and passed through the broken glass windows. I can't do anything if you held the entire Manhattan area hostage. Will you call off the bombing now? Slipnot had already lost the will to fight. He was just sitting back on the floor. Hostage? You misunderstood me. They're sacrifices in order to defeat you. Neto slowly stood up. Having his life spared, he declared himself as the winner. What? You still want to go at it? Leave it for today. I'm going home and have a nice cold beer. Neto approached Slipnot, who was still sitting back, and looked down on him. Stay down and don't move. It's my win today. Neto kicked Slipnot in the face, sending him flying. With sounds of bones breaking, Slipnot landed across the floor. Tusk, that hurt. No matter how you looked like it, I'm more hurt that you should be happy that I wasn't transformed. You would have died then. Are you planning to continue bombing Manhattan if I resist? So you're gonna kill me while I'm defenseless? That's not a cool thing to do, and if you're going to do that, I have a better idea. Neto already thought of it. If he killed Slipnot mercilessly now, he didn't know what Slipnot would do when driven to a corner. Slipnot may look relaxed now, but deep inside, Neto sensed a feeling of obsession. No doubt it was related to how he fights. Slipnot must have tried to hide it with his light and easygoing attitude. For example, when Slipnot interrogated him, he was willing to sacrifice everything to get towards Mr. Big and his underlings. He may even sacrificed Manhattan to get the information he needed. Neto knew Slipnot had an unyielding spirit. He was certain of it after defeating so many heroes. There was no purpose if Neto killed Slipnot now. He came up with a more diabolical plan to bring him down. No, I don't plan on doing that. My whole body just hurts all over. That one kick felt like hitting you 8 times. 8 hits? You're kidding. Be thankful that I spared your life. Now let's talk. Of course, you're in no position to refuse. Neto made Slipnot stand and seated him on a chair. Right now. Why don't we go off at a bar? I'll treat you to a glass of beer or bourbon. I've got no plans on drinking with an arrogant man in a tight suit. They conversed for a while. It went as Neto expected it to go. After the important details were discussed, Slipnot said he wanted to go home because he was going to be late watching his scheduled TV program. Neto released him without a fuss. Chapter 49. This is really bad. Few minutes after the battle with Slipnot, Neto came to pick Neto up with his flying board. In the end, they only brought down 2 buildings. Neto did well in the short amount of time to pick out the buildings that would yield a minimal amount of casualties, while taking into account which of New York buildings had fire alarms installed in them. But in the end, they couldn't completely avoid making casualties. Some people were injured by the blast and the rubble. Neto was the instigator, but Crimson didn't blame him. He was the first one to survive an encounter with Slipnot, and thus could provide them with more information. Instead of dropping, his ratings inside the company rose. He wasn't in the mood to celebrate after hearing the casualty report in his hospital room, but it gave him an idea for his next enemy. A combat footage of Sonic Youth fighting was running along the monitor in his room. From what I heard, his speed is inhuman. What should we do? Sonic Youth was moving so fast that the camera had a hard time following him. Sonic Youth dodged a barrage of machine gun fire. Slowing the tape into super slow motion, he could see that Sonic Youth didn't dodge them as a whole, but rather made small movements to dodge every single bullet. It was truly a remarkable display of inhuman reflexes. A scene where Crimson's signature battle android appeared. A beam of straight light appeared, blowing away the android into pieces. From there, Sonic Youth disappeared from the screen. You're hospitalized, so you should rest, Nate. Here, have an apple. Annis was peeling apples beside his bed and handed a slice to him. No, I already recovered enough, and watching a video wouldn't hurt. Neto's recovery was fast due to his regenerative powers. The reason why Annis was with him now was probably because she was concerned for him. To be honest, he panicked when Annis started crying when she came for the first time. No hearsay ahen. Annis was in a good mood, and her smile was bright as usual, but doing that was a bit too much. Thanks, I can do it by myself. But... He grabbed the fork and ate the apple. Annis was dissatisfied. A knock came on the door and an out-of-place individual came in. Hey there, Nate, how are you feeling? Papa. It was Mr. Big. He was wearing his regular double suit as usual. Annis was delighted to see him. Ah, hell. I'm already fine, thank you for your concern. Neto thanked himself for not doing the ahin thing with Annis. Mr. Big could have walked in on them. The last time they'd seen each other was during the dinner they had at Annis's house. Even then, Mr. Big was hostile towards Neto, but now, there was no presence of hostility. Do you have something to discuss with me, Mr. Big? Not at all, I just came over to convey my greetings. Mr. Big stood on top of Crimson. He would have a lot of enemies, and thus he would carefully hide his personal information to avoid being targeted. There was no way Mr. Big would just come casually visiting him for nothing. For him to visit with such big threats, he must need something of great importance from Neto. Maybe he was just genuinely concerned for his future son-in-law. Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. Normally, you would doubt the motive of the visit, but Neto disregarded this thought and it was a visit out of goodwill. Not at all, your family after all. Do Japanese people eat melons when they are sick? Mr. Big brought in a fruit basket. There huge amounts of fruits inside that made Neto glad. Neto thanked him again, but I was really surprised. You fought with Slipnot and managed to live through it. Few fun, isn't Nate amazing? Not at all. Annis was praising him, but what he didn't wasn't something worth praising for. Neto understood something after fighting Slipnot. First, Slipnot would have immediately killed the person hanging on that ledge if it were the final target. Even if it meant that he would sacrifice all of New York City, he would just brush it off as nothing because he had already achieved his goal. That was the only reason he spared Neto. Slipnot knew he needed to survive by all means until he completed his goal. Despite surviving, Neto suffered heavy losses. It was his first time getting beaten up this much. In the final moments, he declared that he won against him, but it was no more than surviving to fight another day. On the other hand, among Crimson, surviving Slipnot's attack was regarded as no more than a miracle. Not at all, I did let him get away. He kept secret that he deliberately let Slipnot escape. People finding out would cause him too much trouble. Slipnot was a formidable enemy. He managed to survive the fight against him, but Neto doubted he could defeat him if they were to go at it again. He was only equipped with his evil spirit and his wits. If he were to use his tactics on Slipnot, he doubted it would work against him. In honesty, the fight against the Rock's organization over here is really fierce. In addition to Slipnot, he also exists. Neto looked into the monitor. You're really modest? Oh, a footage of Sonic Youth, eh? Mr. Big took a seat beside his bed and shifted his attention to the TV monitor. Yes, he is quite formidable. His speed can match up, no, exceed Dylan's. I see, if you say so, then it must be true. How about it? What's the probability of you winning against him? Mr. Big was trying to break it down lightly. I don't know, I'll have to try him out myself. Neto voiced out his honest opinion. He thought about it a lot, but defeating Sonic Youth was really difficult. The first idea he thought of was assassination, but then realized that this was futile. If they were to shoot a bullet from a distance, Sonic Youth's oversense could easily detect the change of airflow of the bullet, easily moving and avoiding it. Even so, it was impossible to catch him off guard even if it is a casual day for him. Even if they were blow up a bomb when he is in the middle of an interview, they would likely fail because he could smell and detect the components of the bomb easily. If he started wearing his sonic roller blades, there was no way to catch up to him. Is that so? Well, you don't need to force yourself. First, you'll need to fully recover. Well, I'm going now. Ah, please enjoy the melon. Neto called out to Mr. Big as he stood up. Ah, excuse me, Mr. Big, can I ask a question? Do you have any idea who this Slipnot is? When Slipnot held him at gunpoint, he showed a picture of Crimson's top brass, which could eventually lead to Mr. Big. There must be a link to why he wanted to kill Mr. Big. Well, I don't know. I know what you are implying. He's been digging information about me after all. But there are countless people who bear a grudge on me because of the things my company did. He determined that Mr. Big wasn't lying. He did say, I've done horrible things to people. If anybody were to come after my head, I wouldn't complain if I got killed. He must be sincere. Is that so? Pardon me for asking that question. Thank you for the melon. I'll happily have it. Neto let Annis go home with her dad. Thanking Mr. Big, he ate the melon and thought to himself, I'm the same as Mr. Big. I don't know how many people bear a grudge on me, but I'm sure one of these days, someone will come after my life. If that someone is on par with Slipnot, I don't know if I could live through. While Neto was recovering, Neato covered for him in the office. He was receiving lots of cases which he had to process. I'm so tired. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. It's the first time Senpai has been beaten that badly, and we still have to deal with Sonic Youth. This might be tricky. Well, Senpai will find a way. They managed to get through in the battle with Slipnot. Sonic Youth might be strong, but there is always a way to defeat him. Neato might not look like it, but he was an optimist. He didn't mind too much about the minor negative details. Beetle and Ramon were B-class. Neto barely managed to defeat them. Slipnot and the Maroon 5 were A-class, and he somehow managed to defeat them. Neato knew that Neto just survived to fight another day. That means Senpai's rank is equivalent to A-class in the Rocks organization. Slipnot and Sonic Youth are also rank A's. I think they stand equal with each other. It'll work out somehow. He then received a call. It was labeled as urgent. He picked up the phone and answered. This is Deputy in charge of the Manhattan area, Neato speaking. Is something the matter? The topic was a peculiar one. Really? Are you serious? It's on national news. Then I understand. Please submit a report to me then. Neato hurriedly turned on the television. If the information was correct, it was a bad thing for them. The television was playing a soap drama. Neato changed the channel and checked the news. This is the current situation on ground. The news just came on, and we're showing the headlines. Slipnot fights together with Sonic Youth. Just around noon, the criminal group, Rooster, robbed a bank, bringing with them a genetically created monster. The incident was solved in less than 3 minutes. The one who responded first were Sonic Youth. And for the first time, Slipnot, who thought to only operate at night and target only Crimson members, appeared and brought a resolution to the situation. On the screen, it showed Sonic Youth circling around the monster in high speeds, while Slipnot was providing cover fire with his large rifle. Their fight was fast, precise, and deadly in the hands of a master marksman and a speed demon. Confronted with two ranked Rocks Guardians, the monster went down in a flash. Neato knew that Rooster was a huge criminal organization that were nitpicking on minor crimes. The monster they brought with them was equal to the modified humans Metallica had. They brought down such monster in a few minutes. Their strength was terrifying. The video only showed Sonic Youth's after image and a glimpse of Slipnot firing at the back. What does this mean? Neato was crushed. There were many times when Rocks Guardians would help out each other, and Sonic Youth was no exemption. People already know who he was, but Slipnot was different. Nobody knew who he is, and he just operated behind the shadow. Then why? We have no definite captured image of Slipnot, but it can't be denied that the top two Guardians' strength is overwhelming. That was definitely true. Maroon 5 was composed of C-class heroes combined into one, but the one they showed were two individuals with the rank of A-class. Their individual powers were just too much. The current evil silhouette was no powerful modified being. The only reason it seemed strong was because Neto knew how to utilize its powers. The evil silhouette can no more than be a modified version of the monster shown in the television. There was a huge chance Neto could be brought down that easily. This is really bad. Neato hurriedly picked up his phone and contacted Neto. Senpai, did you see the news just now? Yeah, this is one huge setback for us. This is really bad. We were already having trouble dealing with them each now that they've paired up. Calm down. This may just be a fluke. They may have been simply close to the location when the incident happened. Neto was being hopeful. There must be a reason why Slipnot did this. Neato again thought to himself. Did Slipnot stop acting independently? Could it be that realized he couldn't defeat Senpai, so he's now pairing up with other Guardians? Will that be common now? This was a probable question. Slipnot is still suspected on the destruction of the building. He may just want to create a good image of himself. On the other hand, he may have a different objective. He may look like a blockhead, but he's doing it for a purpose. Well, Crimson didn't receive any casualties, and we don't know what he'll do next. All we can do is wait and observe. Neto was answering in a worried voice, but it was true that they could only wait for more information. Dursted Senpai. He ended the call. A few days passed. Neto hopes were not answered. On the following days, Slipnot started working with Sonic Youth in every incident. In regards to this change, the citizens were both shocked and divided. He was no more than a no-powered hero, yet he stood equal to Sonic Youth. They already know that he doesn't hesitate as long he gets what he wants, no matter what the method is, and for that they criticized him. Could they have been both affiliated with one another? Some were saying it was a good thing since they were now working together. There were times when they would enter the battle simultaneously. And there were rumors about Slipnot sharing his information network with Sonic Youth, and they would both deal with the crime. In the end, the crime rate in New York City went down, and the number of cases solved by the police skyrocketed. The Manhattan area now was the very threat to Crimson. The instances of crime lowered, and the top brass, as well as Mr. Big, disappeared. The company was being cornered by Slipnot, and Neato, as well as Neto, couldn't do anything about it. It could be said that Slipnot's change of tactic had bounded Crimson to its knees. Neato changed his lifestyle and lived in fear of the day Slipnot would come for his head. Chapter 50. It's going to be okay, Annis. The cooperation between the top two guardians and the sudden disappearance of Mr. Big had a huge effect on the company. Since then, there were no activities and operation popping out from within. Though some tried, they would just be ultimately stooped by Sonic Youth and Slipnot. There was just simply too much difference in strength between the two guardians and the current members of Crimson. The way they deal with incidents was far faster and efficient than before. Until now, Sonic Youth always responded to incidents after they happen. Now, with Slipnot's intelligence network, he was able to be at that location before any major incident that could happen. The same goes for Slipnot. For some unknown reason, he was able to intercept and foil the plans of Crimson even before they started. These incidents kept happening regularly that it was now a huge risk for Crimson to carry out plans. With such situations occurring, Neto had to be discharged from the hospital earlier than scheduled. With Mr. Big's disappearance, the whole executive staff members decided to hold a meeting. Neto was no exemption from this. The topic would be how to deal with their current situation. Other than Mr. Big, there were 13 other executive staff members. They had no particular ranking in regards to their importance, but they were currently incomplete. Some of the members were taken out. Out of the 13, the remaining 10 members were gathering on the top of the main office. The meeting started with concerns and complaints, but they soon settled down to discuss the main topic. They were now proposing one after the other on how to deal with the current situation, of which one idea got shot down after the other. Without Mr. Big, they were merely a group that had ideas, but no action. Now, why did that bastard in black tights act that way? Could Mr. Big already have fallen into their hands? Neto stared into the room with distant eyes. An idea came forward. Why don't we pull out of New York temporarily? But it was rejected. Neto also couldn't agree. It was simply a notion that they'd surrender. If the general staff found out about it, there was a chance that an internal turmoil could break the company apart. It would be known that Crimson was afraid of the two guardians and they couldn't keep their territory under control. Also, New York was an area they needed to hold on the most. Then a proposal came up. We should just find a way for them to stop cooperating. Looking at their past, is there any way to break them apart? This was the most sensible thing to do, but is it really possible? Most of the general public already had a bad image of Slipnot. Finding out more and releasing to the public would be futile and just a waste of time. Sonic Youth, on the other hand, was already well known in public. There were no particular resentments towards him, and they could say that the public had huge respect for him. Furthermore, since both of them were exchanging information, they would have a hard time finding the information that would damage them both. Then we should prioritize finding Mr. Big. This is a time when we need a strong leader, and if ever Mr. Big was taken out, it's our duty as part of the family to avenge him. It was a probable cause, but it was very insignificant. Every subordinate was already looking for Mr. Big through their own means. Even Neto was asked to search for him in the area he was in charge with Manhattan. The same goes for revenge. While the family might want to do it, it lies on the factor of gain and loss. It might be different in Metallica, but there was no point in asking, what if we don't find Mr. Big? Neto crossed his arms and further observed the meeting. Everybody already knows what needs to be done. Why isn't anybody bringing it up? Are they afraid of taking responsibility for the idea, or do they think that they can't do it? Before his eyes were the top brass of Crimson engaging in a hot-headed discussion. It felt funny to him that they took too much time to reach an agreement. Although there was the option of waiting a few more hours for a conclusion, Neto did not intend on waiting. Neto stood up. All eyes in the room were now looking at him. The discussion stopped, and the room was filled in silence. Having confirmed that he got everybody's attention, he continued, "We have to defeat them. We need to defeat the two of them by our own powers." Neto said it frankly. It was their best course of action. If they were to withdraw and show weakness here, Crimson would no doubt be exterminated. If the two Guardians were involved in Mr. Big's disappearance, then everything would be cleared up once they defeat them. Neto received comments from the executive staff. "That may be so, but do you know how? It won't be easy. After all, you may have come from Japan and defeated several Guardians there, but you proved to be ineffective when you fought with Slipnot. We understand. Why don't we form a plan, Nate?" Every member had different opinions. Some urged that fighting them was not even an option. It wasn't a case where they just need to hit them both with Crimson's full force. Theoretically, they could gather all the members of Crimson and fight them both, but there were other missions to be done other than dealing with the two Guardians. Considering their position, it would be disadvantageous for Crimson to be the one to attack first. They knew nothing of Slipnot, while Sonic Youth, more specifically Mark Gordon, was considered a national asset. There were always measures ensured to protect him. I have an idea if we were to plan and create a huge incident, they surely would appear. Neto further explained his plan. The room was silent. "That may be so, but how do you plan on dealing with them? It's for the best that I take command for the situation on site. I'm a modified human, and I have the most experience fighting against the Rock's Guardians. Do you plan on dying? You're already part of the family. We can't let a new member of the family sacrifice himself for us." Everybody nodded at that notion. "I see, so this is the secret weapon Mr. Big nurtured," Neto sighed in relief. The chances of him succeeding were very low. Even if he failed, there were no consequence to the other executive members. On the other hand, if he managed to succeed, it could catapult his career forward. Even taking over the company would be possible for him then. In other words, it was a worthwhile gamble. But the remaining members didn't agree with his plan. It was because he was part of the family. Neto was thankful for the concern, but it was a time when they needed to act. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, but it's not all total defeat. Will you let me take responsibility for this mission? Mr. Big called me hero killer. Furthermore, I come from Metallica. This is my way of repaying the trust the Crimson family has given to me. It's my duty as part of the family." The room was silent. They very well couldn't oppose to the hot-blooded speech Neto had. The executive's expression changed. They now saw him as their hope, a person they could truly trust. Once person spoke out. "Even if you say that." He wanted to continue, but Neto stared at him directly in the eye. "I will definitely win." Neto said those words in a firm voice. "This should come natural. Now that Mr. Big is out, it's time to show my initiative." Those words also came from the bottom of his heart. He wanted them to believe in him, believe that he could win. It was to a point where an aura of reassurance surrounded him. Neto, with his experience, assured the entire room. With Neto's notion, nobody further opposed him. With that, the meeting ended. From that day on, Neto was preparing himself for the fateful day. The day they would execute their plans was scheduled tomorrow. Neto had been given a penthouse, few blocks away from the office. Neto was walking back alone when he looked up and noticed something. Snow, He was wondering why it had been cold lately. The slow falling snow fell on the busy streets of Manhattan. It was cold, but Neto was perfectly fine with it. He tightened his black coat and continued walking. A person was standing at the entrance of his building. Wearing a cotton hat and a bright red coat, it was a girl he knew for more than 3 years. Annis. Noticing him, she came towards him. "Hey there, Nate, welcome back. Were you waiting for me? It must have been cold." "Yeah, just a bit." Annis shyly laughed. Her nose and cheeks were bright red. "She probably waited for more than a bit. You seem down." You're right, I'm sorry, Nate." She was a completely different person today. It had been a few days since Mr. Big disappeared, but she was still energetic and cheerful. But now, she was all depressed. She was that person that would naturally give off a good vibe to cheer you up anymore. She still tried to stay positive. No doubt she's crying at home, all alone. Neto couldn't do anything to help her. He thought he had no right to help her, but soon realized that it was because he was weak, he can't do anything. I heard about it, you're going to fight tomorrow. Yes, Neto answered honestly. He didn't want to hide it from her anymore. At least for now. You can't, I don't want you to go, even Nate is leaving me. Anis's voice was trembling. It was like a knot tightening in his chest. After thinking about it, he hugged Anis. They weren't in the right place to do it, but it was the only thing he could do to comfort her. His shoulders were all shaky since he wasn't used to doing such a thing. It's going to be okay, Anis. He didn't want to be taken out despite working for evil. That's bullshit. He treaded through countless obstacles. Anis was always by his side, brightly and energetically cheering him on. Maybe she was acting that way because of the terrifying situation, but he knew she was purely concerned for his well-being as a person of the opposite sex. No matter how thoroughbred she was, no matter how educated she is, she had a part of her that liked a villain. She was still a girl. Losing someone dear to her would definitely hurt. While the Rock's organization is making their move, Mr. Big was missing. She didn't know if her father was safe. This only added to her worries. That's why, at least I could answer her this. I'll never disappear from you. I've defeated various enemies thus far, all for the purpose of changing the world. Now, there's one more reason to win this fight. Neto hugged Anis tightly, warming up her cold skin. Her voice was trembling while her tears fell. That's a promise? Sniff. Your face is drenched. He thought of giving her the handkerchief in his pocket, but he remembered that it had been in his coat pocket for 3 days now. Instead, he grabbed a packet of pocket tissue. Ooh, thanks. She blew her nose on the tissue. Sorry, I don't look good at all now. Looking up, her expression was a little bit brighter than before. No, I don't mind at all. Do you remember what I said when we went to that amusement park back in Japan, Nate? She had a mellow expression, reminiscing the past. Yeah. I really get excited when I look at you. How far will you go? What kind of world will you make? Those are just some of the questions I ask myself when I'm with you. That's why I want to stay by your side, no matter how evil you might become. In the spur of that moment, she held his hand. Neto was becoming nervous and agitated. I love my papa, but I love you in a different way. Anis took a step forward, approaching Neto, and kissed him. Under the falling white snow, Neto was unable to respond to this sudden turn of events. Anis. Neto stumbled on his words since he wasn't used to dealing with this kind of situation. Yay, I did it with Nate. Hey look, Nate. The snow is falling so thick, we could make snowmen out of it. Anis was dancing around while the snow was falling. She was very embarrassed, so she tried to covering it with words and constant movement. Neto couldn't move or speak. He was reminiscing the soft aftertaste on his lips. Seeing him in that state, Anis held out a finger and spoke in her usual heavenly soft voice. I'm feeling much better now. Thanks, Nate. I'm going home, so you better go in too. I forbid you from catching a cold. K. Good luck tomorrow. I'll walk you home. I'm fine, you should go home and rest. Without having the chance to spew out another word, Anis turned and ran away from him. Ahem. Neto, who was now alone, started thinking to himself again. What I'm about to do may be considered the most evil thing I may do, and I don't like it myself. Even if that's the case, I still need to do it. I can no longer turn back. Neto spent a sleepless night only thinking about what he was going to do. For him, it was the first time he experienced such a thing. Chapter 51. I'm going to erase both of you from the face of the earth. I have something to tell you after today's mission is over. Finishing up his message, he sent it to Anis via mobile. He reached for the small, built-in fridge inside the limo and took out a water bottle. He took a sip and calmed himself down. He was about to commit a crime. He decided that the plan to draw out the top 2 members of the Rock's organization would be a bank robbery. Normally, Crimson would never commit a petty act of robbery in their own territory. Not only would their business get affected, but the money they stole would have a depreciated value on the international market, making the robbery not worthwhile. But today, his objective wasn't to steal the money. It's for him to create a situation where he could face off against the 2 heroes. The only way to draw them both out at the same time was to commit a large-scale crime where they were absolutely needed to stop the perpetrators. The members of his team were Neto, him and a few other of his subordinates from Crimson in charge of the Manhattan area. The other members under him were tasked off to sealing the island of Manhattan to prevent any further interruption from response teams. This still worried him. What if he were to be gravely injured in the fight and can't go on? What would happen to Neto and his subordinates? This kept him thinking. Having a lot of experience in fighting, he knew that things rarely go according to plan. "Senpai, do you think we'll be okay today?" They were now moving towards their designated position when Neto asked him. Of course, he already explained his plan to Neto multiple times. Are you worried about the robbery?" "Well, since it's Crimson we're talking about, they should have no problem considering their strength." The plan was simple. Survey the area, send in the robbery team, steal the money, and then get out. If the cops come, silence them. Considering Crimson has over-technology and Neto at their side, silencing the police should be fairly easy. No, the robbery part is a piece of cake. I'm asking you if you're going to be okay when you fight against those two. He barely defeated Slipnot the last time, and now, he also had to face Sonic Youth at the same time. Neto was also worried himself. "I really don't know, and are you going to be okay with it, risking your life and all?" Neto was his subordinate. He didn't include him in his plan. He knew both heroes would be dangerous enough to go against. "Risking my life, Aren't we always doing that?" "Well, if things go bad, I'll immediately run anyway." "That's so like you, then I'll be counting on you to do that." They both laughed at each other. This guy groaned so much. "We're about to arrive at our destination, shall we?" Dursted Senpai. A few minutes after the plan started, Neto and his subordinates gained total control over the bank on the southern district of Manhattan. They carried the cash and the gold bars into an armored truck, accompanied by a huge trailer truck and a couple of motorbikes, and exited away. He already accounted beforehand that the Guardians would block their way with barricades, but because of his other subordinates, only a few Guardians stood in their way. They still posed a significant threat. But, do it. He didn't care. They didn't come anything close to what was about to come to them. With a swift order from him, they blew away the barricade with a bazooka and crashed through it at full speed. The barricade, and the Guardians' transport vehicles were all blown away. In the middle of the Crimson convoy was the limousine Neto was on. He didn't budge from his seat ever since the operation started. Amidst the explosions and destruction, he focused on his task and continued relaying orders to his subordinates. "Destroy everything in our way. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of our way." Their vehicles never slowed down. They always maintained top speed, crashing everything in their way. They left a wake of destruction and flames in their path to those who dared stop them. Wow. This like that old Hollywood movie I once saw. If I remember right, car chases were still very popular back in the 2050s. This is crazy. Neto wasn't even bothered with the amount of destruction they brought down to the city. He still focused his eyes on the monitor, checking enemy positions and relaying it to Neto. Crazy. We need to do something like this, or we won't draw them both out, you know." They exited the Manhattan area and headed for the Washington Bridge. The bridge wasn't left unguarded either. They had established a blockade to stop them. They still didn't pose a threat to them. That's right, only a hero could stop them. Suddenly, the lead trailer truck toppled sideways. A loud noise followed a shockwave from the top of the bridge. What happened? His subordinates were panicking. The trailer truck was toppled sideways on the bridge, blocking the convoy's path. The armored car carrying the package stopped in its tracks. Upon inspection, they found out that the front mirror of the trailer truck was shot by a large-caliber rifle, hitting the driver in the shoulder. Of course, the glass pane was bulletproof, but the glass was shot in the same place multiple times, breaking and piercing through it. Furthermore, something came out of the Hudson River, surfing on top of the water surface, and jumped onto the bridge. It took the driver and threw him out into the river. Of course, they had the option to blow up the lead trailer truck, but they didn't. The whole purpose of the ploy was to be used as bait to lure the two heroes. There was nobody else capable of having the accuracy to pierce through the bulletproof glass with such precision and knock the driver out of the fight so easily. "They're here, Here we go, Nana." "Aye, sir." Neto stood up and exited the limo. It would be suicide to remain within the limo and try to fight both of them off. He gathered his subordinates and gave them orders. Each of you will take up arms and position yourselves on a barricade to slow down the enemy. Don't forget to stay alert. Each member of under him left their vehicles and assumed defensive positions. Neto looked at the toppled truck. A figure was visible standing on top of it. There was only one man capable of jumping that height from the Hudson River to the bridge. America's strongest figure and the fastest man alive. He looks formidable no matter how you look at it. I see, he's the figurehead of the Rock's organization, huh? No wonder he looks so cool. The man looked like he had an aura with him as the sun set behind him. On the other hand, the other hero was nowhere to be found. No doubt he has taken up position somewhere in the vicinity. Well, I can't blame him. It's his specialty after all. Well, I guess I'll deal with this sonic bastard first. Neto started walking toward the hero his subordinates were aiming at. No doubt he noticed him approaching. He was wearing goggles along with his speed skaters. Their eyes met, the hero looking down onto the villain. Yo, we just stole a huge amount of cash from the bank. Would you be so kind to move out of our way? Neto displayed a sense of calmness and a sense humor as he talked to the hero. The hero now replied to him. The people of this city have their dreams and freedom. I won't allow you to trample over it. If you won't cooperate with me, I'll have to take you in myself. It was a clear and strong voice. A voice of a man full of confidence and the justice he represented. His eye protector was fitted for motocross bikers and extreme sports players. It had a bright blue color. Beneath his helmet was his blonde hair. He had a muscular body, and on his feet were mechanical roller shoes. Everybody in America knew this hero. The fastest known man named Sonic Youth stood before him. HMPH, then I'll be defeating you then, Sonic Youth. The wind was strong. Neto's suit and tie fluttered over the wind. He took his tie off and folded him into his pocket as he stared down at Sonic Youth. Transform. His body transformed in an instant. A black substance enveloped his whole body. Neto sprang forth from his spot and charged at Sonic Youth. At the same time, under Nina's command, Crimson members started shooting at Sonic Youth. Here I come. But, what? He felt a strong gust of wind and he disappeared. Sonic Youth vanished from the world. That's not possible. He was there a second ago. A second later, Neto felt a blow hit his shoulder. Catch me if you can. A roller blade was struck on his shoulder. He didn't see it coming. A moment ago, he was on top the trailer truck, and now it looked like he teleported above his shoulder. Impossible. He was fast, faster than expected. Neto felt the cold steel on his shoulder. In a panic, he tried to hit him with his claws, but to no avail. Sonic Youth kicked off from Neto's shoulder and rushed towards Nina. Wah. Why you? Sonic Youth. This is bad. This is really bad. His subordinated were panicking. I can't blame them. Calm down. Everybody, shift to the right and start surrounding him. Nina gave a precise order. Now they surrounded Sonic Youth with him in the center of the circle. There was a chance of friendly fire occurring if they shot now, but it didn't matter to Sonic Youth. It's futile. Using his speed, Sonic Youth could have easily dodged every bullet shot at him. Bullets are ineffective against me. His roller blades revved up. For him, it was but an easy task to dodge bullets. Put down your weapons, or you'll taste the coldness of the Hudson River. Damn. His subordinates were just staring Sonic Youth down. The next moment, things took for the worst turn. Wah, where is he shooting from? One after the other, his subordinates got taken down. They were getting sniped. It was the other A-class hero, Slipnot's fault. It was easy for Neto, who had transformed, to locate him using the muzzle flash. You bastard, since when have you been there? Looking up, Slipnot was on top of the Washington Bridge with his tight black suit sniping them. I was here since Sonic Kun coolly appeared. Is there a problem? Neto wanted to yell at him for making fun of the situation. As they were talking, Slipnot pulled out multiple grenade-like objects from his bag. This is Slipnot's special throw here. There was quite a distance between him and the convoy, but he made an accurate throw that landed the grenades near the vehicles. The vehicles exploded, and some of his subordinates and vehicles got thrown over into the Hudson River. Yes, strikeout. The Dark Hero made the situation even worse. He took out their mobility in one go. Many of his subordinates were injured, and some were thrown off into the river. "Bring it on, I'll kill you first then." Neto spread his wings and made a flight towards the top of the bridge, rapidly approaching Slipnot. He was a few meters before hitting Slipnot when he raised his claws. No doubt, his subordinates thought he was going to hit him, but, "I won't let you do that." This voice, how did he get here? Weren't you down below a few moments ago? Sonic Youth suddenly appeared by his right side. Sonic Youth's blue knuckle guard suddenly appeared and hit him head-on. Multiplied by the kinetic energy gained from his speed, Neto got blown away. Sonic Youth appeared meters in the air and attacked Neto. It was as if he teleported to him. Neto rapidly shot through the bridge. A loud shockwave followed him as he hit the concrete. Neto ran out of air as he hit the ground. Gaha. Foo, that was really scary. It's a godsend that you're here, Sonic. Thanks, buddy. Bad people are really scary. He tried to kill me, you know. That would be really bad if it happened, hahaha. Don't let your guard down, Slipnot, and stop attacking senselessly. They may be villains, but they are entitled to the same rights as people of this country. They have the right to be equally judged under a court of jurisdiction. Wait, maybe that man may cooperate now. Sonic Youth surfed the guardrail of the bridge and came after Neto. Neto sustained internal damage from the blow. He couldn't stand and needed time to recover. He took this moment to analyze their situation. The situation is at a critical moment. No doubt that's what his subordinates thought. There are two heroes that nobody could lay their hands upon, and the regarded evil modified genius is at this state. A trailer truck blocks the front, while the burning vehicles are blocking out our escape from behind. We can't expect any help from Crimson at this stage. The only one that stood a chance against them was him. The others may think that the reason they surrounded them was to trap them, but he knew otherwise. It was something he planned all along. There was no way Crimson would bring out their full power into a plan so screwed up. If they managed to win, then it would be regarded as a miracle. The probability of winning is so slim, so let us do it. That was the plan. But they lost. It was all over. No doubt that's what they were thinking. "Are you okay, senpai?" Nina came and helped him up. As he was being pulled up, he answered back. "Yeah, no problem here." It was all according to plan. He surveyed the area around him. The bridge was already engulfed in flame and smoke. It was a hellish scene. The sun was already setting. No doubt the situation was going to get worse. A helicopter was already circling above them. No doubt it was the mass media. Both ends of the bridge were already blocked by the Guardians as well as the mass media. The reason why the other Guardians didn't interfere with them was because they feared Crimson, as well as they put their faith into the two heroes sent to stop them. Manhattan, no, the whole United States must be watching us now. Everybody wants to see the superheroes beat the evildoers. From end to end, every television channel must be focused on us now. Everything was done to create this situation. The bank robbery as well as the flashy car chase was all for this. The helicopter flew above them and circled in. How about it? It is, as Nina said, it's like we're shooting a movie in the Washington Bridge. Crimson lost. The top brass disappeared, and among the remaining members, they tried to do a desperate move only to be stopped by the Rock's organization. No doubt that's what the media is going to write against us. The heroes were standing up top on the bridge, staring down at the villains. That scene caught on the camera must look cool to the viewers. That's why everything is good. This is the best setting I could get. This is the best time to unveil the evil I've been plotting. This was way ahead of schedule, but I'm almost done with the preparations. I just have to hang on for a little bit more. Nina, proceed as planned. Escape alongside everybody that's left. I doubt you'll die if you jump into the river. If they manage to get away from the bridge, no doubt Crimson people would pick them up and give them medical attention, since they're most likely to be disguised as medics. You understood? Will you be okay by yourself, senpai? Yeah, I'll be okay on my own. From this point on, it's better if I'm alone. If you want me to hold civilians as hostages like last time, I doubt I will succeed this time. Nina is smart. Although that option is not totally out of the box, the possibility of success was just slim. Unlike before, all the attention was drawn onto them. The Guardians were there and easily assured the civilians. And unlike before, there was nothing that could threaten Slipnot now. And if they managed to succeed, it was a matter of them dealing with the one holding the civilian hostage. No, it can't end that simply. It can end with them just admitting defeat. No, I'll attain everything in this fight, defeating both heroes and taking over Crimson too, and being labeled as the ultimate villain. In return, I have to sacrifice something of equal value. No doubt I could see that bright face again. But even that, hurry up and go, Nina. I'm moving forward, in order to change the world, to change the scene I saw on the right side of my apartment. I'll go as low as I can, to no man has ever been. Even though there are few people that wished for this change, I don't care. It's because I choose to change the world that I'm doing this. Neto grit his teeth and stood up. Understood, then senpai, if you don't die, I'll treat you to a drink for once. Nina then jumped over the bridge with his remaining subordinates, after dressing themselves as medics. Small water transports were already prepared beforehand, so they should have no trouble getting away. Manaka-san, your last words. Perhaps you wanted to something like this. Neto used his shaking knee to get up while mumbling to himself. Show me the real meaning of the word evil. Huh, I'll find out myself soon. Neto looked up to the two heroes. What will you do? If you're going to surrender, then I'll take you and myself and guarantee your safety. Any more fighting is futile. Sonic Youth's words were hard and true. It felt like he was making a sincere offer. If it was the Neto 10 years ago, he would have asked for a signature, but now it was different. Neto stared at the figure of justice standing before him. Surrender? Don't kid yourself. I'm going to erase both of you from the face of the earth. Unlike before, I'll erase you before I surrender. You better be prepared. Chapter 52, it's 385,204 incidents. Sonic Youth was a hero. Everybody in America knew this. His real name, Mark Gordon, took pride in this. His alter self, Sonic Youth, was tasked to protect the dreams of the people with his strength. He knew it was his duty to do so. America is the land of freedom. The spirit to achieve success is called the American dream. He took this words into a literal sense, making it into his personal pride. When he was young, his family was never fortunate, but he didn't give up. He stood up amidst the situation and grabbed his dream. He rose higher and higher, dreaming of it and never giving up. In following years, he was the MVP of American football, the Top Gun of the Air Force, and he became an astronaut. It wasn't for him to be praised, nor did he want to be better than everybody else. He simply liked football, liked to pilot a plane, and he wanted to see space with his own eyes. He showed the world that dreams can come true. After that, was it by chance or fate, he attained the inhuman ability over sense. With all of his dreams achieved, and with new powers, he thought to himself, this must be fate. He achieved his dreams in the land of freedom and thought highly of it. Now he has powers. For what purpose? For sure, it was to protect other people's dreams. Mark understood it that way. Everybody has the right to pursue their dreams. Nobody has the right to take it away. Whether it was criminals or underground organizations, he vowed to fight them off. It was for Manhattan, no, New York, or yet for America's people. He persuaded himself so, that's why he can't lose here. Don't bother. I fight to protect people's dreams, I won't lose. Sonic Youth was standing on top of the guard railings amidst fire and smoke, looking down at his enemy. He heard from his partner lately that Crimson had someone from Metallica, a Japanese man who was a modified human, sent to assist them. This must be that man. Hey now Sonic, he insists this much, can we just kill him right here and now? Slipnot, who came down and was now beside him, mocked and took lightly of the situation. He didn't like this part of him. Slipnot, you and I are different. I fight to protect the people. He fought with him on multiple occasions, and he, Slipnot, supplied information on Crimson activities, but he never figured out what drove him, Slipnot, to do such things. Slipnot fought to kill people. Whether it's for revenge or self-satisfaction, he was obsessed with taking down Crimson's top boss, Mr. Big, and the top brass. Because of his principles, nobody wanted to cooperate with him. But soon he realized his mistakes. Sonic Youth's condition for them to pair up was to withdraw his rights to decide what should be done to the criminal. Since he agreed to that condition, they both worked together. He even agreed to hand over the criminal captured to the Guardians. Perhaps Slipnot's objective, Mr. Big, was the ultimate objective, and each Crimson member killed brings him closer to his goal. That's why he thought Slipnot was competing against himself. If they paired up, he knew their strength would be absolute, and that was the truth. Criminals and even Crimson were steadily taken down by both of them. He knew they would eventually find the missing Mr. Big and his top brass. Slipnot kept believing that and abandoned his former principles. You won't kill him. I'm okay with that decision, but, Sonic, it's him you know. The guy that held the whole city hostage, blowing up high-rise buildings and all. If I remember right, he was called Nate. What? Sonic Youth again looked at the man from Crimson, Nate. So what of it, Slipnot? By Neto. Nate's face didn't express anything. He didn't feel anything. It looked like that to Sonic Youth. Nate continued. Sonic Youth, you said you won't lose because you'll protect everybody's dreams. Ha, how noble of you. You can't defeat me. Not because I won't lose, but because I will win. It's definite. I'll do anything to win. No matter who gets sacrificed or what gets destroyed, I'll attain what I want. That's how I've always been. He was showing off an impressive killing intent. Directly and indirectly, Sonic Youth's oversense sensed danger from the man before him. He knew he wasn't faking it, but Neto wasn't afraid. On the other hand, it raised his fighting spirits. He knew it was going to be a tough fight. He couldn't forgive this man. He tried to steal the people's dreams. Evil, enemy, you. He jumped off from the guardrail and landed in front of Nate. The wind was blowing and the smoke also got blown away. Do you know how many crimes you have committed? Sonic Youth declared it in front of him. His heart was burning and yearned for justice. His aura was enough for average villains to contemplate their crimes and cower before him. It's 385,204 incidents. Nate didn't cower before him. His expression was still cold as ice. Wah? Didn't you hear me? You don't need to dig it up during trial. The total incidents I committed are 385,204, both directly and indirectly. Sonic Youth didn't understand him. Nate's answer was a huge amount. Did he count each crime he committed? Did he take those crimes to heart? Is there a villain that would do such a thing? This is no ordinary man. I can't lower my guard against him. Sonic Youth took up his battle stance once again. Neto's point of view. Maybe I spoke too much. Speaking to Sonic Youth directly, a little bit of him melted off. He counted them. He counted the amount of crimes he committed and remembered them. He wasn't asking to be forgiven. He counted them to remind himself to carry those sins he committed on his shoulders as he moved on. That's right, it was for self-assurance. Those who got hurt, killed, and things that got destroyed, they won't come back, but he'll never forget them. Those feelings weren't supposed to be shown to the enemy. He reflected on his actions. But I never thought of it that much. In the next moment, he used his claws and slashed upward. His claws were powerful enough to cut through steel. Too slow. But it didn't hit Sonic Youth. Leaving his after-image, he disappeared. Looking up, he was doing a somersault flip and landed behind him. You're one fast bastard. Take this. Neto turned around and assumed a defensive stance. It was close, but he managed to block him off. He blocked his accelerated spin hook with both of his arms. Sonic Youth used the force from the kick to gain distance. They both stared down each other. I see. I can't do it half-heartedly, huh? Zing. Fast, what speed is this? I can't hit him at this speed. Sonic Youth was using his oversense to focus on him. His posture, movements, and focus were perfect. His dodge rate was almost at 100%. He's close to being invincible. No matter how he looked at it, it felt so. Sniping and long-range attacks would weaken the bullet's firepower, and because of oversense, he could detect it early on. But then, close-range attacks were also impossible. When Mark Gordon was assigned to a VIP, his security was perfect that nobody could get close to them. And whenever he fought, he could read the expressions of his enemies and know what they were thinking even before they acted. In that case, he was invincible. His body may be like a normal person's and still vulnerable to mortal wounds, but with his speed, he was untouchable. It was impossible to kill him from afar. It was impossible to get near him, and with his oversense focused into a single point, he was unbeatable. He is close to being invincible. That's right, only close to, but not invincible. Neto took a breath and charged at Sonic Youth. It's futile, you can never catch up to me. Sonic Youth activated his roller blades. With a quick jump and a spin, he dodged Neto's attack. Take this. He still dodged. Even with consecutive attacks, he dodged every single strike. With perfect technique and his frightening speed, his attacks never touched him. It was like he was only hitting his afterimage, but this afterimage also struck back. Ha! While dodging Neto's attacks, Sonic Youth immediately did a spin hook. It was so sudden that Neto couldn't block it. He took the blow and got blown off. With his speed as his focal point, Sonic Youth displayed a huge advantage over him. He couldn't hit him, but Sonic Youth could easily get a blow over him. It was a one-sided battle. At the same time, Slipnot was sniping him from the guardrails. With his superb accuracy and timing in between blows, he landed every shot at Neto. Of course, Neto could do nothing but receive the shots. Not yet. Neto tried to stand and fight, but the blows kept coming at him. You should stop. You're all beaten up. He was already knocked down multiple times, but he still stood back up. Sonic Youth pointed a finger at him to stay down. I won't stop. Neto stood back up. He'll fight to death. His trap will be set off at the most critical moment. There was no other way to win but that. You're stubborn, then I won't hold back. Sonic Youths saw butt hit Neto's head. Paired with the speed and the kinetic energy stored, this brought Neto to his knees. No doubt everybody looking at them via television were cheering at this moment. But all was good for Neto. The reason he fights is for himself. He was fighting for the world he wanted to create. That's why he wasn't bothered with other people's opinion of him. Come. You can't stop me unless you kill me. Neto stood back up again. His body was screaming all over, but he ignored it. You look so pitiful now, Sonic. I'll get serious too. Looking down at Neto, Slipnot pulled out a different weapon than his rifle. He pulled out a rocket launcher. Yahoo! Slipnot fired a rocket. Neto grit his teeth and tried dodging it. Explosion and thick smoke eloped the bridge. Slipnot probably reduced the firepower so the bridge won't get destroyed, but it still was powerful. Hey. Slipnot was now throwing grenades. This also caused explosions and thick smoke. Paired with the burning vehicles, rocket launcher and grenades, the Washington Bridge was now covered in thick black smoke. No doubt people from afar can no longer see what was going on inside the smoke. Is this it, huh? Neto managed to avoid the blasts but still sustained splash damage. He couldn't stand back up. It was over for him. He can't fight anymore. Looking at the defeated figure, the two heroes approached him. It's your loss. You did well, but how unfortunate. You were so close. Both heroes were unhurt. They casually looked down on Neto. Yeah, it's my loss. Neto's transformation wore off. Even in his human form, he was all beaten up. Sonic Youth, go ahead and capture me. I'll face trial as you suggested. Neto didn't have the strength to attack. He couldn't move. That's what Sonic Youth must have thought. Good. Sonic Youth slowly walked towards Neto. He was still on his guard. Even if Neto did a surprise attack, he knew it would be useless. But he still was cautious. Being defeated by heroes doesn't sound too bad after all. Neto didn't move. Sonic Youth gave his gear to Slipnot and approached Neto. Amidst the fire and flames, the hero captures the villain. This was the moment. Bang! The sound echoed. It was a gunshot. Slipnot, what are you? Thud. The sound echoed again. It was the sound of Sonic Youth falling. Slipnot shot Sonic Youth from behind at a close range. Aiming at the weak spot of his protector or armor, it was a fatal wound. Neto laughed at the hero who fell to the ground. It's unfortunate, Sonic Youth. Why? Crawling on the ground, Sonic Youth still didn't grasp what had happened to him. Even with oversense, Sonic Youth was still human. Unlike Ramon or Dylan, he didn't do any enhancements to his body. A bullet alone was enough to gravely injure him. Didn't I tell you? I'll use any method just to win. Normally, you can't kill him at long distances, nor get close to him either. And during battle, with his oversense, he can dodge every attack thrown at him. That's why this was the only way to defeat him. A strike outside of battle where he isn't fully cautious of. Hiding the killing intent before the strike, and as fast as possible, pull the trigger accurately on the weak spot. The only person capable of doing that was Slipnot himself. Ever since they met at the high-rise building, Neto already decided to use Slipnot to defeat Sonic Youth. After the battle with him, he planned this whole thing with Slipnot. My bad Sonic, I'm with this guy. No matter what it takes, I'll achieve my objective. Slipnot then continued firing bullet after bullet into Sonic Youth. The man known as Sonic Youth was now dead. The man who made his dream come true, the man who vowed to protect everybody's dream, was now dead. See ya, Sonic Youth. You were really amazing. I hope heaven exists for you. No doubt you'll be sent there. Neto whispered to himself. Sonic Youth was a strong man. He represented America's heroes and was very commendable. His actions were worthy of an award, but Neto thought, not everybody can be as strong as you. Chasing after your dream is an amazing thing, but not everybody can do it. The world was built that way. That's why I'm going to destroy such world. Now then, Metallica bastard, spill it out. Where is Mr. Big's safe house? You better not say, don't kill him, or some kind of joke, will you? Slipnot pointed the gun at Neto. No, go ahead and kill him. This is his location. Well, if I died and you didn't follow as you were instructed, Mr. Big would have been released by now. If he escape, you won't find any other chance to kill Mr. Big, will you? Neto pulled out a memory stick which had Mr. Big's location and threw it to Slipnot. He defeated Sonic Youth. But the fight for control over Crimson was now starting. This would be his greatest betrayal yet. You're so merciless. Okay. As long as I get to kill my target, then I'm good. Is that so? Then you should change and get it over with before the smoke clears. The rocket launcher shot at Neto wasn't a shot to kill him. Slipnot suppressed its power and substituted it with a substance that would cause smoke. The exploded vehicles were also pre-planned by Slipnot. In short, everything was staged and calculated by Slipnot. With the burning vehicles and the thick smoke, you can't see anything of the bridge from outside. What they needed to do what interchanged Slipnot and Sonic Youth. The man formerly known as Slipnot will wear the protector or armor and sonic rollers. The dead man formerly known as Sonic Youth will wear the black tights. Desecrating a hero's dead body was no good business. That's why they also needed to do it with the cover of the smoke. Slipnot was smiling as he wore Sonic Youth's costume. Hey you, can you still use the sonic rollers? I can't use it freely like Sonic Kun, but it should be fairly possible to skate out and disappear in this. They finished interchanging. The smoke was already about to clear, exposing the current scene. Neto transformed and grabbing Sonic Youth dressed as Slipnot by the face, he raised it up. He then walked to the edge of the bridge. Look at me, Manhattan. Look at me, America. Crimson, behold this sight. I defeated Slipnot with my hands. Sonic Youth is about to escape. Behold the sight of a man who abandoned his ally amidst danger. Helping the man who tried to kill his woman's father. I defeated all the heroes in America, taking away hope from everybody. All in the name of evil. I will obtain Crimson and stand on top of Metallica. I will rule everything and destroy the world. No one can stop me. That day, every citizen fixed their eyes on the Battle of Washington Bridge, where two heroes collided with the forces of Crimson. They saw the battle live and was shocked by the final scene. A rough battle occurred amidst fire and smoke. As the smoke cleared, a demon was holding Slipnot's body up high, and the famed Sonic Youth ran for his life. It was an utterly despairing sight. Any human that looked at that scene could say nothing more. Chapter 53. We'll still go down that path. Confirming that the TV cameras got a clear picture of Mark Gordon dressed as Slipnot, he threw the body into the Hudson River. He undid his transformation and opened a communication line. Neato, are you in the submarine now? I've thrown Mark Gordon's body in the river. Recover it immediately. Don't forget to put the corpse on a preservation capsule. Dursted Senpai, but as expected of you, Senpai. I was shocked when I saw that scene. No matter how you looked at it, you were the bona fide devil. Neato quickly responded to his orders. There was still a purpose to be served for Mark's dead body. They needed to freeze it before it starts decomposing. Neato easily solved this problem by reacting quickly and recovering the body. I see, so that's what you're planning. Slipnot, who was in Sonic Youth's armor, talked lightly of their procedure. Yeah, that's how it is. If you're done, get moving. Don't you get captured by Crimson now. Are you kidding me? You already told me the weak spots of Crimson's entrapment. There's no way they can catch me. Neto already tasked his men to surround the area near the bridge in case something happened. But with his information, Slipnot should be able to pass through easily. Well, off I go then. Bye. Activating the sonic rollers, he began his escape. He can't do fancy maneuvers like the real Sonic Youth, but running in a straight line should pose no problems. After seeing that Slipnot left, Neto once again opened a line to communicate. Sonic Youth escaped, sorry, but I can't go after him with the injuries I sustained from the battle with Slipnot. We already have him surrounded, capture him at all cost. With that order, every subordinate under him started moving. He already knew what would happen. They can never catch Sonic Youth. Slipnot was already aware of the route where security was its weakest. And it was Slipnot inside that, Sonic Youth, if anybody got in his way, they'll surely be killed. It's my win. He jumped into the river, making a successful escape. The foreigner from Metallica, Komori Neto, had prevented Crimson from self-destruction. Waging his life in the battle between the top two heroes of the Rock's organization, Slipnot and Sonic Youth, he managed to defeat the hero, Slipnot, with the latter escaping for his life. With confusion, the remaining guardians that surrounded the bridge let him escape with no effort. No doubt that's what the media or the people would write about in the future. With the help of Nina, he managed to escape safely into Allied territory. After that, he was rushed to the hospital to receive treatment and went home. It was a critical moment for Crimson, but since he already did enough, he wasn't added in the plan to capture Sonic Youth. Returning to his penthouse, he waited for news on the entrapment operation. Soon, everything will be settled. He sat down on his sofa, folded his arms, and stared blankly into space. The rain was pouring outside, beating against his windows. An hour passed until he got a report. There was no need to know the contents of the message. He already predicted Sonic Youth got away even beforehand. No problems occurred. This is good. At this moment, Sonic Youth, no Slipnot should be heading towards Mr. Big's location. He couldn't bring himself to sleep. And he wasn't in the mood to celebrate just yet. He was just sitting on the sofa, staring blankly into space. Time passed and he still couldn't sleep. His body was beaten all over, but he wasn't in the mood to go and sleep on his bed. That moment, he received a call. It wasn't just a regular call. It was connected to his direct line, a line only a single person had access to. It's here, huh? There was nobody else who had access to this line except Slipnot. Neto picked up and answered the call. Yes. No doubt he was there to report on the completion of his task. That's what he thought, but the caller wasn't him. Hey there, Nate. It has been a long time. Mr. Big. His caller was the founder of Crimson and Anis's father, the person he wanted killed. It was really a long time since they spoke. The last time they spoke to each other was when Mr. Big visited him after the battle with Slipnot. Neto reminisced that past. I'm sorry, Mr. Big, but you're going to have to come with me. Neto started his plans when Mr. Big visited him the second time. He had already prepared beforehand. That night after the battle, he got in contact with Slipnot. Slipnot's objective was the top brass and Mr. Big of Crimson. If that was the case, there was an agreement to be made between them. Hey Slipnot, you're having a hard time killing Mr. Big by yourself. Am I right? Mr. Big always prepared himself and took precaution to avoid being sniped from a long distance. The reason why Slipnot kept killing Crimson personnel was to get information and set up ahead before Mr. Big sets up his own preventive measures. I'll help you assassinate him. I'll kidnap him and tell you his location after everything is done. Mr. Big didn't leave anything to chance. He might know that Neto wanted to take over the company, but not enough to kill him with his own hands. He might be a modified human, but he risked too much if he killed him himself. In a few hours, Crimson would be chasing after him. These are my conditions for our trade. I will kidnap Mr. Big and let him be killed by you. You will start cooperating with Sonic Youth and find the right moment to kill him. Of course you'll act first. After I confirmed it with my own eyes, I'll start moving too. Putting it simply, anybody that kills Mr. Big is going to have the whole Crimson organization after his head. If Neto did it, it would be as Mr. Big predicted. He'll die like a bug being squashed. Then the solution was simple. Frame it someone other than yourself. You won't have any demerits from this, nor do I have any reason to lie to you. You know that yourself. Their objectives aligned, so they decided to work together. As he heard on the news that Slipnot started working together with Sonic Youth, he made his move on Mr. Big on his next visit. He removed the bothersome personnel and made them disappeared, referring to the top brass always with Mr. Big. It was his own fault for visiting him without any escorts. "You're coming with me." As he said those words, Mr. Big asked him a few questions. What if I said no? Then I'll be using force if it comes to it. Both of them were talking silently on the hospital's corridors. It was like they were plotting something mischievous. I see. Then you are saying that you have found a way to dispose of me without making an enemy of Crimson and enable you to take over my company. Is that right? Yes, this isn't like you to be caught off guard, Mr. Big. To Mr. Big, he thought Neto was in no condition to fight and bring him down. But with his exceptionally high decision-making skill, he determined otherwise. Caught off guard? No, if you were such a capable person, there's nothing I can do about it. That's all there is. What do you mean? Does that mean you gave up on fighting back? Mr. Big moved his head left and right. No, I told you before, I've done some horrible things in my life. I was already prepared for something like this to happen. If there was somebody who would bring me down, it's for the best that you are the one to do it. Neto didn't understand him. Why, then are you saying that you already anticipated that I would do something like this? If you go down the current path you are on, you'll understand soon enough. No, I hope that day never comes for you. And like that, Mr. Big was kidnapped by Neato. That Mr. Big was now about to be executed by Slipnot in his safe house. That someone had made a call to him. Neto faltered at this unexpected call. Mr. Big was talking light-heartedly as he usually does. Yes, I've made a requested to Slipnot. I'm currently asking a favor from him. Yes, I found out who he is. It turns out he was someone I knew from a long time ago. There's nothing I can do if he kills me. But he was willing to listen to my last request. Ah, he's here pointing a gun at me. Mr. Big was about to die. There was nothing that could prevent this. Neto was mystified because there was no trace of fear in his voice. His voice was philosophical in his last moments. Nate, I have to say my thanks to you. The safe house you prepared for me was perfect. The cigars and sake were all good. I'm thankful for your hospitality. Giving out his thanks in his current situation, no normal person could do such thing. Neto's hands that held the communication device started sweating. Are you not afraid of dying? He unconsciously asked him. He regretted asking. He had no right to listen to his answer. Not at all. I am afraid of dying. Of course, I don't bear a grudge against you. But let me see, I'm just tired of being evil, you see. Hearing Mr. Big's shaky voice, he didn't contemplate his decision to kill him. He was just sad for such a thing was needed to happen. I don't regret my actions that led me to this situation. I was already prepared beforehand. I'm also prepared. They were the same. Their resolve was absolute. Are you familiar with the words, "Those who lost are always evil," Nate? He knew those words all too well. It was used to describe the nature of evil. Neto replied, yes, but also in the same way, the winner is always right. If the winner is always right, then the loser is always evil, would be an indirect implication. Haha, don't kid yourself. You don't believe in those words, no more than I do. Mr. Big laughed off Neto's notion, but it was still as he said. The winner is always right and represented justice, while the losing side will be branded as wrong and deemed evil. That may have been the truth, but to Neto, justice and evil were two different things. Evil is evil, whether you win or lose. What's deemed as evil will be branded as evil in its most basic form. I'm sorry, let's get back to topic. Evil always falls. I think that is the truth. Looking at my situation, don't you agree? Mr. Big's words were undeniable. If you lose, you're branded evil. If you win, you are branded right and represent justice. In that higher form of thoughts, Mr. Big implied such things. What do you mean? It's simple, evil will never be recognized by the world. That's why the path you're going down is treacherous and uncertain. Be it justice or another stronger force of evil, you'll be defeated just like me right now. Those who wish to redeem themselves and go after you will do it in the name of justice. Mr. Big's words were heavy. Neto related with the words so much that it hurt. A treacherous and uncertain path, he knew it all too well. He felt the weight of those words on his shoulders. Mr. Big has been a villain for a far longer period of time than Neto. No doubt his words rang true. Conquerors from the past that are recorded on textbooks are different. On those times, the sense of value was different from the modern age. Their cause was justified because they did it for the people, for their country. They were never branded evil for their hideous actions. Among the conquerors of the past, even in the name of justice, Nobody was able to conquer the whole world even if they branded themselves right. How much more if the individual was evil? I understand. Neto stood up from the sofa and strengthened his resolve. Listen to me, Nate. The path you are on, even famous personages from the past, never reached the end of it. No matter how much they tried, they still couldn't achieve what they wanted. Neto finally understood what Mr. Big was trying to tell him. After his many years being a villain, this was what he noticed and learned from his experiences. He was trying to pass on the lesson he learned to the man who defeated him. Don't cry, I can't shed a tear for him. Will you still go down that path? Mr. Big wasn't just implying on how Neto fought his battles. He was talking about his will to change the world and the world he was going to create. All the things he said was for him to ask this question. Neto tried to suppress the various feelings coming out from him. Time passed by silently, and Mr. Big was waiting for Neto's reply. It was, as Mr. Big said, he slowly realized what he going up against. The he was on was an impregnable path. He always ran down this path. Ran since the beginning. Destroying many things and injuring many people, he kept running down that path. He already knew his answer. There was no way he would falter right now. Yes, I won't lose. I'll go down this path until the end. Neto answered strongly and as firm as possible. Mr. Big gave out a small laugh. Somewhere in his voice, there was a sense of satisfaction from hearing his answer. Without any hesitation, he asked, Fu, I see. If I get defeated, killed here, then there's nothing I can do about it. Ah, I have a final request of you. Suppressing his emotions, Neto replied, anything that's within my power. Will you keep it a secret from Annis that you defeated, killed me? It was an unusual request. But that would. After committing such crime against her, there was no way he could accept her feelings from now on. He planned on telling Annis that he killed her father after the battle. I'll leave my daughter in your hands. You have your own goals, and maybe you already have someone you like. If that's the case, then I'll bear a grudge on you. But I want to save my cute daughter from the pain of knowing her first love was the man that killed her father. That's all there is. You should bear her pain on your shoulders, am I right? Mr. Big was still mischievous on his words, but the content of his request was heavy. He already knew this himself. The reason why he wanted to confess his crime to Annis was because he wanted to redeem and assure himself. Losing her father and having her heart broken by the man she loved, thinking about her feelings, Mr. Big's words were right. He needed to bear his sins on his shoulders rather than confessing and getting over it. I understand. Until the time comes when she is ready to hear the truth, I will keep it a secret. Hearing Neto's words, Mr. Big laughed again. Thank you, Nate, then this is it. This was their last conversation. Neto replied with a smile and a shaky voice. Yes, the melon was really good. Thank you very much. Before the call ended, he heard the sound of sonic rollers revving up and the sound of a gunshot. After that, the call ended. It's over. It was all over. That man was dead. Putting down his communication device, Neto went out into the balcony. It was still raining, that's why he went out. Out in the pouring rain, Neto stood there getting wet. His head, his face, and his body were all wet. If anybody saw him right now, they won't notice. That's why he was there, just standing amidst the rain. The next day, Mr. Big Crimson's boss body was found. There was a wound on his neck, and it was identified that the sonic rollers caused it. There was nobody else they could blame it on. Sonic Youth was missing ever since the fight on the Washington Bridge ended. It was ruled out that Sonic Youth found Mr. Big and killed him. As a result, it was a war between Crimson and Slipnot, dressed as Sonic Youth. In the end, Crimson ruled out that it was the top two heroes from the Rock's organization that confined Mr. Big. After Mr. Big's funeral, his executives were in a state of distress. Of course, this was obvious since their charismatic boss passed away. With their failure of capturing Sonic Youth, each executive blamed each other for the situation they were in. The organization was falling apart. The underground society also didn't stay quiet. With the top underground organization weakened, each organization stared moving to attack and take away Crimson's territory. The executive staff were at a loss to what to do to save their crumbling organization. There was just nobody from the executives that could lead them. Amidst that confusion, a man stood out. Bearing the scars of his battle yesterday alongside with his spectacular victory, he scolded the executive staff. The man proclaimed unto Crimson, "We must take revenge. That's the rule of the family. Mr. Big left his will onto me, and I will answer to it. Are you okay with it? Are you going to be an organization that keeps quiet after your boss got killed? You'll lose your position in the underground society. Stand and fight. Stand up and fight. There is no one else left to protect Mr. Big's legacy but me. We may change, but Mr. Big's legacy will live on." There were some skeptical about this foreigner, but this man was willing to risk his life to extract revenge on Sonic Youth. If he failed, he promised to commit seppuku. Taking command of Crimson's forces and heading out himself, he gathered information to locate the missing Sonic Youth. The following day, he brought with him the dead body of Mark Gordon. As he had proclaimed, he extracted revenge for Mr. Big. There was no one who doubted him now. At that moment, the first candidate to succeed Mr. Big was that man. He managed to defeat the top 2 heroes of the Rock's organization, gained favor from the former boss daughter, and had connections with the evil organization Metallica. He was an irreplaceable figure inside Crimson after Mr. Big's death. Of course, there were some who doubted the flow of this scenario. If this was already planned beforehand, then that makes the man on top scarier. He would have transcended man, having the power of a demon while having the sly mind of a devil. There was nobody that could oppose him. There was nobody else that could lead and rebuild the weakened Crimson. In order for Mr. Big's legacy, Crimson, to grow stronger, they needed to forge stronger ties with Metallica and were in a substantial form to merge with them. It was now necessary for the boss of Crimson to someone from Metallica. This is how the great worldwide evil organization, Crimson and Metallica, with the help of a man taking control, got stronger. That man's name was Komori Neto. Chapter 54, Brace Yourself and Come. In front of Jaime Wilson was the corpse of the man he had been chasing for years. A clean cut on his was visible, made by the blades of the sonic roller. "This my payback to you, Mr. Big." After finishing the body, Jaime stood up and ran towards his motorbike. He fought a very long battle. 10 years ago, he was part of a small Chinese gang in the state of California that got brutally taken out by Crimson, who were also formerly based in California. What started out as a small territorial dispute escalated into a full annihilation of their gang. In that war, his best friend as well as the woman he loved were killed. Of course, a bit of Jaime died alongside with them. On that fateful day, they got ambushed by Crimson, which led to the vehicle they were riding to plunge into the ocean. It was a miracle how Jaime managed to survive that crash. In that instant, he lost everything dear to him. He cried so much on that day. As his tears dried, something within his triggered. "I'm not going to leave things as it is." Since that day, swore to take revenge. He trained himself to master weapons and field tactics. He worked as a hired gun to save money and built up his intelligence network. Nothing comes out of revenge. What of it? I'm not thinking of getting something out from revenge. I just couldn't forgive him, so I'll kill him. I'm just fighting to satisfy myself. The dead don't rejoice. How do you know? I'm sure that my best friend Romeo would rather have Mr. Big dead than me dying alongside with him. It's bad to pledge your life in pursuit of revenge, but what of it? As long as the person says he's okay with it, what rights do you have to stop them? I already lost everything. My life is already falling apart. There's nobody worthy to advise me. I'm fighting because I want to fight. Amidst Crimson's globalization, Jaime fought alone. People might say, why don't you create allies? I'm not stupid. I won't let some half-ass person near me. After all, human nature is unpredictable. He might betray me at any moment. He fought alone. Hunting during at night, using unconventional methods, he kept coming for Crimson. He started with small fry and made his way up to the commanders, as well as the top brass. He hunted like crazy. No, maybe he was already crazy. Without his constant banter and jokes, he doubted if he could remain sane after many years. That he, at one occasion, got labeled as one of the Rock's organization. Don't make me laugh. I don't intend on becoming a hero. I kill because I want to. I'm nothing more than a murderer. The public commented that his fighting method were dirty, but he shrugged it off. He did what needed to be done in order to achieve his objective. He can't lose focus by such petty comments. I'll defeat you. Alongside with your subordinates at that time, and the crimson you created, I'll bring it down. Jaime got on his motorbike and headed out into the city. The night lights passed him as he made his way into his hideout. In his many years of fighting, he met that man. He came to trust that man not because of reasoning, but because of one simple reason. Their interest intersected. That man wanted to kill Mr. Big and make Crimson into his own. Maybe this was what Jaime wanted all along. Like him and his gang, he wanted Mr. Big to be eliminated by a stronger force of evil and lose everything he held dear. That was why he decided to cooperate with him. And now they achieved their objective. He mysteriously didn't feel anything when he confronted Mr. Big in his last moments. He even heard out Mr. Big's final request. He didn't hate him, but as the person he was about to kill, he granted his final wish. Of course, it wasn't enough for him to let him go. He only felt a small sense of achievement. That was it. Jaime arrived in his hideout. He sat on his sofa and turned the TV on. A popular drama series was playing. It was about guys from California enjoying their youth and falling in love. Today's the final episode, what a convenient timing. The drama was already running its 10th season. His first love, Jessica, used to watch it every weekend. She loved the series and was anticipating the happy ending it would bring out in the end. She even convinced Jaime to watch it with her. During that time, Jaime held no interest on the show. He always laughed how drama was a cliché and had an uninteresting plot. But now, he watched it every time. A happy ending, It's as Jessica said. The show was over. The protagonist got united with the heroine, and they got married. Jaime reached out for a bottle of wild turkey and poured some of the liquid into a glass. He took a cigarette out and lit it. When he defeated Sonic Youth, that man said, "I hope heaven exists for you." Jaime thought of something similar. In the past 10 years, he was pondering over the same thought. I hope hell exists. His best friend Romeo, as well as his first love Jessica and his whole gang, if hell existed, they would be no doubt there. And no doubt he was also going there. For 10 years, he had been hunting Crimson and watching that drama. He was now getting tired of it. Jaime puffed out a smoke. I defeated the Mr. Big, you know. I'm amazing, right? That Crimson is already over. With my help, that Japanese guy is going to take over it. Hugh, as expected of me. Jaime took a sip of bourbon. Is it okay if I go there now? Jaime closed his eyes. His cigarette's fire had already gone out. His bottle of bourbon was already empty. Is it okay, Jessica? If I ever meet you in hell, I hope you won't get angry at me. I'll even tell you how that drama you like to watch ends. Jaime stood up and exited the room and headed out somewhere. The last sighting of Slipnot was over Washington Bridge. All of America witnessed him, but his body was never found. Thinking of his capability, people began to speculate that he somehow managed to stay alive using some kind of technique. Yet nobody saw Slipnot after the Battle of Washington Bridge. In the end, who was he? Why did he fight off Crimson? Where has he gone? Nobody in the world knew the answer. There were a lot of theories, but none of them fit Slipnot. Then he must have carried something heavy with him, only he could ever know. Let's stop speculating and instead let's thank him. He saved New York multiple times after all. People of the city thought of him that way, and the hero called Slipnot disappeared from existence. Neto was going through data sheets in his office. It was his job as the current head of Crimson. Crimson's quarterly report, suggestions from Metallica on the Metallica-Crimson merging, reports from Surugi back in Japan, as well as his training schedules. He was handling desk work, which he never was good at, when a knock came into his office door. Come in. As the door opened, Annis came in. Hi, Nate. A man called Aiknu sent a report titling Suggestions on Utilization and Usage of Crimson's Flying Board to Metallica's Modified Humans. Thanks. Just put the data disk over in that area. You're welcome. Hey, Nate, it's already dark, aren't you starving? Really? Is it already dark? Well, I'm starving, but... As Neto honestly answered, Annis pulled out a paper bag. Fufu, and I thought so. Here, I'll give you this. It's Anna's special turkey sandwich. Looking into the bag, Neto saw a huge sandwich. Looking up, he saw Annis, who was waiting for his comments. Yeah, thank for the meal, yeah. It's really good. Annis's expression brightened up as he said those words. Why, thank God. Ugh. Looking at Annis, he was in doubt on his thoughts. 6 months had already passed since Mr. Big's death and him taking over Crimson's operations. Annis already returned to her former bright and energetic self. When she heard of her father's death, she was crying on Neto's shoulders all day long. She didn't ask him why, nor bore a grudge against the perpetrator Sonic Youth. In her own way, she understood her father's job and the dangers brought in with it. His father, who was a villain, had been killed. Maybe she already prepared for such thing to happen. But in the end, it was impossible not to cry after losing her loved one. Neto had nothing to say. He only had right to offer up his should for her to cry on. His shoulders were wet as she cried into them. She just called his name, but then shrugged it off as she wept more. Neto wanted to confess everything to her and kill himself. But he couldn't do it. It was for his objective as well as the promise he made to her father as her died. He held those feelings in. On that night, he wanted to leave her and go wandering off into town to buy a drink, but he stopped himself. He couldn't bring himself to hurt himself. After all, it was an opportunity created by her father. No way would he throw his life recklessly. He had to bear and watch the once bright and energetic Annis sink into depression. But she didn't stay depressed for too long. She was the daughter of the former boss and was the mascot of Crimson. She smile was what kept Crimson's spirit up. Everybody knew this as well as she did. Neto took out Sonic Youth, and after many weeks, she returned to her former bright and energetic self. He knew it was, though, for her, and some people also agreed, but she insisted. If I keep crying, I'm sure my papa would also be sad. Everybody wanted to protect her. And despite that, Neto still kept the secret. Neto was only entitled to stand beside her, not being able to usher the words of comfort. He hated himself for that, but he couldn't show outside. He was glad that she was returning to her former self, but yet he still couldn't forgive himself. He just had to live with himself. Are you okay? Am I that cute for you to space out? Annis was acting cute and innocent, point her face. She wanted him to laugh. Noticing her, Neto composed himself in a panicky manner. Well, did you already have dinner? Nope, I'm about to have some. Do you want to eat together here? She was like a small dog wagging her tail behind her. There was no way he could refuse her. Yeah. I'm okay with it. Yay, a dinner date in the office. I'm going out to order Chinese. Wah, don't take it that way. Without saying another word, Annis dashed out of the room. It may have been tough for her, but she still liked Neto. Unlike before, she was now straightforward with her feeling towards him. Looking at it from her perspective, it would make all sense. The man she formerly liked took it up upon him to take revenge for her father's death and supported her as she mourned. What am I going to do about this? Looking at her, Annis was the cute type, and she even was Neto's type. Her smile was nice, and he always had fun when she was with him. There was even a time when he got the butterflies with her. But he never could respond to her feelings. There were 3 reasons. 1, after doing something that horrible to her, he had no right to enjoy her by his side. 2, there was a huge chance he might get killed. He didn't want Annis to bear the pain of losing someone she loved again. The 3rd and final reason is... Beep beep. Neto got interrupted in his train of thoughts. That sounds was of his transponder connected to Metallica's main office. In other words, an emergency line. Yes, Komori here. A man he was familiar with popped up into the screen. With a huge body and long propped hair, people comment that the man resembled like a boar. He had an astounding aura as well as high charisma, being in charge of Metallica's supreme commander. General Raz, is something the matter? It was General Raz that made the emergency call. Neto composed himself and faced the monitor. Ha 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 ha, don't be so stiff. You're one of the executives now, just like us. I've heard about Crimson. Thank you for those words. Okay, sorry, I don't have much time. I'll just get to the point. Well, it's not really my place to tell you this, but I thought I'd see your face for the first time in a while. Komori returned to Japan immediately. As usual, he was an imposing individual. Neto made a small laugh. Return? But Crimson's case hasn't been settled yet. He knew that meeting existed. Meeting, it's a meeting where all of Metallica's top brass come together. Neto was finally recognized as part of the higher echelons of Metallica. He may have done a lot, but there were more people who stood above him. That's why he wanted to confirm once again. Me. Those words. It seemed like the merging of Crimson and Metallica was really a big deal for them. Of course, With Crimson, Metallica can now have a stronghold in America, and the globalization meant their influence spread further in the world. This joint venture was a turning point for the company. With Crimson's over-technology and Metallica's modified humans, Metallica's military might increased. Both directly and indirectly, it was all thanks to Neto. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll tell you the details after I get back to Japan, but I'll tell you. The only people attending this meeting will be me, you, Vice President Hetfield, our advisor, Old Hammett, and the boss. Come prepared. Our president is. Neto got riled up by General Raz's words. The president was the one who stood on top of Metallica, and as such, he is the world's greatest villain. It would be easy to say that he had the most influence on the world. The mysterious thing about Metallica's president, there was no updated information you could find on him. Even Neto didn't see or know him. The president was always shrouded in darkness. He is there, but he merely pulls the strings in the company. The reason for this occurrence is unknown. It would never come out of public. Neto speculated that the old guy in his interview might have been the president, but that would never happen. If the president went out that public, there was no way he could maintain being mysterious. That must have been another executive. The president's general identity was already well known. Metallica's president, his name is even written down on modern textbooks. Taojiro Blackmoa. Half American and half Japanese, he's far better than Professor H's modified humans and stronger than General Raz. He built the great evil organization Metallica on his shoulders and was considered as a genius by the world. But many years had already passed. People already speculated that he was now an old man. There were even some rumors stating that his position as president was already filled in by a new individual. In other words, he being the president is glorified throughout the company. He is also the one Neto was aiming for. So I'll finally get to see that man, huh? Neto livened up his expression and answered, "Understood. I'll be returning tomorrow." The transmission from General Raz cut off. The next moment, Annis came into the room with the Chinese takeouts. "I'm back. Did something happen, Nate?" Annis was now sitting on the sofa, looking at Neto's face. "HM? Oh, it's nothing. Let's eat." Brushing it off jokingly, he bit into his sandwich. Annis laughed in return. She gave him some Chinese spring roll and poured coffee for him. Annis talked about the things that happened to her today. It was funny, so Neto laughed. Annis mentioned a 21st century manga she was reading. Neto listened intently. That how their meal went throughout the night. After all of that was over, headed for Japan. He made it this far. A little more and he can have what he wanted. He couldn't just jump and plan directly to bring down the president. He needed to know him first, but now. Have some of this, Nate. It's really good. What is that? Is that gyoza? Yuwa, aren't American people ashamed of making this? Implicitly implying that American-made gyoza sucks. I can't tell you everything, Annis. I can't even apologize for it. I'll keep the promise I made with your father. I'll keep going forward. It wasn't atonement for him, neither did he expect to be forgiven. But still, when all of this is over, if ever you're still by my side, I will. As he was listening to Annis' words, as he chewed on his sandwich and got lost in his thoughts. Chapter 55. I'm impressed with you, boss. The global management department of Metallica was getting busier. There was the issue with integrating Crimson into Metallica and reviewing worldwide reports from their sources, but two cases stood out among them. One was the integration of Crimson technology to Metallica's modified humans to increase both companies' military strength. The second one was finalizing the plan for when Metallica would enter America, both of which were no easy task. What Komori Neto achieved in America was described as a miracle. He was able to take over Crimson and made it possible to integrate the company into Metallica. The one who placed in charge of such important affairs was Aikno Ryuji, now the new current head of the Global Management Department. After heading a research team on Purgatory Island, he was promoted to lab head and further accelerated the development of modified humans. His position now was the result of his successes in his field. If was a regular human, he would tackle his tasks with hard work and dedication, but being him, he approached his tasks in a logical, smart, and efficient way. He still applied those principles of his today. Okay, send these samples to the research lab. We need to integrate Crimson's flying technology to our modified humans. I want a report on the prototype of this matter in a month. I already made preparations for mass production, so don't worry. Sitting in the department head's chair, he kept relaying orders. How's LA? Good, then I'll send in some men. While Crimson is recovering, smaller organizations are surely going to make a move. We need to take of them before they become an issue. His subordinates responded accordingly and moved precisely to his orders. Everybody was a hand-picked elite. Good, that's it for today. After reviewing, he sent his subordinates home. Aikno was not stupid enough to overwork his subordinates. As long as they finished their tasks, he allowed them to go home. Aikno himself also needed to attend a meeting of executives. His work today was perfect. Born with high intelligence and charisma, he always did his work perfectly. He didn't like to lose to anybody. Aikno stood up and went to the meeting room. The executive meeting was second in importance to the M meeting. The topics they were going to discuss would then be brought up for the M meeting members to decide upon. Everybody in the executive meeting had their own principle to excel and try to replace the current president, but today Komori was absent. Aikno thought to himself, Komori got promoted into an executive a little bit ahead of me, but the consequence of that is he was being assigned abroad. I see. It's a big deal for him to take over Crimson. No doubt he used some kind of brutal method to achieve his goal again. It may be unpleasant, but I'll have to recognize his achievement. In the end, he helped expand Metallica. Yet being away from the main office at this moment was fatal for him. Even if he was an executive, if he isn't here, he had no chance to voice out his opinions. In the end, he'll remain in America. It wouldn't come to a surprise if he were to be officially assigned as the head of Crimson in America. I'm different. Komori has been rising up via his achievements in battle at the Special Region and in America. I've been rising within the company through perfect execution of my tasks. Our gap is huge. Aikno had no desire to change the world like Komori. He just wanted to excel and be better than anybody else. He just wanted to be himself and remain as he is, no matter how the world changes. The most powerful person that could do such thing was Metal. Lika's president, I'll stand on that stage. You may be exceptional, Komori, but I don't plan on giving you the seat of the president without a fight. Aikno strengthened his resolve and went into his first executive meeting. The meeting went on smoothly. Aikno himself voiced out his opinions and got a chance to speak to the other executives. Even in front of General Raz and Professor H, Aikno proposed the plan for how Metallica will enter America and move and take over the South American region. He made them approve the plan and the budget proposed by the Global Management Department into the M meeting. It was an obvious result. There were no flaws on his proposed plan. Even he volunteered to go to the front lines if they demanded it. He didn't allow anybody to object. When the meeting was about to end, the consultant Hammett, who was quiet the entire meeting, proposed an idea. Professor H, who was nervous the whole time, agreed with the idea. Aikno was taken back by the proposed idea. Komori Neto was being promoted to executive director. Being promoted to executive director means he was the fifth most important person within the company. He was now given the right to attend the M meeting. The decision to approve this idea required half of the executive board to give a yes, but with General Raz and Professor H giving their approval, the matter was decided. General Raz favored Komori from the start, so it was expected that the idea would get approved nonetheless. He was taken back why Professor H agreed. Aikno wasn't able to overturn their decision. Komori's achievements were certainly great, but what's going on? Aikno didn't understand what Komori was setting up. He didn't understand what he was trying to do with Metallica. Those ladies sure know how to fight. Surugi F. Gardner muttered as he entered the dark sorcerer Jaime Rockaway's barrier. The barrier covered a section of ruined building in the Akihabara district. There were no people around. In this place, Jaime Rockaway had been operating and brought trouble to the people. There were already 100 casualties which he had caused. Tsurugi's comment was about the fight between the Jaime and the heroes from the Rock's organization. Jaime were equipped with a green robe worn by high-ranking magicians. Using the mysterious art of magic, Jaime fought with the two heroes of wings. The hero's identity was well known in public. They were two girls who had a fan base. In Surugi's eyes, the two didn't look like they were equipped for battle. With their bright costume and dyed hair, they were fighting the forces of evil. Shall we say they dressed as magical girls? Sailor Moon outfits and stuff. But their abilities were real. They too used magic. With their shining bracelets and necklaces, they stood equal with the Jaime's equipment. What should we do? Shall we wait until the wings defeat Jaime? A group of people approached Surugi from behind. Humph, don't be stupid. We will eliminate all forces of evil in the country. That's the will of our boss before he left. They're already weakened. I don't need to transform. Surugi unsheathed his katana. Well, if you say so. It would be stupid if we were wiped out here. But will that fellows really prove useful to us? The ones standing behind him weren't Surugi's subordinates. He may be commanding them, but their real master was in America, Komori Neto. They were formerly from the Okinawa branch, sales department, and the research department that at one point saw Neto fight and saw the evil he had and decided to follow him. Surugi was currently the head of the sales department in accordance to his boss' will. Enough talking, let's move out. Raising his katana, he slowly made his way to Jaime. Jaime noticed Surugi's approach and called out to him. Who are you? Do you want to die? Run away, old man. This is a dangerous place. We'll take care of it, so run away. The short-haired girl called out to him as she would, being a hero. She may look naive, but she had a kind heart. Surugi didn't back down. The group following his followed his lead. He kept walking forward, meeting Jaime in the eye. Surugi declared himself and their intention. My name is Surugi, subordinate of the man of evil, Komori Neto. I bear no grudge against you, but for our objective, you're going to have to die here. Jaime and the wings took a step back. Komori, that Metallica. The girl with glasses was shocked. I have heard of him. No way. Prepare yourselves. Tsurugi rushed forward. Even without the modification, Tsurugi already had strong muscles to begin with. Even without the transformation, he was able to cover a huge distance easily. His subordinates followed his lead. They raised their guns and shot at Jaime. Yuwa. Jaime used his magic to raise an ice dome, blocking out every bullet. But Tsurugi was already in the air. He had one at point. Take this. Using a strike from above, he sliced the ice dome. Ping. The sound echoed as his sword hit the ice. A few seconds later, the dome cracked and was cut open. As Jaime was casting another spell, Tsurugi hit him with a knee and a strike from his katana. I'm using the back of my sword, don't worry. Tsurugi pierced to Jaime's defenses and defeated him. His subordinates carried Jaime's body in a stretcher. Having a high-level magician by their side, it would boost their military capability greatly. No way, in just one strike. Why did Metallica come and save us? The wings were taken back and confused by what happened in front of them. They were girls, was one of the reason, but mostly, Tsurugi reasoned out they were no more than C-class heroes. Who knows? You girls better go home and stop playing hero. There are really bad people in this world, you know. Saying those words, Tsurugi walked away. He had no business with them. He didn't even bother to look back. He knew those girls wouldn't attack them after what they saw. Furthermore, it was just a case of evil being defeated by a stronger force of evil. They didn't pose any threat to civilians. Jaime Rockaway was already taken care of, so why should they try to attack Metallica, which did nothing to them? Of course, if they decided to fight, Tsurugi was prepared to retaliate. It may be a hard fight, but he didn't care. In the end, the wings didn't come after them. His job was now done. He was informed that his boss was coming home the other day. This is the 7th one, huh? I want to take care of every villain before the boss arrives, but he didn't expect his boss to take over Crimson in less than 6 months. Tsurugi himself wasn't able to crush a minor organization and their gangs with the given time. They still held a strong influence over the regions. Take out as many as possible was his orders, but he was dissatisfied with his progress. His return was too sudden. He didn't know how he did it, but it probably something to do with the evil he had in him. Well, as expected of you, boss. Tsurugi felt his sense of obligation to his boss even grew stronger. Chapter 56, So Much. Neto arrived at the airport with his luggage. After doing the necessary procedures, he headed off into the airport lobby. He looked around him. The airport was crowded, but he should have no trouble spotting out Tsurugi from the crowd. Surugi was around the height of 190 centimeters and had an aura that no other man could have. Sometimes those characteristics of his come handy in these kind of moments. Surugi wasn't there. He looked at his watch. He was sure he told him that he would be arriving at this hour. There was no way that man would be late. Surugi was the only person he informed about him coming back to Japan. I heard from the main office, but it is sooner than expected, is what Surugi said. The reason why Tsurugi was the only one informed was because he didn't want to create a commotion in public. Tsurugi was the one officially assigned to pick him up at the airport, but maybe something happened to him? He was worried. As a top-class member of Metallica, there was no doubt people would be after him. Neto took out his phone and dialed up Tsurugi's number. Tsurugi picked up and answered in a causal tone. "Ah, good day, boss. Did you arrive safely?" "Yes, welcome back." Neto sighed in relief. "Thank you, where are you now?" "Are you in the airport lobby?" Tsurugi's response was unusual. "About that, boss, something happened and I can't come and pick you up." "What happened? Are you in trouble?" If Tsurugi couldn't contact him himself, then he was definitely in trouble. Neto's expression changed. "No, well, it's just a hangover, don't worry about me. I already asked someone to come in my stead. I'll be going now." Tsurugi then ended the call. Hangover? There's no way that Tsurugi would be that drunk. When we drank together, he seemed fine after many bottles of sake. Neto didn't understand. He was lost in his thoughts, looking at the screen of his phone, but then, tap tap, somebody tapped his shoulders. Neto turned around. Maki-san. His co-worker and researcher from the R&D department, Maki, was standing behind him. "I've been standing here for quite a while, and yet you didn't notice me. You're too cruel, Neto-kun." As Maki said those words, Neto looked at her intently. Today was a Saturday and Maki's day off. She was wearing a sakura-colored one-piece dress paired with short boots. She had a slender build and a mellow face, different from the women he saw at New York. She looked fresh in Neto's eyes. "Ah yeah, sorry about not noticing you. I'm glad weren't an assassin." "That not what I meant, forget it." Despite her words, she was smiling brightly at him. Her smile was sudden yet nostalgic. Neto also smiled in return. "Oh, I almost forgot. Welcome back, Neto-kun." Maki's words were warm and pure, just like the time when they first met. "Yeah, I'm back. Tsurugi was the one who asked for you, right? I'm sorry, today is even your day off. He really didn't need to bother you to do this." "No, it's okay. I was free and no, it's nothing." Maki waved her hands and tried to dismiss the topic. Her face was unusually red. Despite being called the reincarnate of the devil, Neto still couldn't figure out what girls of her age were thinking. "HM? Well, if you insist." "I'm sorry, you were still carrying your luggage." "Let's head off to my car." As if she wanted to avoid the topic, she quickly headed off into the crowd and towards the exit. Ito was surprised for a bit. Her hair was flowing in the air, and it was very fragrant. 5 years had already passed since he first entered the company. There was a possibility that their relationship might go further than being just friends, but thinking about it only made him nervous and embarrassed. He looked like an idiot for thinking that situation could happen. They arrived in the airport's parking lot. He got on into Maki's car. He wasn't familiar with cars, but her car was small and round, an unusual shape. "Sorry, you even had to walk to the parking lot." No, it's no problem, shall we?" It was his first time riding a car with a woman driving. Until his 20s, as he was under his abusive father and his late mother. He had no time for leisure until he entered Metallica. No, even if he had the time back then, he couldn't experience such thing. The car departed from the airport and headed into the cities. Neto was scheduled to stay over at a hotel for the day. Normally, he would have immediately started his work, but since Tsurugi was absent, he decided to put it off until tomorrow. No, more like he had no other choice. The radio in the car was playing a song by a foreign artist. He didn't know who the artist was, but the song she sang was very heartwarming. The car drove on. He looked at Maki. She was focused on the road ahead. He was glad their eyes didn't meet. She must be now in her mid-20s, and she looked even more beautiful than when they first met. "HM, what's the matter, Neto-kun?" She found out. Neto panicked and averted his eyes from her. "Ah, no, it's nothing. Ah, the new Tokyo Tower already completed. It's definitely taller than the sky tree, it looks beautiful. Why are you speaking in a formal tone?" "Ugh." Fufufu, you're weird. Ah. Yes, that Odin shop started selling ramen. Really? Is it good? Very. That's how their conversation went on for the rest of the ride. They weren't discussing worthwhile things, but he still enjoyed the conversation. Enjoyed me. For a moment, I'm living like a normal person. He tried changing the topic. How was your 6 months, Maki-san? Maki was still Maki. She went on discussing the various new models for modified humans and modifications on the prototypes for the Silhouette series. It seemed like she was very busy for the last 6 months. That must have been hard. You're amazing. Not at all, after all. It's something I chose for myself. Maki's expression was sad yet mellow. She was a kind individual, but at times she showed those kind of emotions. Is that so? He knew why Maki entered Metallica. He vowed to fight alongside of her, but... that's your hotel, right? I'm sorry, it's gotten this late. The car entered into the hotel's premises. Neto thought for a little bit. He wanted to thank Maki for picking him up at the airport. It was already scheduled that he would ride a train from the airport and have a meeting with Surugi regarding Crimson in America and discuss about the meeting he was invited to. For a little bit, he was relieved of those worries. Of course, he wasn't planning on neglecting them. He would never deviate from the path he decided onto himself. He knows, but just for a bit, he wanted to thank her. Thinking about the past and the oncoming future, he knew he was going to be relying on her from now on. Their relationship might change in the future, but that's a different matter. Yes, it wouldn't be too strange, right? No, on the other hand, it would be completely rude if he didn't thank her this situation. It isn't because he was hitting on her or whether they were dating, they were just coworkers. He just wanted to express his gratitude. She won't be disgusted, right? Pondering on his thoughts, he called out to her. Thanks for picking me up. As a thanks, won't you join me for dinner? I am about to get one, and Nina said that their food tastes great. Yeah. Maki's soprano pitched voice echoed in the car. Neto was prepared for the worse answer, but this took him back a bit. Is it really okay? Then I'll take up on your offer. With Maki's embarrassed tone, Neto sighed in relief. The restaurant they both entered into was with a glance, a high-class restaurant. The halls were beautiful, the tablecloth was white and fancy, even the silverware and menus showed a touch of class. Maki was taken back. Neto-kun, this is really amazing. Why yeah, it's more than I was expecting. Both of them weren't used to this kind of dining. It was their first in dining in such fancy restaurant. What will you have as your aperitif? A male waiter came to their table and asked for their order. Maki was panicking on what to do and order, but Neto was the one who answered the waiter first. I'll be having a Gibson, please. Neto didn't even plan on drinking alcohol. Those words just came out naturally off his mouth. Maybe it was the Western influence on him, Maki's point of view. W8, that's weird. It's my first time seeing Neto-kun ordering alcohol other than Japanese sake or beer. Understood, and what will the lady have? Why yes, well, do you have any recommendations? Yes, for that I would recommend wine from. The explanation continued. The waiter's name was actually Smuley-san. I'm driving back home. Maki was so engrossed on having dinner with Neto and the unfamiliar atmosphere of the restaurant that she almost forgot. Are you drinking, Maki-san? Neto noticed and reminded her that she was driving. He had a worried expression on his face. I'm an idiot. For a moment those words popped into her head. No, but I'm... At this point should I ask Smuley-san for oolong tea? I only kept studying when I was a student, so I don't know anything about this. I'm hopeless. As she was thinking of such thoughts, Neto said something unexpected. Do you have anything planned tomorrow morning? What does he mean? Maki didn't understand, but she answered either way. No, nothing in particular. Do you want to stay for the night? It would be a waste, not being able to drink wine. Yeah. Time stopped. Stay for the night, at this hotel, TTTH that would mean What are you thinking, Neto-kun? Of course, she couldn't say it out loud. Is it really okay? I'm fine with it. That's if you're also okay with it, Maki-san. Neto shrugged it off as if it was nothing. She never expected someone as shy as him to make the first move. Maki's heart rate rose. She hasn't drank any alcohol, but her face was already bright red. If he wanted her to stay then, it only means one thing. What should I do? Maki was panicking inside her head. Scenarios just keep popping up constantly. She already knew how she felt towards him, and when he departed for America, she was constantly thinking about him while drinking shochu. She was even excited to be the one to pick him up at the airport, and she was glad he invited her to dinner. But this was too sudden. She was unfamiliar with the restaurant's atmosphere, and she never had someone to do it with back when she was a student at MIT. "Ma'am." The waiter, who was just listening to their conversation and looking at her expression, gave out a glee and asked her. He was probably at his limit. "Ah, yes, then I'll be having that wine." "Understood, then you'll be having Pinot Noirs." "Yes, I'll have that." "Giggles, pardon me, then I'll be back." Smuley-san definitely laughed, right? She noticed that much. She didn't exclude that idea, that they would be doing it, but... "Maki-san." "Why, yes." Neto looked at her mysteriously. She was thinking too much that she started showing it off her face. She needed to change the topic. What's that Gibson you ordered? It looks fancy." "Ah yeah, there's this onion thing in it. It's quite delicious." "Oh, really?" "A detestable yet handsome guy recommended it to me one night." While they were talking, Smuley-san came and brought with him a decanter and started preparations for tasting. She took a sip. The wine was definitely delicious. She didn't know much about wines, but from the taste and fragrance alone, she could tell that it was a high-quality wine. This helped her calm down a bit. The more Neto was away from her, the more he changed. Maybe his idea earlier was the result from that, for him to be the one to invite her. He traveled to America. Speaking of America, America was the land of freedom. Maybe something happened there that he was now familiar with women. Anis-chan was also with him there. There was no way he would do it, but after giving some thought, she was now curious. As they ate, she was asking him some non-worthwhile questions, but that question never disappeared from her head. It came to a point where they were almost done with their dinner. They were enjoying coffee when she decided to ask him. By the way, how was America? Is Nina and Anis-chan doing well?" "Ugh." Maki nervously waited for an answer, but it took him time to respond to her question. She looked at his expression. "Yeah." It was an expression she never saw in him before. No, it was more like he was good at hiding those kind of expressions. She understood what he was feeling inside. He was sad yet relieved. She understood that from him. "Neto-kun." It was a sad expression, but he tried smiling it off. She was only thinking about herself at that point, but when she saw his expression, she forgot everything. She didn't want to neglect him. She extended her hand and, without much thought, tried to grab his. That moment, Neto recovered and pulled himself away from the table while giving off a small laugh. "Yeah, a lot of things happened. Anis is doing all right." It was only for a moment, but Neto returned to his usual self. "Is that so?" At that point, Maki couldn't ask him any more questions. She really wanted him to open up to her. Yet she was sure he wouldn't talk about it with her. It was obvious. He had to go through a lot for him to be in his position right now. Taking over Crimson had a deep meaning to him. Maki couldn't fully comprehend, but if that were the case, something big must have happened behind the scenes. How could she be so careless to ask him? Maki regretted her question. "Ah, it's getting late." "Sorry, could you wait here for a bit?" Neto called the waiter and got hold of a key card. "Here, Maki-san's room is on the 50th floor. I already made preparations, so you can just check out any time in the morning. By the way, I'm going to be at the 45th floor. If you need anything, ring me up anytime." "Yes, thank you very much." "Yes, I thought so." Maki was embarrassed a bit. He never thought of doing it in the first place. Thinking about it, it was very like him. They finished drinking their coffee and headed off into the elevator. Maki was looking at the city view from her window. At first, she thought of him just a nice guy, but then she noticed something in him not commonly found in normal people. Upon discovering that, she thought it was something she would. She was beginning to take interest in the two sides of him. At one point, she decided to tell him her past, but instead of rejecting her, he accepted her past and they fought alongside each other. He began to improve and make use of it, constantly rising to the top. Every time they met, he would change. He always unyielding, constant, and dynamic. She admired that part of him. Again, he made her notice something new again. No matter how much he changed, there was still a wall between them. The wall dividing them was so thick that she had a hard time reaching out to him, yet she still understood him. He kept rising to the top, and it was slowly becoming harder for her to get close to him. On the other side of that wall, he was hurt and got shaken constantly. Despite that he didn't want her to comfort him. As she was gazing into the night view of the city, she saw her own reflection, crying in tears. It was then she noticed. I'm with that person who's always rising to the top with a strong heart, who is now on the verge of his breaking point, to understand him that much and shed tears for him. I love him that much. Chapter 57. This is going to be a bit of a long story. After spending the night in the hotel, Neto got up headed towards the main desk and paid for the 2 rooms he and Maki stayed in. He then rode a taxi to the place where he was to meet up with Surugi. He had an important meeting today. He was about to attend a meeting where only the top 5 executives of the company were invited. Their topic of discussion would be their new management strategy as well as the policies and plans involved in it. In all honesty, he wanted to greet Maki before he left. The time he set to meet Surugi was so strict that he had to leave without saying a word to her. Their meetup location was on the beachfront park. They could have settled it in the main office, but he wasn't taking any chances in case someone might overhear their discussion. He decided to discuss it with his most trusted subordinate Surugi, and chose a place where there weren't many people passing early in the morning. He arrived 10 minutes earlier than the set time, but he found someone familiar sitting on a bench. The man was smoking a cigarette as he gazed out into the morning scene of the sea breeze blew by him, matching his character. You're earlier than expected, boss. You could have taken your time coming here. I was expecting a change in meeting time, but... He noticed that Surugi was about to put off his cigar as he approached, but he stopped him from doing so. Go ahead, I don't mind you smoking. It's been a while. Yes, it's been a while, boss. Your fight in America was superb. As expected of the man I decided to follow. It seems like you were busy too. You're reliable as usual. By the way, have you recovered from your hangover? He threw a can of coffee to Tsurugi. Tsurugi caught the can without even looking at it. Hangover? I'm okay now. How was Maki-san? Yeah, we drank for a bit yesterday. I invited her to stay over at the hotel. She's probably still sleeping now. Tsurugi sighed as he answered, I see. What? Is something wrong? No, nothing in particular. Their little reunion was over. After being separated for almost half a year, their reunion conversation was simple. They decided to go into the details when they would go out drinking together. They both were running down the same path. They may have fought on different stages, but their goal was the same. Shall we finalize the idea we are about to propose to the M meeting? They already discussed a few things beforehand. The purpose of today's meeting was just to clarify and reinforce their ideas. Nina was also present when they came up with the proposal, and truthfully, he wanted him here to discuss with them. Unfortunately, he was still in America managing the Crimson case. Their meeting was concluded after 30 minutes of discussion. They didn't deviate from the allotted time. Of course, this was expected because everything was already prepared beforehand. There were no changes. The next step they were about to take today proceeded according to plan. Neto and Surugi arrived in the main office. A few more minutes and the meeting was about to start. They headed off the area where only executives were allowed and proceeded far deeper into the block where only the top 5 executives were allowed to enter. Surugi managed to get clearance to accompany Neto into the restricted area. Although they were prepared if someone objected his entry, Neto was glad he got off without any hitch. After getting the clearance, they met General Raz on their way to the meeting room. As per se, General Raz eyed Surugi and complimented him on his battle history and his ability. At one point he asked Surugi, to work under me because the treatment is far better, but in turn, Surugi replied with, I have only one master. I have no intention of changing sides. This frustrated General Raz, but in the end, he gave out a big laugh to shrug his response off. Despite the situation, Tsurugi's conversation with General Raz calmed Neto down. He arrived in the meeting room and took his seat. As the most important meeting was about to begin, the atmosphere of the room had a profound meaning. The room had a highly furnished floor, and above them was the symbol of Metallica, with its wings spread over the ceiling. The dark table reflected the light, and there was a huge monitor hanged up on the wall. There were 5 seats prepared beforehand. The top 5 executives were called to gather into this specific room. Among the 5, 4 had already arrived. Managing Director, Komori NEET. Corporate Strategic Operations Director, Raz. Corporate Company Vice President, Headfield. Corporate Company Consultant, Hammett. The god of destruction, a mad scientist and an old man who embodies darkness himself. Each one of them had a title of their own. If it were him a long time ago, he would have gotten chills just by being in the same room with the 3 of them. Now he felt natural as he was sitting with them. Maybe it was because he now carried with him an evil charisma as he made his way to the top. Neto knew he was coming. He was about to arrive. The man he was after. The man who had the position he was after. The man who was considered as the ultimate villain. He's about to appear in front of me. Come. He was prepared, but things made an unexpected turn. It's about time. Shall we start the meeting? Hammett, the consultant, made a suggestion. There's still a vacant seat. He isn't here yet. The president, Taojiro Blackmoa, isn't here. Why? Isn't the purpose of this meeting is to decide new policies and plans? There's no way they would continue the meeting without the president. Raz and Headfield didn't give off any reactions. Neto panicked and voiced his concern. W8. What about the president? Wasn't he supposed to be coming? Each member reacted differently to Neto's words. Hammett was deliberating with himself, Headfield looked afraid, and Raz looked irritated. Taojiro won't come. Raz closed his eyes and made a sound as if he was biting his teeth. Can I ask why? He got the attention of the room again. This time, it was Hammett that responded to his question. Fumu, then I will tell you. We already decided to tell you since you were invited to this meeting after all. After you hear this, you can't go back. Are you prepared for it? Ever since his interview, Neto always felt a twist inside him as he spoke with the old man. It was like he was looking into his very soul. Now, he was asking him a foolish question. Prepared? Is that something you would ask someone who arrived at this point? He was already prepared a long time ago. If he didn't prepare himself, he wouldn't be there sitting with him. That's why. Of course, please tell me the reason. Neto stared directly into Hammett's dark eyes. Good. Then I'll get directly to the point. Metallica's president, Taojiro-sama, already died 8 years ago. Huh. For a moment he was confused. He got back to himself and started thinking. Dead, Metallica's president, dead. Various questions kept popping up in his head. Who was leading Metallica now? Why did he die? If he died, why did they keep it from Metallica's employees? The man was discussed on every textbook. If he died, wouldn't it be common sense to let the world know? Even now, Metallica's president, Taojiro, was declared as the ultimate villain. In the first place, who was this Taojiro Blackmoa? Hammett attached Sama into his name, and Raz calls him casually. On the other hand, there was one part he understood. As he rose up the corporate ladder, he never saw the president even once. For some time, he thought the old man Hammett was the president. He didn't know that the president was already gone from this world. But why? There was no other question more relevant. Why was Metallica even created? How did it come into power? Taojiro only took a generation to raise it from the ground and make it into the greatest evil organization in the world. He had that much influence in the world for him to be able to do that. Taojiro was considered as the greatest enemy by the Rock's organization and its heroes. Taojiro, the man who the hot-blooded Raz and the genius Headfield decided to follow. The man who made world domination a reality. The man various evil organization pinned as their greatest rival. From his actions, many villains rose up to take the world into their hands, as well as heroes who tried stopping them. In the 22nd century, heroes and villains were no longer considered fiction. He changed the world dramatically. Who was this Taojiro Blackmoa? It a question that bugged Neto the most even before he knew the truth. He thought that he would get the answer through this meeting, but he was wrong. He only knew Taojiro Blackmoa as the world depicted him. From his achievements to his actions, he already knew beforehand. Yet he still died. What do you mean? The president is dead. Why? Neto kept asking his questions. There was nothing else he could do. He waited for a response. If he were to trust Hammett's words, they should be explaining it to him. Komori, this is going to be a long one. Chapter 57.2. Reaching for the top of the organization. Simple plan. Raz folded his arms and nodded while breathing out a deep sigh. Headfield, on the other hand, just nodded back. No doubt Raz already anticipated that it would come to this point. Headfield was clearly opposed to this. Headfield held a lot of influence within the company, but Raz and Hammett must have convinced him that Neto was worthy enough to be told the truth. Neto neither wasn't at lost. He wanted to stand on top of Metallica and rule the world. That was a given fact. He never falters and he never will. I do not mind. I want to know everything. Neto answered in a determined voice. Very well, then I'll tell you myself. Where should I start? Komori, do you know of the saying, evil is always conquered? Taojiro-sama was the one who took it up and challenged the world. Hammett, Metallica's consultant, began his story. 45 years ago, a boy was born. He was the child of an American father and a Japanese mother. The boy's life was an unfortunate one. The boy's father caught an illness after the boy was brought into this world. Without the means or money to pay, he died. The boy's mother remarried, then divorced. From a social point of view, the boy's mother wasn't a good one. She had relationships with multiple men and left the boy to his own devices. She sold herself in the city as a way to earn money. The mother, who was born a commoner, deemed it the only way for her to make a living. The life of the mother and her son was a harsh one. The boy looked pitiful, and whenever the mother would bring with her a man, the boy, or yet, both of them were abused. By the age of 13, the boy's mother died of illness. The boy, who now had nothing, came to live in the slums. One day, the boy met a man who once had a relationship with his mother. The man was part of a gang who ran protection rackets in the neighborhood. That gang wasn't an evil organization, but merely a crime organization. The man wanted subordinates to work under him. The boy, in turn, wanted a mean of living. The boy worked under that man, and in other words, as an errand boy in a gang. Despite the dreadful workplace and its conditions, the boy kept succeeding and kept distinguishing himself. The boy was proficient. He had wits and the fighting capabilities he trained into himself after living in the slums. Most importantly, the boy was unpredictable, relying on ruthless methods to accomplish his goal. In no time, the boy raised his fame within the organization. The death of the organization's vice leader, the destruction of command within the faction, and the downfall of the main head organization. The boy, no, the youth stood on top of all crime organizations. His subordinate Hammett was always with him during this time. Despite having control over all of the underground organizations, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to become stronger and stronger, until a point where nobody could touch him. He wanted the whole world under him and gravel at his feet. He'll eliminate anybody that gets in his way. He wasn't picky with the method he used to deal with them. He wanted everybody under his feet. The boy, who now became a youth, didn't stop. By this time, the youth was beginning to think of a plan to actualize world domination. The youth then met 3 people. The first one was a scientist named Headfield. His research was based on human modifications and thus was not accepted by the scientific community. The youth took interest in this and decided to fund Headfield's research. Headfield's research was a success, but the scientific community still didn't acknowledge it. Headfield was not fuming with rage. Why won't you acknowledge my research? Everybody is an idiot. Why don't they see the beauty of my research? This research will lead to mankind's evolution. This is humanity's destination. Headfield was a man of society, but he wanted more from it. He wanted to find out where his research would lead society. The one who acknowledged his ideal was the youth. The youth promised full funding on his research in exchange that he will use it. As a result, the youth now had the means to create an army of modified humans. The second man the youth met was called Raz. Raz was strong. He was a fighter in an underground fighting arena and was undefeated. He also participated in a war in past and came out victorious. He didn't lose to anybody. Everybody was weaker than him. But that was only on a personal scale. Raz may be equivalent to 100 men or yet a battalion in the battlefield, but that can only be tested in a battlefield. That's how Raz was always looking for a battlefield to fight in. Yet there were no such battlefields. The world was now at peace. I am strong, definitely strong. I am the strongest in the world, but there's no place I can declare those words in. I have reached the height of a military man, no, a soldier. There's no place for me to show my strength. That was when Raz met the youth. The youth suggested a place for Raz to display his power and the enemy he was going to be up against. The youth was referring to the world. Raz agreed to the youth. There was no other place to wield his power than the world. Raz went through Headfield's modifications and became even stronger. He was now an invincible general that led the youth's troops into battle. The youth now had the ultimate soldier and weapon in his hand. The youth used this power to annihilate, absorb, govern, and recruit other crime organizations. He now had the power and used that power in the purpose of evil. Nobody could stop him. This is how the youth, Taujiro Blackmoa, expanded his organization. A few years ago, the notion of evil organizations was deemed no more than fiction or a joke. Now, evil organizations were now a thing of reality. Then he named his organization Metallica. Neto listened intently to Metallica's history. It was certainly a very interesting story, and he knew there was more to come. I see, everything started from a small-time crime organization. General Raz, Professor H, and you were already comrades since that time. The other nodded at Neto's words. He was now 25 years old. The story started a few decades before he was born. After that, he already knew what happened from reading some textbooks. Dylan appeared and was deemed the greatest enemy of Metallica at that time. Guardians rose up as a response to the rise of evil organizations in the world. From Guardian formed the Rocks organization. Neto took a deep breath and asked a question. Then how did Master Taujiro die? Neto remembered Mr. Big's words, evil always gets conquered. Yes, that happened 8 years ago when Taujiro was in South America attacking a small nation. Taujiro, those are some persistent bastards. They don't even know when to give up. Dylan is also with them. It would be bad if this dragged on. Raz and Taujiro was holding a strategic meeting. Yep. Taujiro accepted Raz's advice and thought to himself. His face wasn't of a 40-year-old man. He went under several modifications to keep himself young in hopes of seeing the day where he would eventually control the world. He still looked someone in his 20s. That's okay. We don't need to wait for them to give up. I'm also getting tired of them. Raz was surprised by Taujiro's tone. He was taking their situation lightly. The country needs to fall. Taujiro must have also understood that. The reason why they needed this victory was because it was to display Metallica's power as well as for them to secure a foothold in the region. Yet, the small county they were attacking still didn't give up. Despite being heavily outnumbered, they still give in into evil. Raz was now growing suspicious. Then, what are we going to do, Taujiro? Should we call a temporary retreat? Raz was looking for Taujiro's answer. Taujiro's idea and actions always surprised him. Raz, who should have higher fighting capabilities, was easily outwitted by Taujiro. Other than his gratitude towards him, he acknowledged Taujiro's skill. Will Taujiro pull off some ruthless plan again? Raz awaited Taujiro's answer. Taujiro gave a small laugh and brushed it away. It was as if he was enjoying a sandwich for lunch. He then replied in a light tone. We don't need them to give up. Then, just kill them. Kill each and every one of them, no survivors. Taujiro smiled brightly to his comrade. Chapter 58. Justice always wins. Kill everyone that get in your way. Even for Taujiro, who founded the concept of evil organizations, this was the first time he suggested such action despite being a force of evil. It wasn't a matter of morality, but a case of efficiency. If it was possible, they would rather let them surrender to them. I really don't want to do this, but we got no other choice. Soon, the world will be mine. If they are going to stand in my way, then they are better off dead. Taujiro was laughing. The world was about to fall into Metallica or into Taujiro's hands. He decided to sacrifice efficiency if it meant that he could achieve world domination faster. Although it was very inefficient for them to massacre everybody, they still had a plan. In order for them to set an example, if someone in the future would try to oppose them like this country's emperor, they would take down the country piece by piece. Are you okay with this, Taujiro? Raz called out to him. Raz was again out in the battlefield seeking his place in battle as Taujiro's subordinate. Of course, Raz. Now let's go, the world you always wanted is waiting. And so, the small nation's fight for sovereignty became a fight for survival. Taujiro didn't feel any sense of guilt. Taujiro was merciless. For someone who wanted to take over the world, It could be considered such ruthlessness as a talent that he possessed. He wielded tremendous amount of power and influence that he could destroy the world by his own hands. As he had no sense of guilt, this made him more formidable. He didn't hesitate, he always acted on which benefited him. He brought down countless foes before him, and in a way, he was invincible. The command to kill them all was very fitting of him, yet at this time, the whole would soon look back to his decision. The annihilation of the small country that stood against them was proceeding smoothly. With Taojiro and Raz leading them, and Metallica's modified humans pushing the assault, the enemy was already weak. Dylan the hero seemed unlikely to stopping them. Everybody in Metallica thought so. Raz headed out into the battlefield and took command. Taojiro stayed put on his headquarters, the ruined capital of that small nation. This was where he would engage the enemy. Some might say that it is preposterous for him to go into the front line with Raz, but he had his reasons. He received intel that the remaining forces were gathering at the west of the capital. Raz was tasked to intercept and deal with them. Their enemies didn't even know that Taojiro was the one commanding Metallica's forces. In order for them to get to him, they would have to find out where he is, understand Metallica's movement patterns, and break through Raz's line of combatants. Even with Dylan on their side, it was impossible for that nation to find their way towards him. Taojiro easily fought them off. No, it wasn't even considered a fight. It was plain massacre with Metallica's modified humans. They were advancing casually towards the enemy, crushing every ounce of resistance that came at them. The fight was about to end, or at least someone thought so. Someone appeared in front of Taojiro. That man came down from the rooftops, punching and saving a child that was about to be killed by one of Metallica's modified humans. He picked the child up, hoisted him on his shoulders, and stood up. He glared into Taojiro's eyes as his trained body stood highly. He knew him, and Taojiro also knew this man. He was the only one in the world whom Taojiro considered his nemesis. He knew this man even before he founded Metallica. It's been a while, Hiroki. Taojiro casually called out to him. He carried a vibe of jest as he spoke to him. Taojiro. I won't lay idle if you keep stepping down on the weak. Taojiro glared into the eyes of the man he knew as Hiroki. Ha 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 ha. Still, I'm surprised how you managed to find me. Honestly, I'm surprised. Would you be so kind to tell me how? How did you do it? In a childish tone. Taojiro was surprised at heart. There was no way he could have found him, yet he found him. He even made it past Raz's unit and appeared before him. For him to be able to do that, he posed a considerable amount of threat to Taojiro. Among the thrills he experienced thus far, none has come close to what he was experiencing now. Hiroki also regarded him as his nemesis. 20 years ago, Hiroki was no more than a simple investigator. With his unyielding spirit and his selflessness, he was considered as the world's strongest by Taojiro. Ugh. Hiroki walked towards Taojiro as he stared at him. You're going to ignore me? You at least have the obligation to answer my question. To whom do you owe the gratitude of modifying you? And don't forget, you betrayed me. You're the only one alive after doing so. Betrayed you? Bullshit. I don't remember swearing allegiance to you. 11 years ago, I didn't infiltrate Metallica to receive body enhancement nor to investigate you. It was to secure the power to shoot you down. It was all for their honor. Hiroki then spoke out. The reason why he was able to find him was because of moles planted within the organization. The reason why he got past Raz's unit was because the entire remaining army used themselves as a diversion for him to get through Raz's unit. Is that the truth? You are then saying, we had a traitor on our side, while you were just doing the best of your capabilities. There were a lot of factors weighted in, but in retrospect, that was what he was trying to convey. Hiroki's words didn't settle with Taojiro. That wasn't even a proper explanation. To Taojiro, he was hearing words along the line of a miracle happened. You wouldn't understand, he reasoned why I changed sides, why they risked their lives just to get me through and stand before you. Hiroki shed some tears. He was a man who valued life above all else. He probably knew that the entire army would be massacred just for him to reach Taojiro's place. He was probably mourning their deaths, as senseless as Taojiro remembered him. Yeah, I'll never understand. Hiroki was alone. Therefore, the nation's army must be dead or scattered. Taojiro didn't understand. What could come out after some Metallica members betrayed him? Why would an entire army risk their lives for this? Why would they volunteer to accelerate the time they are destined to die? All for this person to stand in front of him. In the event that he, Taojiro, gets defeated, there was nothing they could come back to. Their family and friends were already dead, and their nation collapsing. Why do they still continue to fight? It made no sense to Taojiro. I've never felt that these words would carry so much weight today. Hiroki removed his jacket, curling his right hand into a fist. He raised it into his left shoulder. It was not public that this action was the process needed to call upon that. What words? Taojiro was still analyzing his situation. A miracle happened. I won't be defeated here. How can I pull through this? Hiroki steeled himself and shouted. Justice always win. It seemed no more than a joke in Taojiro's eyes. Hiroki, who was well over 30 years of age, was still sprouting the words he said in his youth. Justice always wins. I'll protect the world. Just like heroes in stories, he took those words at heart, the reason Taojiro considered him as his enemy. For him who kept believing, he was a beacon to the world symbolizing hope. He would protect the world for people to keep on living peacefully. He won't let anybody destroy that. That man who kept on believing was Taojiro's greatest foe. His name. The White Knight Dylan, Sengoku Hiroki. Transform. His white armor glowed bright as his fist tightened, the rays of the sun gleaming on him. A hero revealed himself in front of a villain. Taojiro was defeated by Dylan, and after some time, passed away. Taojiro's body was equipped with information recorder. Hammett recovered his body and extracted the recorded data. He then knew what happened. The new executive, Komori Neto, listened to the story intently. After the narrative was over, he asked a question. And Dylan? He no doubt sustained a huge injury. After defeating Taojiro-sama, we initiated a pursuit, but he managed to shake us off. After this incident, we decided to hide the truth. Do you know why? Neto nodded. Yes. If news that Metallica's president had passed away, Metallica would surely collapse. More so, if they learned that their president was killed off by the hero Dylan. Metallica was considered one of the top evil organizations in the world that made world domination a possible reality. Not only did they have modified humans, Taojiro was considered to be the pinnacle of such organization, skillfully pulling the strings behind the shadows. Because the public knew that he was alive, that everybody had doubts in opposing Metallica, and because Metallica believed that he was still leading them, that they could perform in a top-notch scale. Both outside and inside, it was better off if they knew Taojiro was still alive. Fortunately, only Hammett and Dylan knew the truth at that time, and Dylan was in no condition to spread the truth to the world. Hammett's decision was swift. Taojiro would become a phantom, never appearing in person. He would create a number of reasons for those who doubt, and silence those who come close to the truth. Hammett realized how terrifying his idea would be. With Taojiro's death, their goal of world domination has been significantly slowed down. Then, after this, Metallica. Neto already knew what happened next. The worst and strongest leader left them. After that, they continued the president's will. Plans and stratagems were now decided by the highest assemble, the M meeting. Metallica's top brass and leaders were all gathered into this room. Hammett, Raz, Headfield and him, Komori, Neto. Neto was silent. No doubt he was shocked of what he had heard. Hammett somehow understood what the youth was feeling. Ever since Hammett encountered him during his interview, he already kept his eye on him. The youth fought countless heroes of justice and made him wonder. This kid looks like Taojiro-sama. He uses evil as his greatest weapon. He doesn't choose his methods as long as he gets the job done. But he lacks what Taojiro-sama had, the ability to force out and gauge his opponents just by words alone. He may be a modified human, but he still falls behind on the trade. His muscles aren't well developed, and he is very much average on every aspect. Both may excel in evil, but Neto falls behind. In retrospect, Neto is just a Taojiro scaled down a few levels. This was how Hammett saw Neto. If that's the case, even Taojiro couldn't beat that Dylan. How can he? How can he take over the world that way? Is that what you are thinking, that you are so quiet? Ugh. Neto crossed his arms and remained silent. Hey Komori, the real meeting is about to start. Raz loudly called out to him. Neto raised his face, and to Hammet's surprise, it was different than what he expected. Neto was pondering over his thoughts after hearing Hammet's story. For unknown reasons, he didn't understand the past relationship between Dylan and Taojiro, so decided to leave it off. He'll eventually figure it out later. What surprised him the most was the former president's personality and Dylan's words. The reason why a betrayal occurred was probably because someone couldn't keep up with Taojiro's evil. To those who saw Dylan, he signified justice. He was sure of that. Taojiro was no doubt a villain. He abandoned everything just to get what he desired. As a result, he was viewed as unlawful, inhumane, and immoral in society's eyes. That's why people betrayed him. The one who betrayed him didn't have the gut see society, and Dylan was justice. Dylan was justice. He wished for the happiness of many, and he stood up to what he believed in. That was why people who wanted to help him showed up, even risking their lives to do so. Neto knew justice was strong. If that was the right thing to do, the thing that people wanted, and the thing that needs to be done, then people would fight beyond their limits. That was how human nature worked. The same rang true for Mr. Big's words. The world won't acknowledge evil. That was why the path he was on was a treacherous one. He would eventually fall in the hands of justice or in the hands of a greater evil. That's right, Taojiro fell into the hands of justice. It wasn't a matter of wits or body. Neto possessed a body which Taojiro didn't have. Taojiro didn't realize the organization itself would be his downfall. The world won't acknowledge evil. It will be always hunted down. That was why justice always prevails and evil always losses. For the Taojiro who was the strongest, his defeat was a symbol. But, so what of it? He was glad to learn Taojiro's story. Thanks to him, he came closer to an answer. Taojiro was evil, no doubt about that. He was old. Taojiro's villainy was equal to any common villain in the modern times. Neto was looking for a different answer. Climbing to the top, defeating justice along the way, Neto was still looking for an answer. The words Manaxen utter before his death. He caught a glimpse of what he was trying to say. After every battle has been fought, he would soon arrive to that answer. The true meaning of evil in his own words. He didn't know if he could find it. He may not find it, and it may not exist. He might be defeated like Taojiro, but there was no room for hesitation. The path he wanted to walk, the justice he wanted to defeat, the things he broke. He would bear his head high and have no regret. He can't back down now. Hey Komori, the real meeting is about to begin. Raz called out to him, he knew. The battle was about to begin. Neto raised his head and answered. Yes, it may be sudden, but can I take the floor? Can you please read the papers filed in front of you? He took out a stack of paper, which Nina neatly compiled. As expected of Nina, he was proposing two things. The merging of all other evil organizations into Metallica. With the General Affairs as its head, a review and restructuring of Metallica's organizational structure. Looking at Neto's reaction, Hammett pressed forward a question. Who, do you plan on surpassing Taojiro-sama? Neto answered in a strong tone. I plan to take over the world. Then of course, I would have to surpass Taojiro-san. Chapter 59. I will be taking that seat. Surpass Taojiro-sama, huh? The old man Hammett was now subtly laughing. I admire your determination, but listen up, kid. Spirit and confidence alone will not get you anywhere. The old man's laugh echoes throughout the meeting room. Neto also understood himself. The old man didn't view anyone else more capable than Taojiro. That was how Metallica ran, with the illusion of having a president despite not having one. Regarding your proposal, I have some comments in that regard. Neto was proposing to take over other small evil organization and uniting them under Metallica's banner. This was an unavoidable step if he wanted to conquer the world. Yes, Metallica expands its influence throughout the world, but in no way are we the only evil organization in existence. Metallica's ultimate objective is total control over the world. If that's the case, we need to knock down the other evil organizations before we can make the first step. That's right, it was even written on that recruitment ad. The job description had only 4 characters as its objective. He worked to make those words a reality. And that, as a guide, he came this far. The final battle was getting close. In order for them to settle in and fight the forces of justice, they needed to knock down the other evil organizations first. Neto waited for Hammet's response, but Hammet just shook his head. There's no way we could approve of it. It was a cruel and cold voice. Hammet stared into Neto, with his face full of wrinkles. It gave of a certain vibe of experience. Raz, who was sitting beside Hammet, only nodded silently, eyes still closes. Headfield was still listening at their conversation, all the while tapping the table with his finger. Everybody in the M meeting didn't have any plan of approving Neto's proposal. Headfield was already assured, but the other two on the other hand. May I ask why? Surugi is currently acting as head of the first sales department and conquering small-time companies. I don't recall any problems coming up. Before he departed for America, Neto already issued an order to Surugi to gather and eliminate other small-time organizations within Japan. In short, it was already a project in the making. But Hammet still looked at him with cold eyes. You still can't understand the majority. Maybe the seat of the executive was too much to give to you. My eyes have been clouded. Annoyance came to Hammet. I'm sorry. If it is possible, can I ask for an explanation? Another gamble. I can't lose this proposal. I'll find a way to make them approve of it. Neto wasn't planning on backing down. Very well. Headfield, teach this kid why. Whether it was Hammet getting bored, he passed his task to Headfield. If you please, will Professor H. Neto acted friendly to Headfield, but his eyes said otherwise. Very well, listen here, Komori-kun. This may seem too much for you after hearing about the president, but I still would like to exercise some sense of convenience. He wasn't getting anywhere with that kind of explanation. Please keep it short and as bluntly as possible. Neto answered back in a sharp tone. Why yes, then. Having cleared that obstacle, Headfield began his explanation. Among the other major organizations, there were some who couldn't attack Metallica itself. Meadeath, Anthrax, Nirvana, and few others. Just by their names, they stood equal to Metallica and Crimson. The reason started when each of those companies were still gathering power. They forged a relationship between themselves that strengthened over time. No matter what day and age it is, it was impossible for a sole company to rise up all the while having enemies. Have a mutual agreement, forge alliances, and a cordial peace. Agreement. As long as it stops other companies from ruining your own, you would plan ahead and secure your company first. It may be understandable that small companies would break their promises to the agreement, but it is no longer feasible if that company is running on a global scale. There was too much a risk when declaring a war. That was Headfield's explanation. I see, even for evil organizations, was it that normal? I came from being a lowly henchman, so I did not know, but... Neto lied. Of course he knew of it beforehand. It was common sense. He still wanted to interject his idea. Then what of it? Now that we have integrated Crimson into Metallica, the company's power and influence is at its peak. We just need to scrap that alliance or agreement. We'll just crush anybody that disagrees with us. Is it not possible? Neto still didn't back down from his idea. He determined that this was the fastest and most efficient method. Komori, I see where you are coming from, but I would say it is not a good plan. Raz, who had been quiet for a while, decided to speak out. His words were heavy, as he was Metallica's strongest and most experienced general, the man who followed Taojiro in search for battle. If we somehow manage to overcome the other companies, let's say Meadeath, what do you think will happen? That's... Neto understood what Raz was trying to say. No, to be precise, he knew what Raz was implying. No doubt, after seeing one of the company which Metallica was allied to fall, the others would form an alliance and try to take down Metallica. Metallica was currently the strongest among its peers. As long as the agreement between companies exists, they were safe from attacks. If Metallica were to be the one who deliberately breaks the agreement, no doubt the other companies would view Metallica in a hostile light. Who will Metallica attack next? Will it be us? Or will it be the others? When the other companies share a common concern or enemy, an alliance can easily be formed between them. Metallica would not be able to stand against every evil organization out there if they were to come into one. Raz nodded after listening to Neto's response. Then the fight will drag on. There is no other way out of it. We may be able to stand a chance if given the circumstances, but in return, we won't come out in one piece. Raz further added in his analysis. Listening to this, Hammett also voiced out his opinion. Indeed, even if we manage to defeat every evil organization, what would be left of us is a weakened Metallica. What will that result bring? Do you think we still would be able to fend off an attack by the Rock's organization then? Neto bit his lip and answered. That would be impossible. The words of the executives rang true to every sense. In the first place, other companies posed no threat to them currently, so it was an unnecessary action. He didn't know how they would treat his idea if he was Taujiro, but their words stuck to the truth. Instead of an unnecessary attack to take over other companies with a slim chance of succeeding, it was far logical and better to wait for the day where each individual company is weakened before taking action. That way, the chances of them succeeding was way higher. Neto understood what they were trying to say. Fumu, you finally understand. Hammett took a deep breath and treated the matter as finished business. It's unfortunate, Komori-kun. Well, you are still young. There are times when such things happens. Headfield was smiling as he sympathized. Sympathized Neto. He was surely enjoying this moment. Neto received a huge no for his proposal. Very well, I understand. He gave up on his proposal. At least, for the first part of his proposal. I understand we can't take on the other companies without putting Metallica at risk. Everything was going to plan, as he and Surugi discussed. They have established that going against other companies was dangerous. That idea was out of the picture. Yet they still need to do it. Wait for a company to weaken? There's no way that would happen. Create that opening. How much is the success rate for that? There was no way they could just sit idle. If there was someone who's going to do it, it had to be himself. There was no other way. Then I have another suggestion. That's why he planned ahead. He needed to find a way to minimize Metallica's losses and crush the other companies at the same time, all in one swoop. This was also his ticket to stand on top of Metallica. You have another proposal. Now, Komori-kun, you sure don't know when to give up. I get the feeling that this is your real proposal. Go for it, Komori. The executives changed their tone and focused their attention on him. Yes, I don't plan on backing down. Neto stood up. In order for him to rise to the top, he needed to overcome all the obstacles that come at him. Before he knew it, from a lowly peasant, he was assigned as head of general affairs. His weak methods up until now wouldn't fare well in a global stage. For him to succeed this time, he needed to do something unprecedented by his previous actions. Furthermore, he now knew about Taujiro's death. The executives were so keen on keeping this a secret, they wanted his throne alive in people's memories. With this in mind, his path to becoming the president had a lot of obstacles. But everything was for this moment. The reason why he took over Crimson. The reason why he volunteered, as to be experimented on as an enhanced human. The reason he made the Santana his allies. Everything he built up was for this sole moment. He would gamble everything for it. As he stood up, Neto looked at each of the executives' faces. Seeing that he got their attention, he broke the silence. I am going to revolt against Metallica. In that single moment, time stopped inside the conference room. What is this guy saying? Everybody in the room was staring at him with those eyes. WH, what do you mean by that, Komori? The first to react was Raz. He was fuming like a wild boar. Are you planning on betraying Metallica? For you to casually say it, I'm getting full of you. Then do you plan on making us enemies? The next to react was the consultant Hammett. His killing intent was like a snake, prepared to pounce on the kid that was in front of him. Headfield didn't react, but it may be because he couldn't comprehend his words and what he meant. Neto raised his right hand, as if to stop them, and continued. Please calm down by revolt, that is how it would look like from the outside. Where are you getting at? Hammett was still spilling his murderous intent, but Neto was now smiling. In easier terms, it would be called branching off. In principle, I would be ultimately betraying you. Branching out is a word commonly used in the business world. Creating a new sector from a previous existing sector and building it up as a company. To be specific, I am going to take the first sales department, Santana and Crimson to create a new company. While Metallica supports it from the shadows, that new company will be the one taking on the other evil organizations. We will be the one to crush them one by one. Komori, you have good intuition, General Raz. Of course, I will be the one on top in addition to another person. The reason why there were two presidents was because he determined he couldn't do it alone. Thus the context will be, youth feels confident in his abilities and revolts against his company. Now he seeks to take over other evil organizations. How about it? Everyone in the room was now silent and focused on him again. Nobody dared to bat an eyelid. There are two advantages to this plan. First, Metallica won't have any issues with the other companies. After all, we may have come from Metallica, but we are just a fraction of its strength. There's no way the other evil organizations will take us on seriously. Not that Metallica is on friendly terms with them either. Neto was now pacing down the room. Step by step, his steps echoed in the room. He was trying to get rid of his nervousness, all for him to climb to the top. Even if he was scared, even if he was embarrassed, he bore it in. He let the dark flame inside him burn fiercely. He didn't know when exactly he recognized this, but know he had free control over it. As he kept walking, the flame inside him burned brighter or darker. Secondly, this presents Metallica with a low-risk, high-reward situation. Even if I fail, no harm will come to the company, but on the other hand, if I manage to succeed. The flame was now burning brighter and brighter. He now passed Raz, Hammett, and Headfield's backs. He stopped at the chair reserved for Taujiro. I will unite every conquered company alongside with the company that branched off and return back to Metallica. Neto now made it clear what his intentions was. The other three villains in the room was speechless on Neto's declaration. It wasn't as if they didn't understand. They should have a general gist of what would happen. Crimson was now a disposable company since Metallica had already gotten hold of their over-technology. If Neto were to succeed and that new company would come back to Metallica, the gains would be huge. Presented with a low-risk situation, the odds were in their favor. Yet this still presented problems to the executives. Komori-kun, it is not like we don't understand what you are proposing, but I have my doubts against it. To be honest, that company you are going to create is going to be crushed. On another note, how will the General Metallica Assembly react against your revolt? Do you think they'll easily accept you back into the company? Hammett-sama, will you allow such thing? Aside from Headfield, Hammett and Raz remained silent. He imagined what Headfield meant. It may be a new organization, it was still small compared to Metallica. In truth, the chances of the succeeding was very slim. Looking at it from one side, it seemed relevant, but he was wrong. Only Headfield thought of it as a relevant topic. Allow? Do you not understand? This has gone beyond that point of me being allowed back into the company. Neto calmly rebuked Headfield. Looking at Headfield, there was no way he could take back what he said now. If you won't approve of my proposal and provide support from behind, then I can understand. If that's the case, then I will revolt against Metallica for real. That's right, that was all there is to it. He'll just revolt with Surugi alongside Crimson. Company loyalty? Who cares about that? That was just how the world worked. Then I would have to eventually face off with Metallica in the future. Of course, I won't go down that easily. I'm not confident that I could win against Metallica, but I'll be sure to give you a hard time defeating me. I'll have you prepared to make sacrifices in the future. With a weakened Metallica after the battle, what will you do next? Neto looked at Hammett. Both of them stared at each other, both evil in nature. Neto didn't plan on backing down. He had the wits to outsmart justice, the spirit to make necessary sacrifice. You brat. Fight fire with fire. Making Crimson into an enemy already posed a considerable threat to Metallica's might. If they were to go in without the necessary backup, Neto couldn't guarantee the safety of his employees over at his new company. If he fails, he will be the only one to fall, but if he succeeds, the company will have massive gains. Hammett always had the aptitude to read people's emotions and behavior, then all the while better. He needs to know that I am prepared to face and fight Metallica. The one who first folded his gaze was Hammett. Impressive, you brat. Hammett praised Neto's words. Ha 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 q ha ha ha. The room that was once silent was now full of laughter. Of course, the owner of that laugh was no other than Raz. Komori, you sure are an interesting fellow. For you to make Metallica bend according to your plans is impressive. Despite that weak figure of yours, this was unexpected. No one else but you could pull something like this off. You're not like Taujiro's type, but you are no doubt a villain yourself. Raz was happily praising him. Thank you very much, General Raz. I will accept your words of praise. Then, is it okay with you? A new organization company would be established as Metallica is supporting them from the shadows. After everything is settled, that company will merge back into Metallica. There was nobody opposing to his idea. Very well, I will allow it. But remember, kiddo, the path you are going to tread will lead to hell. Hammett's words were true. As Headfield said, it would be difficult to secure a win with a newly established organization. It may seem reckless if you ask around. Neto already knew this. Of course, I am well prepared for it. That is only when he manages to defeat ever other organization and merge back to Metallica. When that happens, the world's first ultimate villain would be born. And if I manage to succeed after overcoming that hell, there was no need for him to say the words. If he managed to achieve such feat, the position he would receive in return is no other than. In reality, he could ask for anything then, but the dark flame inside him burned brighter. To the top. That was his objective. Neto looked at the vacant president's seat in front of him. To be able to sit at that chair and look at his company, be the ultimate villain of the world. Neto proudly declared, I will be taking that seat. I was a small yet cold voice. Yet that was a roar within him. That day, a new organization emerged named Slayer. The one who was going to kill the world. Chapter 60. Pray for me then. A few days had passed since the M meeting. Neto, alongside Surugi, was gathering power for the newly founded company, Slayer. Crimson, Santana, Metallica Okinawa branch, as well as the forces Surugi managed to gather in his absence. With this forces as its main fighting power, several of them were augmented as modified humans. Surugi was the vice president, while Nina acted as the general manager. Nina could have been his aide or strategist, but he decided that he would give those roles to more suited individuals. Annis was his connectant to Crimson, so she was his secretary. The head Crimson's over technology. The amphibious Santana, Johnny Rockway, who was adept in magic, and several others. This was what the company Slayer had. No doubt this company was strong. They were a few, but they were an embodiment of darkness. They did all of the necessary preparations underground. Before they could revolt, they still needed to take care of one last detail. Only that matter remains then boss. Neto was currently in an executive's only room. Only him and Surugi were in that room. It was already very late, but as they sat of the sofa, they were checking if all the necessary preparations had been done. Yeah, to be honest, I really don't like it. Receiving T.S. Ruga's words, Neto rolled on the sofa. Well, it can't be helped, but you were the one who suggested this, boss. Even I didn't think of it. That may be the case, but when it come to it, how do I say this, that, yeah, that? Neto let out a sigh. He knew it himself. In order for Slayer's invasion to be successful, they needed him. He just didn't like him. Neto always did what needed to be done. He never regretted his decision. Defeat them when needed, betray them when needed. It was for his objective, and what Nina called his serious mode, was when he let the black flame in him burn bright without hesitation. That was that. The people surrounding him must have misunderstood him, or in a way, he must have been exaggerated. In truth, Neto was a coward and a loser. He tried his best not to look like one, though. That was how Neto thought of himself. There were times when he felt disgusted with himself, and he still had a hard time dealing with women. If Nina knew his past experience with women, no doubt he would be made fun of. This was this. By the way, I embarrassed myself in front of the other executives. Thinking about it now makes me want to shrink. I'm surprised how I made it through. They were really scary. Raz-san was way too big, and the consultant Hammett looked like a ghost. Neto took a sip of coffee and stared at a distance idly. HMPH, that part of you never changes. Surugi was smiling in a nihilistic. They were somehow off topic now. No, it was Neto's fault that it happened. Excluding that matter, everything was proceeding ahead of schedule, and it could be said that they were allowed a brief break. But he wanted everything done as soon as possible nonetheless. As he was thinking of returning to the previous discussion. Good work, Sue, it's me, can I come in? I'm coming in. A high-pitched voice sounded off. Knock announced himself to the room as well as enter the room. He did all three at once. While inside the main office's executive area, they were still having a meeting. Even with Neto, who was an individual with evil charisma. And Surugi, who was called the victorious general, inside the room, there was only one person who could enter so casually. Nina, you You should wait for an answer before you enter the room. Sorry about that. Well, calm down. Do you want some macadamia chocolate nuts? You really took a vacation to Hawaii, huh? I'm surprised you still managed to do that in this situation. While Neto was away, Nina alongside Anis took command of Crimson in the United States. Since it was time for the company's Slayer to rise, he called him over from the States. But as soon as Nina heard of the plan on the phone, he said it's wasteful if our allowance given by the main office went unspent, so he decided to stop over at Hawaii before coming to Japan. Of course. It's okay, work is work, and I already have done all the necessary preparations. It's true that he already prepared the funds and other necessary preparations in secret before going on vacation, so he might deserve it after all. That was very Neon-like of him. If we fail, we'll die, right? That was his words when he told him of the plan. If we succeed, I'm going to be an executive, right? I can finally flex all I want, and the pay will be unlike when I was hired. That was the words he said in the middle of his small vacation. The atmosphere in the room lightened as Nina entered with a smile. It was weird that he cheered them up. Fu, it's been a while, Nina. Oh, Tsurugi-san, it's been a while too. I heard about your exploits in the States. You've grown as a man, huh? No, well, that's true. You look tan too. Of course, maybe like this, or this. Both of them acted weird. After all, it had been a while since they held a conversation due to work. And, what were you doing? Were you having a meeting? Yeah, you came in at the right time. Hearing Neto's words, Nina stared into the table which had several articles pertaining to the topic. Sai, you've already discussed that much, it should be fine. He didn't know whether he was getting used to it, but Nina's attitude put Neto at ease. In the span of a few seconds, he grasped the entire situation with ease. Neto secretly wished if Nina would give some of that talent to him. And that's that, why don't we go out for a drink? Hearing Nina's remark, Neto looked at Surugi. It was already very late, and to be frank, he was already tired. Not to mention he was also hungry and wanted add drink. You're really hopeless, then let's go, boss. Yeah. Neto and Surugi gave off a sigh, and stood up from their seats with a face of relief. Oh eh. Neto instinctively pulled back. 10 minutes hasn't even passed, senpai, of course it's going to be hot. What's hot will always be hot. I'm just getting started. There were 3 of them. They only each had a towel to cover themselves. They were inside a high-temperature room. Before they would go out for drinks, Tsurugi suggested something unexpected. Since they had been working non-stop for the past week, they wanted to relive their stress. At times like this was very handy. Alcohol tastes good after you exerted effort in your work. Alcohol serves as a refresher to your body. This was what Tsurugi said. It was unusual for Tsurugi to say something as this, but Neto didn't have any experience in the matter, so he thought he must be right. He went together with him. To the sauna. Will this really take the stress off Tsurugi? Indeed, it's come out really nice. Coincidentally, there were no other people other than Neto's group in the sauna. Neto, who was reaching his limit, put up a nervous pose, grasping his hands on his legs. Nina, on the other hand, was still taking it easy, talking nonchalantly. Tsurugi folded his arms and sat quietly as he closed his eyes. By the way, senpai, have spoken with Maki-san since you arrived in Japan. Yeah, a bit. Ugh. Nina had started his train of chit-chat. It was a way to take his mind of the heat, so Neto didn't mind. What happened at that hotel? Ah, you at least had a meal together, right? Ah yeah, we did. I heard that the boss brought her to a separate room after that. Huh? Are you serious? Shit, it came to this after all. Senpai, could it be you? I'm gonna transform. Okay, sorry about asking. There were some parts he wanted to keep from the 2 of them, so he decided to cut off the conversation as soon as possible. Instead of the boss, what about you? Nina, you're already 24, aren't you? Yeah, but 24 isn't that young anymore. I do have a regular girlfriend. Ah, she's a new one, unlike the previous one I told you about. You're kidding me. Eh? You didn't know, senpai? Even Tsurugi-san has a woman, right? It may sound complicated, but I had many experiences with my previous exes. No, but isn't kinda obvious. Fu. A conversation similar to what had been discussed continued for a while. As surprising as it was, Neana had different girlfriends. One in Okinawa, one in Tokyo, and one in New York. From Neto's view, he wanted to ask, were they your lovers? But that much would be obvious. Neana was smart and knew all sorts of things. Neana, who was charismatic and good with conversions, would surely appeal to most women. Surugi, on the other hand, had a way to handle women. He was extremely gentlemanlike and had his way of attracting a female. Neto now. Female, Neto now confirmed that Neana, who he branded as Mr. Person, had a girlfriend. He knew beforehand that Surugi was famous with women. He was good with words and always had a way to make women worry about him without saying a word. And he did it with proficiency. Of course he would be popular. Thoughts like, unlike me, my subordinates are, usually popped up in him. And Surugi has an amazing physique as usual. Surugi, who was sitting beside him, was sprouting his muscles in the nude. He wasn't a really ripped to a sense, but his muscles had been well trained and toned to his line of work. Normally, that couldn't be seen with the clothes he wore, but now it can be throughoutly be seen. Is that the case? That's no joke. It's too ripped. Neana, on the other hand, looked at himself. In Neto's opinion, Neana had more of a model's body. Neto trained every day. While he was in the General Affairs department, he always allotted a day solely dedicated to training. He was formerly a NEET after all. There was no way he could gain muscles that fast. How did you achieve that kind of body? It's impossible for you, boss. It's a matter of body frame and bone structure. You don't have to be frank about it. I'm really depressed by that. Whoa there, senpai, you sure you don't want to ask me how I did it? You would be more popular with women if you did. Ah yeah, Owa, it's really getting too hot for me. I might faint any time. We're not done yet. We still have to bathe after this and then go back in the sauna. Doing 3 sets is the most basic. Time passed. The sound of steam swirling accompanied them as the 3 of them kept talking. After the topic of women and muscles, next came the topic of secrets and occasionally the topic of work. The 3 of them stood on top of the evil corporate ladder, but now they were relaxed and spoke like high school boys on a vacation night. Phew, I'm so sleepy. Neto gulped down a halved glass of alcohol. After following Surugi's suggestion, they headed off to the Odin shop. The first glass of beer tasted better than usual, cooling him off. That was really refreshing. Or, it's really hits you when you're thirsty. Now he understood what those beer tasters meant. The alcohol relieved his tired body, spreading goodness all throughout it. This was a shop he was familiar with. They sat randomly, and they didn't need to be mindful of their behaviors. He was reminiscing the moment. One morsu. Neana was already firing himself up. Teisho, a cold one please. Surugi switched from beer to Japanese sake. After that, the conversation drifted into discussing Neana's time in Hawaii as well as Tsurugi's time back in the Italian mafia. Meanwhile, Neto talked about manga. Neana was talking nonstop, and Surugi followed with his reserved replies. To Neto, spending time with this weird bunch was fun. This was a Odin shop with an Odin-themed menu. Tonight, he ordered miso katsu for dinner. Since the owner was from Nagoya, the reflected a Nagoya accent too. After 2 hours of DR ranking, Neana was drunk and was sleeping on the counter. He's hopeless as usual. Saying those words, Tsurugi covered Neana with his coat. I'll be having another one before heading back then. Okay. Tsurugi took out a cigarette and in between his middle and index finger. He then raised his other index finger and lit the cigarette. Shoo sounded off as the cigar was lit. That's amazing. Is that a byproduct of the modification? Indeed, I practiced doing this without completely transforming. It's useful in situations like this. I trained for it, Tsurugi said it so casually. Most likely it had some value in combat. Tsurugi puffed a smoke and took a sip of his cup. Neto offered to pour for him. Thank you. A cup to you too then, boss. Thanks. Japanese sake was poured into his cup. He drank it all in one instance. Tonight was really fun, but he decided something after today. Hey Tsurugi. Yes. I'll be visiting a grave tomorrow, the grave of my savior. He had been busy ever since he returned to Japan, and it may have already late, but he had to do it. Indeed, it's better for you to do that. He already had spoken to Tsurugi about his savior. I would have liked to meet him, is how Tsurugi responded, and after that is done, I'll take care of that. That. It involved something needed to be done in order for the new organization, Slayer, to rise up. Their company was composed of a small number of elites, people with special equipment, and trustworthy subordinates. It was almost complete. There was one thing they were missing. Surugi, Nina, and Anis were his subordinates in the company Slayer, and Neto would normally stand on top. But he already planned to have 2 people stand on top of the company. He needed someone who could manage and coordinate the entire company. Normally, nobody would want 2 people standing as a head of a company. In their case, it was impossible not to do so. There was no way that man would agree to work under him. That person would stand on top of the company together with him. He had the talent of which Neto didn't possess. If he didn't, Slayer would crumble to ashes. In order to complete the puzzle, that man was needed as the final piece. That man is strong, I'll admit that. I'll talk to him directly tomorrow. That would be the most wisest course of action. It's me and him that will be pulling Slayer together. As they would traverse that path, they can finally settle things between them. It needed to happen. When he started facing off with other forces or evil, or was it when they first met, this had been coming to both of them. They were going to settle it once and for all. But first, it was a question whether that man will see the picture Neto is portraying. There was no other way than to stick his hand in it himself. On the other hand, could devise a plan. Well, pray for me then. Indeed, then cheers. This was the 4th time they raised a cup to himself. His manliness was raised to 100%. Chapter 61. I'll be your opponent, Aikno-kun. As he said on the night before, Neto went to the grave of his savior, bringing a serving of shachu. After which, he headed off to Metallica's main office, into the global management department. He had after all need to take care of that matter. He had been in Metallica for 5 years now, but the time he spent in the main office was undoubtedly slow. The longest time he was at the main office was when it was his first year in the sales department. Even then, his knowledge on the main office and its inner working were very shallow. The reason for his visit to the global management department was to recruit the man that would pull Slayer together with him. He may hate him, but Aikno was the exact man for the job. He had a lot to bring into the table, and it needed to be him on the position needed. Aikno was both the head and an executive. He had his own room, dedicated to be his office. Neto headed towards it. Before his room, Aikno's elegant-looking secretary was there. Excuse me. Neto called out to the secretary, who was busy with her documents. Yes, you're from our department, right? What do you need? It was a chilly attitude she was adopting towards him. Neto was taken aback for a bit, but he pressed on. Aikno, can I speak with the section head? Do you have an appointment? The blonde secretary immediately answered with a question of her own. No, it's not like guys. I'm very sorry, but you can't meet the head without securing an appointment beforehand. The blonde secretary again gave out a quick response. Did I do anything to you? No, I might have done something bad in the past, but it shouldn't affect you that much. Is what he wanted to say, but she was too fierce. In the end, Neto just cowered before her. Or shut up before her. Then, can I ask for your name and business needed? I can contact Sir Aikno after I check if his schedule is free. Screw you, Aikno, what kind of instruction is that? Hatred once again boiled inside Neto. Again, it might not be something he could avoid. Aikno was an executive after all. He had no time to meet every person that requested audience with him. I am Komori Neto. My business would be, how should I say this? Neto curled his lips. Would you like to revolt against Metallica with me? Is not something he could blurt out loud. K. Komori. Komori, the managing director. Neto was all silent, but it was the secretary's turn panic. Yes, I forgot I was the managing director, haha. I'm sorry for being rude. I will immediately inform the head of this. The secretary was then panicking and picked up her communication device and dialed in. I see. Titles are sure convenient in these situations. Yet he felt bad exercising his power here. Yes. The secretary was communicating with somebody in her device. No doubt it was Aikno. On the other hand, he sure has risen up the ranks despite being still young. There was no need for him to come up with a complicated plan, sacrifice lives, or need a strong army and competent subordinates. Aikno rose up the ranks just by sheer competence and ability. Neto admired this. On a side note, in the whole history of Metallica, there were only 3 individuals who attained level 4 and were section heads or better. Those were Aikno, Neto, and unexpectedly Nina. Yes, I understand. Then I will bring him in. Their conversation had ended. Thank you very much. Then may I? Ah no, Chief Aikno is not here. He is using the underground training room this afternoon. Even he is doing that much, I may not like him, but he is doing his job properly. Guided by Aikno's secretary, they made their way into the locker rooms of the underground training hall room. Benches and vending machines were lined up inside. A large fortified glass was on one side of the room to give a view of the training hall. The training room was a huge flat space shaped into an arena. Small spheres floated inside the area in high speeds and emitted some sort of laser beam periodically. A person was on the receiving end of these beams. No doubt it was Aikno. His feet and shoulders, as well as his whole body, was covered in some machine armor. That armor had some sort of thruster which propelled Aikno in high speeds. Neto saw something similar in the past. It was the silver-lined armor which the Harrison facility once housed, Beetle's battle armor, but this was clearly a more improved version of that armor. Is that the brake gunblade he's wielding? It's been a while since I've seen one, but it's more modified now. With the use of Crimson's technology, it was now possible to store energy within the sword and release intense laser beams to act as the blade's edge. No doubt it's a new hybrid model they're experimenting on. Moving in high speeds, Aikno used the sword to cut up the spheres floating and sometimes used to gun mode to shoot them down. On the display panel of glass were the words Battle Simulation Level, Max displayed. Did that guy get modified? Neto may be a modified human, but when not transformed, he couldn't do the things that Aikno was doing now. No matter how high-tech the equipment may be, without the physique and the mental fortitude, you couldn't operate such technology. No, Chief Aikno didn't undergo any modification. Chief Aikno was the one who came with the idea of this training room, and he was already able to do that much when it was established. His physique is certainly amazing. The secretary looked at Aikno with the eyes of a woman. Ah, I see. This person is also that. HMMM from the beginning, huh? Then let me guess. He kept it a secret after this place was established, but when it was discovered, he gave out a perfect demonstration. Am I wrong? Yes. It is as you say, but how? As I thought. Neto gave out a bitter smile. No matter how genius Aikno may be, there was no way he could pull off something that's superhuman from the beginning. Even Neto, when transformed, could not pull off such maneuvers easily. That was suspicious enough. The most likely case was that Aikno received some enhancement after getting help from Harrison and Crimson. He trained himself throughout so he could wield such equipment comfortably. Nobody would have known this. He's still a sore loser that likes to look cool after all this time, huh? I'll give him that. No, don't mind me. I think this is far enough. I think I can manage by myself here, although there is one thing I'd like to ask of you. On the glass display panel were the words Battle Simulation Level, Max End/Score, AA. Those floating spheres seemed to also stop moving. But after hearing Neto's request, the secretary had a concerned face, but as she was speaking, a voice came out of the room's speakers. Nani-san, can Director Komori and I have the room by ourselves? His sweet yet boastful voice sounded off into the room. Of course, it was no other than Aikno. After hearing these words, the secretary bowed and retreated from the room. After confirming that she left, Aikno invited Neto into the training room. Aikno had no plans of going out of the room. Room to meet him. Does he plan to continue training? Or does he want a one-on-one match with me? While pondering on such thought, Neto went into the room. It was hard for him to breathe here. The air was very thin inside. It's been a while, Aikno. The last time they met was at a research room in Purgatory Island. Aikno still showed a steady face despite going through his tough training. What do you want? Aikno asked him sharply. They still couldn't get along after all this time. That's why Neto also replied sharply. I've come to recruit you. Revolt against Metallica with me and take charge of the new company I made. Aikno's point of view. Aikno was currently an executive. He was heavily involved in the planning and coordination of other companies, and it could be said that he is a businessman. Aikno kept that businessman mindset as he rose through the ranks. Of course, he didn't forget the standard of training himself either. Being an evil organization, being able to fight is a must. One cannot be a warrior just by sitting on your desk and thinking about it. Currently, Aikno had experienced many battlefields as he rose up the ranks. He may be sometimes threatened by inner company politics, but the fact that he was in his current position proves that he somehow got over them. Of course, this also applied to his private life. There are some entities that want him to fail at his position so they could take over. He knew that much that he was always on guard. This can be shown by looking at his schedule today. He took care of every task needed to completed by noon, and at 2 in the afternoon, he headed off to the training room to train. He would take a shower after the training and go back to his office to take care of any remaining tasks. Of course, he had plans to spend the night with women after 2, but while he was training, someone unexpected came. Komori Neto. He was a fellow employee whom he entered the company together. He currently was the managing director. There was no need to say that this man was not here to talk pleasantries. He knew that much, but he could not just outright refuse him. No matter how savage and cold-hearted his methods may be, reason backed it up, making it a huge factor for success. The words that came out of the man before his exceeded his expectations. What? Say it again. Aikno replied to Komori. To be frank, he already predicted that Komori would revolt against Metallica one day. It was predictable from his past movements. Komori was a person that would desire power no matter what the cost. For Metallica, no, for Komori Neto himself, he desired this power. It was not weird for that Komori to covet power. After all, he wanted to take over the world. Come with me, Aikno. Komori continued on. That was the unexpected part. Why? Because I need you. Komori explained his plan. They would splinter and revolt from Metallica, creating a new company slayer. They would defeat every evil organization and return to the Metallica then. From that moment on, Metallica will become the greatest evil organization. And they would stand on top. Aikno thought to himself, as calmly as possible. I see, there are some things I'm uncertain with, but I got the whole picture. Then that would explain my importance in his plan. It became clear how both of them were the opposite of each other in Purgatory Island. They each walked their own paths then, and he knew this well. Komori is weak. He's definitely weaker than him. That was why he could come up with such a sinister plan and didn't hesitate on using it. If he didn't do that, he never would have won. As a result, he was elevated to his current position and greatly praised for it. That was enough to showcase his talent and capabilities. An evil charisma. There was no other word for it. He wasn't just some trash who managed to rise up the ranks just on luck. Komori must have no. Aikno, was the head of the global management section. He had access to information and technology not commonly shown to Pulik. That much was obvious when Komori would look back on the research room on Purgatory Island. Aikno had access to beetle crystal, which couldn't be obtained easily. Like Komori, he also had his own subordinates. Komori's assets would be the late Crimson, Santana, the soon-to-be integrated global management's technology, and Jaime Rockway, which Surugi Gardner is in charge of. As a mid-sized company, it was a formidable company. Having this much, this was a huge amount of power granted to one person. He may hate Komori, but it was a matter of person, not capability. I see. I can understand where you are coming from. It was certainly reasonable. But I have no plans on hopping on board. He sharply rebutted. This was not the result of the hatred he had for Komori. I agree that if I joined you, the success rate of that plan would increase, but there is no other word than rash to describe your plan. Why do you have to go through such lengths and take that risk? Komori's expression didn't change. No doubt he didn't expect he would ask such thing. There was a moment of silence. I have information which you yourself don't know. Komori did come prepared for this meeting after all. Is it that Taujiro Blackmoa is dead? Aikno cut right to the chase. He said as if it was obvious. What you already knew. Aikno continued after the man known for his evil charisma gave out a surprised look. No, but it was easy to deduce and reason it out. You being in your current position and coming up with such a plan only implied one thing. And it seems that I am correct. He already noticed beforehand. Last year, Metallica and the President's movements were very suspicious. Those suspicions then turned into confirmation. The man called Komori was naive at times like these. Is that all then? Go ahead and create that new organization, company of yours then go and get crushed. As a fellow worker, I'll be gracious enough to offer a single incense stick after your death. There was a high probability that Komori's plan would fail. If that were the case, Komori would surely die. If he died then, he would win over him by default. Are we done? I'll continue my training. I don't like my time being wasted on non-essence. You can go now. Aikno pointed the brake blade to Komori. Receiving Aikno's words, Komori let out his own response. His expression had changed. It was an expression he had never seen before. It was a cold and dark expression. Geez, are you sure? You already know Metallica's plans. I'm not so sure if you are acting on behalf of the interest of Metallica right now. Even if I cut you down now, nobody would complain since I did it in Metallica's name. I really don't care. Come at me if you can. You can think of me as a training partner. Instead of an attraction based on mech armor, this would surely be more amusing. There's nobody more experienced than me in bringing down heroes from the Rock's organization. If you want, I can give you a handicap Aikno-kun. Komori was intimidating him. This isn't some, if I defeat you, I'll have you join us type of thing, right? Do you think I'll stank for such ridiculous stunt? Komori's intimidation was certainly impressive. He didn't expect less from the man who conquered Crimson, but that was it. Aikno also had a career. He won't lose to Komori's pressure here. It was obvious he was provoking him. No, I didn't say such thing. But there's no way that you can defeat me. The results are already final. Komori was lashing out with contempt. Me, lose to you. Those words floated inside his head. Are you getting over of your head after getting promoted to managing director? You certainly are exceptional, and with that spiritual energy and that shrewd mind of yours, you're certainly above average. But that's it. It's not something I can lose to, even if you're a modified human. He knew he was being provoked deliberately, and he was now in Komori's pace. You want to try it out? Aikno didn't care anymore. This was probably the last time he would see Komori. Komori would die leading the company slayer. If that were the case, it wouldn't be so bad to settle who was actually better among them. And if he ever lost, there was no way Komori would kill him. He needed him alive. Even then, he had no plans on going with Komori. If he had the intent to hold him hostage, performance would suffer greatly. Komori himself would be aware of this. On the other hand, Aikno wouldn't need to restrain himself. Even if he ended up killing him, he had enough supporters to back him up when needed. Komori's words had also been recorded by the room. If needed, he could manipulate those files later. If they found out Komori was planning to revolt, no doubt they would drop the case against him immediately. Of course it would be futile if Raz himself would look into the case. He couldn't increase influence up that high in the corporate ladder. If that happened, there was no way out than to make a deal with Raz. There was no way he would tolerate to lose both Komori and himself. In other words, this situation greatly favored him despite their difference in strength. Aikno didn't think of this as a coward move. He had to make do with whatever he can. It also applied in training, business, and in connections. Komori must be thinking about resolving this situation right now. I don't know what he is thinking, but I got the upper hand. It's my win. Did he think I would back down just because he is a modified human? It would have made a difference if I didn't know about it, but it's different now. Did he think he could surprise me with just that? Aikno was confident with himself. He already mastered the hybrid technology he had on hand. This was the result of long hours of planning, effort, and a training that made him sprout out blood. He also understood evil silhouette fully now. Being able to understand his enemy, Komori was no more than a regular human before him. He was already above him in reaction, decision, and physique. There was no way he could lose. What's the matter? Aren't you going to transform? Come at me anytime. Aikno himself started prompting his thruster while taking a battle stance. The sound vibrated within the room, and the blade started to glow. Oh dear, you're going to wait for me to transform? What a tepid fellow. Komori took a step back and loosened his necktie and stared into him. The two of them were now facing each other head to head. The air between them was tense. Transform. Upon saying it in a small voice, Komori was covered in dark light. Before Aikno was a demon. Aikno increased his thruster output and accelerated forward. Without paying heed to the demon, he swung down his high-tech blade. Chapter 62. Where are you going? Neto was surprised at Aikno's speed. The latest version of the armor thruster which Aikno was using exceeded what humans could achieve. The acceleration speed was beyond what he expected. If he hadn't transformed beforehand, he would have been defeated instantly, much less react to Aikno's attack. But he knew beforehand that Aikno would never attack him in his untransformed state. Aikno was both a strong and a smart foe. It wasn't because of pure strength, but rather Aikno knew where and when to take advantage of his foes in order to put himself on an advantageous position. Aikno would never underestimate his foe, he would defeat them using his pure wits. That was Aikno's true nature. That was certainly a formidable way to fight. Neato, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. That's why he knew Aikno would never pull off some unfair tactics. He immediately flew 3 meters up in the air and immediately slammed down. Even an opponent from the Rock's organization would feel the force of his attack. But, TCH, a dull sound of metal vibrated. Neto used his right hand and gathered a black mass of energy. He then used that energy to parry Aikno's attack. Neto had already been to countless battlefields facing the Rock's organization. It was not a jest to say that he was very experienced in fighting. Break Gunblade itself was a bladed weapon that could cut boulders with ease, but with Metallica's technology, it could transform into a gun, making it a versatile weapon. That was what Aikno wielded, but the one he had was a new model and thus wasn't refined yet. Still, it was not a strike Neto could take head-on even when he had evil silhouette. The Silhouette series were modifications to the human body to enhance the spiritual personification of that individual, using that energy to strengthen the body through transformations. The man called Komori Neto refined himself as each battle was fought. He only barely managed to make it in time to parry Aikno's attack. The weight pressed between them was tremendous and excruciating, but both of them couldn't just simply pull out. Not so slay now, huh, you bastard. Looks like you know how to at least fight, pretty boy. They each was provoking each other as they were in a deadlock. Aikno switched hands for the blade, curled up his fist to send out a punch. He activated his thrusters on his wrist and used his knuckle guards to send out the blow. It wasn't a fatal wound, but Neto lost vision for a second. What's surprising was Aikno was keeping up with Neto, who was transformed. Aikno had the brain power to control between using his thrusters and exerting power attacks. He had the reaction to switch out his blade to his other hand and sending a punch to Neto. TCH. Neto didn't receive that much damage. As he was being punched, he used his claws to tear out Aikno's shoulder armor. A moment of attacks, as they settled down, a distance was created between them. What's the matter? Weren't you going to defeat me? Aikno shifted from blade mode to gun mode and fired multiple shots at Neto. Metallica's super-reinforced steel bullets packed a huge punch, straining the user's elbow if hand fired without any support. Aikno was not holding back. It was only possible for Aikno since he specifically trained his body to wield this weapon. Yeah, I'll defeat you. Neto used the wings on his back, folding them to block against the bullets. It was just for a moment, but Aikno was taken aback. He knew the reason. Neto's evil silhouette wasn't able to do this before, but it was different now. His expanded great red wings were now flexible and much more reinforced. His mastery over them grew as he trained, and finally that battle in New York. In other words, after the events and Mr. Big's burial, his transformation increased in power. What's the matter? Getting cold sweats now. Neto slashed with his claws, releasing a wave of impact. 5 waves traveled through the training hall and headed off to Aikno. Cold sweat? Don't make me laugh. Utilizing his thrusters, Aikno avoided all blasts. They both exchanged attacks, shooting bullets and sending waves of impact, all the while blocking incoming attacks. This ranged engagement lasted for a while. Neto was now thinking on his current situation. He already knew that Aikno wouldn't just get on board his idea. In that case, he decided to bring him over through a match. Everything was going according to plan, but Aikno was stronger than he expected. They still were holding back, observing each other's movements as they sent out attacks. From Neto's perspective, He was observing whether Aikno had anything else stored within his sleeves. After all, his abilities were still unknown to him. From Aikno's perspective, he was observing Neto, on guard and trying to figure out what sly methods he had planned beforehand. But Neto was fighting at 60% of his power. How about Aikno? In the first place, it was not guaranteed that Aikno would win. He also didn't plan on settling their differences here. Indeed, he didn't need to defeat Aikno here. That's why he didn't come with a devious plan beforehand. But will he be able to do it? Will he be able to convert this man onto his side? There was only a single moment of doubt. His worries then dissipated away. There was no need to win. There was also no need for him to lose. He only needed Aikno to feel that he won. Aikno Ryuji defeats Komori Neto, huh? He only needed a little bit. If he could make him feel that way, he could achieve his goal. It's because this man called Aikno was. That's it. Aikno engaged his thrusters to full power, accelerating rapidly and closing the distance. As he got closer, he changed direction, flanking Neto from behind and slashed his blade sideways. Neto couldn't dodge it anymore. He was fast, but not as fast as Sonic Youth. The blow was heavy, but not as heavy as Justice Hammer. That's why, with this amount, WH, Neto took the blow head-on, meanwhile using his palm to hit Aikno's chest armor. This sent Aikno flying across the room. If he was prepared to score a hit, this much sacrifice was expected. KH. Neto bit his tongue and held out against his wounds. His left arm was bleeding. Q-hug. Aikno was a few meters away from him, knocked into the locker room's reinforced glass. He stood up on one knee. They both suffered equal amounts of damage. Neto's transformation wore off due to the damage inflicted. You bastard. Aikno wasn't able to move. His armored thrusters were heavily damaged and was out of commission. It would take a while for it to be functional again. You already predicted that the president, Taojiro Blackmoa, was already dead, was what you said, right? Suppressing the wound on his left shoulder with his right hand, Neto started talking. Yeah, you're an idiot for not seeing that much. Then, do you want me to know what that means? The executives hid this and continued to operate Metallica in the will of their deceased president. How far are you willing to go, Komori? There was no way he wouldn't understand. With the king's seat open, only his aides are moving the organization. This man surely must understand. The path to the top was blocked. Yeah, I bet that's the case. Aikno already had a grasp of it. With the death of their ruler, ministers wouldn't simply take on a new rule with ease. As long as it stands, there was never going to be another ruler. And now, Neto's path have come to a dead end. Normal methods wouldn't grant him the top seat in Metallica, not unless they acknowledge his powers. In order for that to happen, Aikno was an essential piece. It was because this man. Well then, elite and handsome Aikno-kun. Neto expressed a cynical expression and continued. You couldn't defeat me after all. Neto didn't fully think so. There was no guarantee that he could win just by power alone. Even though his shoulder's pain was bad, but he laughed it off. Aikno couldn't see what's happening inside the locker room due to its reinforced and tinted glass pane, but Neto perfectly knew what was happening inside. It was the perfect timing. I'll be killing you. You hear? Receiving Neto's words, Aikno stood up. His armor thruster had finally rebooted back online. Didn't I call it out before? You can't do it. Neto transformed again, and the two of them bouted again. They both were executives and were engaged in a black and white struggle. Some might say it's stupid, but they each had something at stake. That's why. Hailila. Yuhuo. Aikno expanded his thrusters, accelerating forward. Neto gathered energy and slammed the floor with his foot, moving in high speed. The two shadows were fighting on a speed close to the speed of sound. WH. Aikno was the one who raised an unexpected cry. Neto already predicted that this was going to happen. No, he expected this to happen since he already set it up beforehand, so there was no need to act surprised. A shutter of reinforced shock-absorbent bulletproof glass quickly descended on the midsection of the room in between Neto and Aikno. Both Aikno and Neto put on their brakes, stopping just before the shutters. Of course, they could break the glass, but doing so would give an opening to the other side. The most sensible decision here was to stop. Neto knew that Aikno was a reasonable man, so he also stopped. What does this mean? Komori, I didn't do it. someone from the outside did this. A reinforced bulletproof glass that was shock absorbent. This was something all Metallica training and research facilities had. It would only be activated in case of a fire or in case of a rampant modified human, so there was no way it was activated automatically. Then why did it come down? That would come soon. They could hear a voice from the locker room speakers. Since they were adjacent to the locker room, they could see who was in. Aikno saw a human figure inside the room. Well, to be honest, he didn't need to do that. It was that obvious, the tone, the intonation. It was clear who that voice belonged to. Maki, why are you here? Mayuzumi Maki. Aikno and Neto, co-interview taker and now head of the research room. Beats me, maybe your secretary called her over. Neto lashed out on Aikno's question. It was faint, but he could hear a small sound coming from Aikno on the other side of the glass. That itself was the truth. There was no other person that requested the secretary to call Maki other than Neto. After the incident of Purgatory Island, she already returned to the main office. Calling her here shouldn't take much time. If she were to see the scene before her, she would definitely stop it. Neto believed she would do that. Maki's tearful voice rang out. It wouldn't work on the hot-blooded Aikno, but now Neto felt that Aikno was calming down. Seeing Aikno acting that way, Neto tapped the glass in front of him and called out to Aikno. Oh well, good for you, Aikno. You don't have to be defeated by me. Neto let out some cynical words. He felt sorry to Maki, but he needed to ignore her right now. That also applies to you. Aikno knew that much. He already got a grasp of Neto's strength. It wouldn't be a coincidence if one of them died. But that was enough for him. It didn't feel like he won, right? This is just getting started. Come at me. Aikno wanted to continue on, but Neto was different. It's a bother, but I'm busy too, you know. I don't have time to hand around and mess with you anymore. Neto put off his transformation and continued. This is the end for you and me. I need to go meet up with Surugi and the Vanguard to take out Anthrax. Then we'll raise the foundation of the company Slayer, from the ground. An organization that's a cult at heart, Anthrax, summoned magical beasts to do their bidding. They were allied to Metallica, but the status quo between both companies were in the gray. They neither confirmed that they were working together nor against each other. That was about to change when he would secure victory against them. He would crush the few executives they had. What are you saying? Aikno purged the power from his armor and approached the glass. They stared each other down with the transparent glass in between them. I mean what I say. From today onwards, I'm going to create a new path. As you said, I may die, but that'll happen when the time comes. Are you serious? Of course, didn't I say it beforehand? I can't climb to the top if things stay as it is. My goal is the top. Not to become just an executive. He glared into Aikno's stare. He knew what he was thinking, and Neto also knew what Aikno was after. Ah, that's right. If I'm gone, no doubt you'll take my place. Congratulations. You made it to the top. All you need to do now is sit on your executive chair and play around in the main office. If I fail to gather the other companies, all you need to do is wait for General Raz and the other executives to retire. You'll be just like a kid, waiting for Santa to bring your present. Neto again spoke in a cynical and sarcastic way. He already planned beforehand that their conversation would take this route. That was why he didn't need to go all out in their fight. There are 2 points in his plan. Aikno mustn't lose. And to show that there was no time for them to continue fighting. Aikno Ryuji was a strong man, and he himself believed so. He would no doubt want to continue the fight. He always found a way to win. That's the type of man he is. This man wasn't just going to get Neto get away. He would never settle for a draw against the man he named as his nemesis. That was why he even went out of his way to provoke him. If he remained in Metallica, he could never prove to himself that he was better than Neto. If Neto died in the battlefield, he would never know who would stand on top. Was he relying on the report, I defeated Komori Neto, to the main office to prove himself? Some may say that, but Aikno says otherwise. If Aikno wanted to prove himself, he had to accompany Neto on his trip to establish Slayer and see it through the end. That was why Neto established that Aikno was needed in his plan. This man would surely respond. That's because this man, the man called Aikno Ryuji, was a man who had never lost since he was born. You're an irritating bastard. Aikno spited him. He probably knew that, Neto. knowing his personality, already planned for this to happen. But there was still the issue if Aikno would get on board despite knowing Neto's scheme. You already knew beforehand, right? That I'm a scum. Neto showed off a careless smile. Slayer, fine, but don't forget, the match today isn't. Yeah, after everyone has been crushed, I'll accompany you for a while. You should be grateful, someone like has agreed to fight you on equal grounds. I'd never do that, you know. After they dealt with everything, they'll settle the score between them. Whoever wins that fight would stand at the pinnacle of villainy. Even without saying those words, they both understood what it implied. It was a form of contract for both of them. When does Surugi F. Gardner start the operation? In about 4 hours from now. Since we're after the top executives, an infiltration would suit us best, taking them all down in one swoop. Are you coming? Of course, don't lump me up with commoners. There was no need for more petty words. There was no need to be economical for this reason. A huge bang to act as a distraction will be the starting signal. Aikno started up his break blade, meanwhile Neto transformed his left hand. They both let out an attack, breaking the reinforced glass separating them. Maki was confused. She didn't know what just happened. After being called by Aikno's secretary, who was requested by Neto to call her over, she saw Neto transformed, fighting Aikno. Evil silhouette has since improved, changing specs and form, while Aikno was fully masterful of his armor, battling each other in high-level engagement. Was this training? It didn't look like it, since they both looked like they were fighting to kill each other. If they were to continue like this, one of them is going to come out seriously injured. Maki had special feelings for Neto, and Aikno was an important coworker which she respected. No matter much she would call out, her voice wouldn't reach them. Searching through the control room's panels, she managed to bring the shutters down to stop both of them. She didn't know what was going on, and she was on the verge of tears. She called out to both of them. They both had a serious expression and were talking with each other. She couldn't hear them from here. She knew they both disliked each other, but they were adults. They wouldn't kill each other for no reason. Confused, she wanted to know what was happening. Maki went out to the training room, opening the locker room's door. NEET. As she stepped out, the sound of reinforced glass breaking into pieces echoed throughout the room. They both sent out an attack, destroying the wall between them. But they looked like they weren't going to fight. They both had their backs against each other, while the sparkling light of glass gleamed around them. Aikno-san. That scene captivated her. She was standing still with her hand on her chest. They both started walking towards her, towards the training room's exit. The distance between them shortened. She had no regrets stopping them, but she felt she interrupted something important. Maki-san, thank you. I'm glad you came. Neto smiled as he looked at Maki. Maki, take this. She never saw Aikno that much since he was always in his office, but he removed the company ring he had on his ring finger and threw it towards her. This is. She cashed the ring in a hurry as it was in the air. A ring with silver wings, it was the pride and symbol of Metallica. Does he want it delivered to somebody? Then, me too. Neto reached out to his breast pocket and took out a pin of the same design, putting it in Maki's hands. A pin with silver wings, Metallica's symbol. They both removed it. They were leaving Metallica, that's what it implied. For someone their status to do something like this, it must be very important to do so. Death was definitely involved in their path. For someone so distant from them, someone who only is in her lab, she knew that much was going to happen. Why? Maki was holding back her tears. She asked in a trembling voice. Can you keep this for us? I will return. Didn't I tell you before? I'm going to change the world. I'll never forget, that's why I'm definitely going to return. Wait for me. Neto didn't answer her question, but those words were enough for her. Don't be stupid, you're never coming back. I'm the one who's going to win. Aikno looked straight into her. They both turned their backs against her, heading for the exit. Their backs were telling her something. They both were going far away from her. The words "will come back" both relieved her and tightened her heart. Where are you going? Maki asked, seeking answers. She wanted to go with them. But they surely had a reason for not bringing her along. They would never go against what they decided upon. To the wilderness. Looking back for a bit, Aikno answered her question in a short response. Wilderness, As expected of the pretty boy, quite a poet I see. Neto was sarcastic of Aikno's answer. There was no end to their rivalry after all. Yeah, it may be a wilderness after all things had been considered, then Maki-san, I'm off. Neto was back to himself again. Not a depressing farewell, but a farewell like someone going off into an errand. It was a soft and calm goodbye. We're off to conquer the world in a bit. It was like he was joking around. But those words of his were the things he worked towards to achieve all this time. Maki gripped the two emblems on her chest. Wiping her tears, she managed to form a smile. Yes, take care then. I'll be waiting. She sent them both off with their backs towards her. Chapter 63.1. Surugi, Nana. Can you hear me? The evil organization Anthrax. There was a huge disparity between Anthrax and other evil organizations. Originating from a small island in Southeast Asia, they were no more than a tribe of cultists before. Their history was ancient, and their existence was not known to the world until the beginning of the 22nd century. Worshipping their god, though it was the 22nd century, they offered human sacrifices and refused the scientific civilization to crush other religions. That was how they would be labeled after the world found out. Believers of their religion understood that themselves, and they will never be accepted by society. That was why they decided to hide themselves well, but a certain incident brought them out to the spotlight. Anthrax offered up women as sacrifices to their gods, and an outsider managed to get hold of a footage of it, uploading it to the internet. Religion still existed in the 22nd century, but each religion was centered on humanitarian development and other general purposes. It advocated peace towards modern society. Furthermore, there were no longer isolated villages and tribal societies in the 22nd century. Due to the influx in technology and telecommunications in the early 21st century, such issues were now fixed. On a wishful thinking, the world was now at peace. That was modern society. There was no way a war would start just because of a religion nor a suppressed tribe. Living in a tropical rainforest, wearing masks, refusing the modern civilization, eating raw meat, and making human sacrifices. That image alone was too sensational for the world that they considered them inhumane. The world wanted them to change. The world wanted them to change. They sent emissaries to talk with them, but they were turned away. The Guardians, now concerned about the sacrificial rituals, now stepped it. The Guardians went in fully armed, but thought that they wouldn't need to use it since they were no more than a tribal society on an island. And if we pop so fireworks and shine a flashlight to their face, they probably submit to us. From the aftermath, they were gravely mistaken. Anthrax, worshipping their ancient god, possessed a power that no other evil organization could hope to attain. The god of darkness, or at least what it translated to, was the name of their god. What was known was that shamans could summon magic beasts through rituals and control them. In its simplest form, they could summon a beast to fight for them, and they could contract the beast to a person. If the contract was breached, the beast would tear up the contract breaker and devour him. The beasts were strong. At least that much can be said after the invading Guardians were massacred by them. This incident again stirred up the world. Anthrax was labeled as a dangerous entity. Some organizations wanted to reason out with them and know what they are thinking, while some wanted to get rid of these dangerous group. Such topic was controversial after the massacre of the invading force. Then on, various institutions and weapons were used to no avail. Something horrendous was about to happen to the world. Anthrax was passive all this time, remaining in their island, but that was about to change. We are only living according to our beliefs, but the outside world keeps on bothering us. The enemy they are sending to us is growing stronger each encounter. At this rate, we will be annihilated. Then what do? We will give those pagans something to look at then. We will spread our god, Belladonna, throughout the world. Anyone who opposes should just be thrown to the beasts. It will be a massacre. The world will belong to us and out god Belladonna. It didn't take long for such thoughts to pop up among Anthrax members. A lone genius emerged from the ranks of Anthrax, called Benante. Benante suggested that they venture out from their island. He declared that he was a prophet from their god. He was successful in agitating his tribe, masterfully using his charisma. Using magical beasts to devour humans, he gained power. In the process, Benante learned that they weren't the only one who wanted to take over the world. He acknowledged the existence of such evil organizations, and at times they made alliances when needed, all for the purpose of conquering the world. Time passed, and it was reported that several thousand humans already perished in the hands of the magic beasts. Anthrax now held on to power by tapping into God's domain by summoning such beasts. It didn't matter anymore who started it, but to the civilian population that lived peacefully, Anthrax was definitely evil. And this was how Anthrax, from a small island tribe in Southeast Asia, became an organization feared by the world, and was acknowledged by its peers of evil organizations. Chapter 63.2. Gaia. A sharp fang was directed towards Nina by a dark shadow. Nwaya. Nina possessed Crimson S equipment, narrowly dodging the beast's attack using the modified hoverboard with sonic roller parts integrated into it. He continued ascending towards the cliff on his right and hopped off into a tree branch. That was dangerous. I was about to die back there. I prefer not to die in this thick and tropical forest. In the first place, that magical beast is too scary. Its body is jet black, and it's turning dark every minute, so it's getting harder to see. Isn't this too much? I really thought I would die back then. Surugi-san, can't you do something about it? Now, Nina, your moves there were certainly amazing. You have talent. Something like that won't be able to bring you down. Surugi might scoff at him like that, but for Nina, it sounded no more than a joke. In the first place, it was difficult to subjugate Anthrax with their current numbers. That much was obvious when thinking in a composed manner. Well, that may be the case, but don't we have enough time? We are getting pushed back, as well as other points too. That's why for once Tsurugi-san could. It wasn't like he was wrong. In the first place, their total fighting force was at a disadvantage. A special operation at night, they were conducting guerrilla warfare towards Anthrax's Benante, who was coming back to the island today. They would conduct a joint operation within the forest and infiltrate Anthrax while they were doing their ritual. They were supposed to settle it all at once, but they were occasionally spotted by patrols, and they had to fend them off. TCH, you're a hopeless guy. Oi, you beast. I don't know whence you come from, and you are not from this world. Get lost. With his blade bathing in the moonlight, Tsurugi gave a slash towards the wolf-like beast and split it in half. The beast evaporated like light, and a faint shuffling sound could be heard in the distance. A shaman probably collapsed from the pain it felt with the beast's passing. You sure are tough, Tsurugi-san. Even without transforming, you still could do this much. Nina jumped off the branch he was standing on, and commented on as he touched the ground. Tsurugi was already strong back when he was unmodified. Now that his strength was comparable to a superhuman. In his opinion, Nina thought that Tsurugi might be the strongest within Metallica. Nina, how's the battle going? Tsurugi, with his staunched face, asked Nina. Well. He brought out his tablet, looking at the screen, he checked on the reports. Their fighting force consisted of a part of Metallica's first sales department, Crimson's combat division, and Santana, who were only to be used in a specific situation. The entire Anthrax's forces wouldn't be here, but they still stationed guards to ensure that their ritual would go on without problems. In an all-out confrontation, Slayer could never hope to outmatch and defeat Anthrax in its full force. In a limited battle such as this, they stood a chance, but victory is still unsure. This is bad. We can't have everything go our way. We're moving to the next point. Nina was together, with Tsurugi commanding a squad, towards their objective destination. They were headed off to help their allies and deal with the arising threats. 10 minutes wouldn't be enough. There were a few reasons why Slayer targeted Anthrax first. First, they were already used to their strength. The magical beasts were certainly strong, but the shamans controlling them were nothing but amateurs. They neither had competent commanders nor tactics employed, and as an organization, their fighting style was flawed. Second, if they could take down Benante, there was a high probability that the entire organization would come under them. Since they were so devoted to their god, such a catastrophic downfall on their prophet would demoralize them greatly. And thirdly, if they managed to bring down Anthrax, they would be immediately elevated to a major powerhouse in the world. There was no need to annihilate the entirety of Anthrax. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to use them as their fighting force. Slayer would be acknowledged as a force able to bring down Anthrax and control its fighting force from the inside. That was the plan, and the best time to execute that plan was tonight where Benante was coming back to the island. This operation was highly dangerous, and its probability of success was very low. But the rewards are worth the risks involved. In exchange for its annihilation when they failed, it would propel Slayer to new heights if they succeeded. Slayer was no more than a small concentrated force. There was nothing for them to turn back on if they failed. For them to grab the world by its horns, this was the only way for them. For them to grab the world by its horns, this was the only way for them. He also knew. After all, it was Neato himself that searched about Anthrax's movements, their fighting force, and their plans for the ritual to be conducted tonight. He knew, but he wished that it would instead happen in another day. After all, that man wasn't here. He was off to convincing this Aikno person. Is there any word from Senpai Tsurugi-san? No, if they wanted to contact us, it would be through Anis-san, but there's no word from her either. Surugi, with his cool and calm expression, continued on, but the situation was already becoming critical. First, each point that was fighting at a disadvantage. The enemy had the numbers, and if they couldn't break through soon, they would be overwhelmed. It was also possible that they would be completely annihilated. Their fighting capabilities can't compare to the magical beasts. They were already beyond what a normal human being could fight at. Their attacks were too uncoordinated. The fault could lie on that they had no commander commanding them. Surugi was moving around, providing each squad with support, while Neato was in charge of monitoring each squad's situation. By the way, Anis, who was managing the battle, was stationed offshore on a ship. Even for a lady that had been brought up on tactics and warfare, she was doing well coordinating attacks with her experience. Surugi, Neato, and Anis were fighting together ever since they met in Metallica. Their teamwork reflected their experience perfectly. They understood each other's abilities well, that they could measure what the person could and couldn't do at a notice. Even then, Anthrax's magical beasts still proved too strong for them to handle, and their numbers exceeded expectations. At the current phase, the ratio was 2-8, them on the losing side. Yet they still didn't see how it could just end like that. Their defeat was not certain. The hinge of this operation relied on Anthrax's leader and Prophet Benante to come under them. As to how this would happen, Neato had no idea. If he says, "I would rather die than obey, everyone, don't mind me and kill them," and was that type of person, what would they do? He asked Neat. In response, his senpai, Komori Neto, merely answered, "It's fine. Through night raids or through show of power, we need to push them down so that an opportunity for negotiations could happen. If that happened, I'll take care of trying to convince him to work under us. I'm sure I'll be able to do so." As he said those words, it wasn't with his usual carefree expression, but with his occasional fearful and wretched face. Neato himself labeled this as his serious villain mode and tried guessing what he had in plan. But, hold on, Senpai isn't even here yet. That itself was a problem. This is bad. There's no way we could break through this forest in the night. We're already getting pushed back, and Surugi and me are injured. I'm getting tired of this. Even if they manage to break through the forest, how are they going to convince Benante? As he was pondering over his thoughts, he heard Anis's voice through his headset. "Neato, Tsurugi, can you hear me? Everyone in Team B got taken out. They're injured and can't continue on." It was something he didn't want to hear. "Jay, are you serious?" "Yeah, and the magic beasts are headed towards you two." "Yua, how many are there?" Around 12. 12? He was speechless for a moment. What a realistic and despairing number. It took everything for a modified human equipped with high-end technology to take down one, and now 12 of them were coming. Neato was now drenched in cold sweat and looked towards Tsurugi beside him. That would be a little tricky. Even that Tsurugi had the same opinion. This man who was so stern was a little bit concerned. No doubt it would be a fierce uphill battle ahead. This man who was so stern was a little bit concerned. No doubt it would be a fierce uphill battle ahead. If they would be the one to personally handling it, there would no one left to take command of the entire operation. At this rate, Slayer will end at this island. Neato gathered his thoughts. There's no other way. I need to find a way out of this mess. Something. I need to do something. I want to, but can I? Whilst pondering on such thoughts, he noticed that a certain sound was closing in on them. It was the sound of an engine revving, getting strong as each second passed. When it came into visual, he knew immediately what was approaching. He exhaled out of relief. Coming from above, it was an aerial vehicle that the GRM division used. Knowing this, that person must have been successful in convincing him. At the same time, a message from Anis from the ship offshore came into place. Surugi, Nina, can you hear me? He's here. Anis's voice was out of place. She seemed happy. Although an arrival of an individual didn't amount to much in the fighting, but his arrival certainly took a great burden off his chest. Without that person, it wouldn't be the same. And of course Anisan would act that way. It has been a while after all. Who would have thought that they would be reunited in this damn hot forest with magical beasts roaming around? Well, that much is to be expected when you're popular, huh? Well, that's that. Holding off such thoughts, Nina looked and muttered, "You're late, senpai." Chapter 64. The method which Neto and Aikno decided to go with to reach the Anthrax base in Southeast Asia was through the usage of Meg Force, a high-speed aircraft. Neto was impressed with Aikno, who managed to make arrangements within an hour. Aikno, who was the head of the global management section, managed to get in touch with the planning and technical staff in the span of 22 minutes. It was expected of him. On board the aircraft was Neto, Aikno, 4 of Aikno's subordinates, and some technical staff. These technical staff were familiar with Neto, knowing him since Purgatory Island. Neto understood that Aikno was a talented human. He managed to gather this much people, even if it meant leaving Metallica behind. Aikno called out, as Neto was sitting across him with his back against a comfortable seat. "Komori, we're arriving in the designated operation area in 5 minutes. Prepare yourself." While the aircraft might be a high-speed transport, it also housed equipment which can be taken out of storage for combat. Meg Force was a multi-role aircraft. While it was quite inconvenient, they had to strategize on the go. We're here already. Aren't we arriving too soon? I estimated 30 minutes more before we would arrive. Our pilot is quite skilled. My subordinates are also quite competent. Aikno was just pushing himself at Neto. If Neto's subordinates were competent, so were Aikno's. Neto unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up from his seat. Really? Then everyone in Slayer will be competent except me, huh? What a reliable bunch. He really meant this. Unlike talented individuals, he didn't possess high intelligence nor outstanding physical capabilities. He was just an average human. His sight once again trailed back into the interior of the aircraft. Instead of destroying Anthrax, they would instead conquer it. This was their current objective. For them to succeed, they needed to come up with a strategy within 5 minutes. How would each squad move? What tactics are they going to use? Those were the points which he and Aikno were thoroughly discussing. To be frank, he decided to avoid all of Aikno's suggestions. Some of it were too far-fetched, and he knew it would never succeed. Of course it would be hard. We're trying to rescue the hostage being sacrificed after all. I'll take overall command. Everyone were entering combat phase. Aikno also stood up from his seat. Their other subordinates also stood after them. Half of them were equipped with thruster armor, while the other half were modified humans, the former belonging to Aikno's group and the latter from Neto. Both groups finalized their preparations as the modified humans finalized their transformation. Looking at them closely, the modified humans sported some wings, while the ones on thruster armor were outfitted with a jet engine behind them. Neto couldn't handle the equipment well, so he put on a headset. The aircraft vibrated as it was beginning to slow down. Cold breaths could be heard as the interior stood still. The aircraft soon stabilized itself. The operation will start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Aikno started counting down. Aikno's subordinates held their breaths to calm themselves. What a scary bunch. Their ability to stay calm is almost beyond human. Neto could hear his heartbeat amidst the stillness in the aircraft. He was preparing himself, collecting his thoughts and turning on the switch inside him. He didn't realize when he was able to do it, but now he had control over it. Killing his fear, calming his emotion, and solely focusing on his goal. He would use whatever method available to achieve his goal. Hot like a fire, yet cold as ice. Neto would embody that thing. Don't screw up now, Aikno. I know you're not yet satisfied, but... Shut up, I don't make mistakes. This was the last conversation they would have inside the aircraft, as Aikno's countdown was closing in. 3, 2. The aircraft was almost stalling. With only a few more kilometers to the island, this was as far as this aircraft can go. There were no airstrips in the island where the aircraft could land. They would by now have the attention of Anthrax, as their shaman could sense heat signatures. Anthrax furthermore has control over flying beasts which could intercept them. Now detected, the aircraft would be shot down in no time. With such tight defenses, it showed how much the cultists considered the island as a strategic point. The only reason why Surugi and other squads were able to come to the island was through the usage of stealth submarines. So how was Neto and his group going to get to the island? The answer was simple. 1. Deploy. The floor within the aircraft opened up. Go. Thrusters were simultaneously activated as they descended. The MH also acted individually to simulate flight. Amidst the dark and cold night sky, the group started flying towards the island. A group of flying shadows were now aiming for the aircraft from where the hostage was held. Neto jumped out a bit late. His skin was now feeling the hot wind of the tropics. A group of wyverns was now flying towards the empty aircraft. Within a few moments, their aircraft collided with a wyvern who was about to shoot a fireball. The wyvern and the aircraft burst into flames. As expected of Aikno, he timed the jump perfectly. The remaining wyverns were now targeting the group. Evasive maneuvers, prioritize defending yourselves and push forward. On me now. He could hear Aikno barking commands in his headset. Everyone engaged their thrusters while periodically striking down the wyverns. A high-speed dogfight broke out as the group kept pushing forward, breaking the encirclement. The wyverns yelped a pitiful cry as they were struck down, while others unleashed their fire breath. Ha! But Aikno didn't stop. Arrogantly looking down on the wyverns, he performed a spin, avoiding the fire breath and using the downward momentum with his thrusters to close the distance. With a swift swing of his blade, the wyvern let out a cry before its head fell from the sky. Damn lizard. In the dark skies of Southeast Asia, a group of beasts and super soldiers were fighting each other. Neto was in the back of the group, neither transformed nor equipped with equipment. He was just free-falling towards the island, sky-diving but with no parachutes. Normally, he would faint from shock, but that didn't happen. The current situation didn't stir his heart one bit. This was because they deemed it necessary. He was assigned a different task to land by himself towards a different landing point. Separated from the group, he needed to reach there without transforming. Fixing his headset, he issued commands to his allies. There already was a set frequency in case of an emergency. Surugi, Nana, and Anis would definitely be waiting for him. Nana, can you hear me? Surugi was no doubt the strongest among Neto's subordinates, but he was a first when it came to a night raid against a strong enemy. With Neto was falling at a high speed from the sky, he would be lying to himself if he said he wasn't panicking. They were now in a race against time. Grasping the situation, a call of action was needed. What the hell are you doing, senpai? Nina beside him was now madly calling out. You guys will. Aikno will take overall command, right? Well, I'd prefer him over you anytime, senpai. As expected of Nina, he already had a grasp of the situation. That's right, now. I'll be going. Stealthily, right? Understood. Then please discard your headset once you land. They have a way to track electronic signals with their weird powers. At that rate and direction, you'll be landing towards area C12 of the map. That's a sandy area, and you'll arrive after 20 seconds. As soon as Nina finished talking, he switched over to Aikno's frequency to inform him of the current situation on each squad. They were now formulating a plan in dealing with the situation. Knowing Aikno couldn't speak much while fighting, Nina sent a map to Aikno's terminal, highlighting each squad's location, condition, and movements. Nina went beyond Neto's expectation. He no doubt would be aware what they were aiming for. He continues to surprise me every time. The island was now quickly closing in. He no doubt would die if he landed with his current speed. But he now had room to breathe. With Nina calculating 20 seconds, he no doubt would arrive 20 seconds later. Thanks to Aikno creating a distraction, no flying enemies were aiming for him. As he was free-falling, he issued his next command. Surugi, I got tired waiting for you, boss. Tsurugi's voice was calm and collected. His voice assured him that he could fight in any situation. There's only one command I'm going to give you. I give you permission to transform. While Neto was abroad, Surugi finished the procedure to augment himself with spiritual silhouette. Due to certain reasons, he needed Neto permission to transform. With Neto opening the seal, there was only one meaning. Whoever stands against my sword will only find death and their demise. Understood. There were no traces of hesitation in his voice. Only a firm and resolute will. Neato, it's been a while. Neato, it's been a while. With that timing, Annis came in and called out. She knew Neto was busy giving orders, so she waited for the perfect timing to call out to him. Even with such situation in front of her, she was energetic as usual. He couldn't count how much her bright personality gave him a push when he needed it. Hey Annis. How have you been? I'm doing great. What about you, Nate? I fought with Aikno a few hours ago, so it still hurts, and I'm also about to come crashing into the island, so there's that. That should also hurt quite a bit. And then I need to fight against several beasts alone later on. I see. Then he also must be hurt then. That's a relief. Ha ha ha. He sighed in relief after hearing her voice. He knew she must be doing this to ease him up. She wasn't energetic for no reason. She knew how to use her positivity to cheer people up. Nate, I don't like you dying. Her voice was almost praying for him. It's okay. I won't be dying here. At least he wasn't going to die now. Got it, Fido, Nate, she immediately cheered up. Thank God, now. I can crash land after feeling refreshed. Nana's calculations were correct. The ground was now in front of him. Transform. Just as he was about to crash, his spirit covered him, transforming him as he hit the ground. Aikno, who was fighting in the skies, would no doubt be finished and would have made landfall. With this, the remaining squads on the island would match them and make their move while Aikno commanded them. With such favorable situation, they could finally fight Anthrax. And the plan I came up on board can finally start. Now, the Prophet Benante and Anthrax would fall into my hands tonight. As if a meteor fell into the island shook in massive vibrations. Gritting his teeth, Neto braced himself as he landed. Chapter 65. I don't feel like losing. It was a close call. A ray of hope shone in the last moment. The humid and hot night jungle was naturally fortified with magical beasts, and reaching the boss Benante was a hard task in itself. But their current situation was a massive improvement compared to before. Nana was receiving orders continuously from Aikno, analyzing them and putting them into action. Are you listening? Nana? Ah, yes. Sorry, please continue. Hearing his panting voice, Aikno stopped and asked him in a harsh tone. This Aikno guy is no joke. Not only does he have the talent, but also the looks. Nana had to snap himself out of his thoughts. Not only was Aikno relaying orders, he was in the middle of combat too. Nana could see the battle occurring in the night skies. The aerial squadron was still engaging the wyverns, cutting and pushing through them. No doubt Aikno was the one leading the charge. Aikno was leading the aerial squad all the while staging the other ground squad's movements while in combat. Sounds of slashing, gunfire, and wyvern screams could be heard periodically as Aikno gave his orders to Nana. Frighteningly, Aikno was still able to keep his cool despite engaging in multiple fronts. The breaks in relaying his orders were at most a second. No doubt it was spent in dealing with a wyvern. Then, Nana thought to himself, then I should also do what I can. We will continue to break through the enemy's center and land near the center of the island. We will then rendezvous with the squads deployed in the west of the island and continue pushing towards point A54. There were no hints of hesitation in Aikno's voice. Point A, but there's a river there. Ah, understood. Then the Santenna will be on standby there then. Half a year ago, when the residents of Okinawa were held hostage by the half-merman Santenna, their most useful and outstanding trait could be realized while they were underwater. If they can utilize this strong point and lead the enemy to a corner, no doubt they could crush their enemies thoroughly. The problem lied with how they were going to corner them towards the river, but with the aerial squadron linking up with the Western forces, their combat prowess would also rise up. Aikno's combat prowess was also a league on its own, but they still needed a way to properly execute the plan. Compared to your senpai, you sure do have the brains. Ah, thanks. But what about the Eastern forces? As soon as Niana sent out the necessary info to both the Western forces and the Santenna, he proceeded to address the next problem. Send everyone deployed in the center to the eastern side. They should be able to hold on then. All they need to do is suppress them for a few minutes and buy enough time. We will break through the enemy's lines from the west. W8, are you serious? He doubted his ears for a bit. For a second, he thought Aikno's plan was ingenious. The eastern side would amass a force equal with those of their enemies deployed on the eastern front, all the while the western side would use the waterbed to pincer and annihilate. This was built on the hopes that they could somehow suppress Benante and make a breakthrough somewhere and reach the enemy fortress. As the enemy forces were busy dealing with the eastern front, they wouldn't have enough to send reinforcements towards the western side. But for this plan to proceed, there was a flaw to Aikno's plans: for the eastern force to stand toe-to-toe with their enemy. Both he and Surugi had to leave the center, as well as all squads present would diverted to the east. Then there's no point doing it. Wait a moment, Aikno-san. What about us? If we divert the central force to the east, the enemies in the center will just follow us. We will then end up with the same situation. Niana and Surugi were in the midpoint of both the eastern and western forces. They couldn't leave this place, as if they left, the enemy's center would have no one facing them. Aikno's next words went beyond Niana's expectations. Now who said that everyone would leave for the east? Both of you stay there, you and Gardner. WH, are you telling us to handle all the enemies that come our way by ourselves? This was simply outrageous. No matter how strong Tsurugi F. Gardner may be, he was no match against a horde of magic beasts. There were reports of 12 magical beasts heading their way, and no doubt more would come. That would be impossible to do. I'll say this ahead, it wasn't me that said you both would be fine there. That's all orders for now. As Niana stood there dumbfounded, Aikno nonetheless closed the connection. Are you serious? But this order didn't come from Aikno, then who else? It was definitely him, then. Niana navigated through his terminal, coordinating and relaying Aikno's plan into action. He then saw Tsurugi a couple distance away. Tsurugi was also receiving orders through his headset. No doubt he was talking with him. Understood. In a calm and low-mannered tone, he said those words. In the entire world, there was only one man he would reply that way to. Niana rushed towards Tsurugi. Tsurugi-san, we're to remain behind, is what I got, but... Niana spoke in a surprised tone. Tsurugi, as if to affirm him, lit up a cigarette and took a good whiff. This is crazy. Yes, it's crazy, but it always had been. Foo, indeed. Whether he agreed or was impartial, Tsurugi didn't show it in his face. It looks like you're done giving orders to the squads. Well, I guess there's no choice. Might as well give them a good one. Orders had already been sent out. The squad that were with them a few moments ago were already moving towards their designated area. Only Niana and Tsurugi were left. I guess it's our time to shine. Setting his sights at the distant rain forest, they heard growls within. An array of light shone from the beast's eyes. Hiya. Stand down, Niana. Huh? As if to ask Tsurugi the meaning behind his words, their eyes met. He understood what he meant with the gleam on his eyes. You're going to transform. Aren't you? The person he was on line back then must have been his senpai. Now that he thought about it, his senpai said he would be moving secretly and unassisted from now on. He must have then given the permission for Tsurugi to transform. From that alone, he understood how perilous their current situation was. Got it. There were no hints of hesitation in Tsurugi's eyes. All he saw was a man with determination and pride. Looking at him, Niana silently gulped. 4 months ago, Tsurugi undertook the surgery to integrate the Silhouette series onto his body. With Maki suggesting, and Neto actualizing the idea, they were able to use the individual's will and condense it into a raw form of energy. This was entirely a new form of concept to Metallica. The Silhouette series, progenitor prototype, was Komori Neto's evil silhouette. The generic Silhouette series being used on modified humans had weakened conversion rate, resulting in a far weaker enhancement. But why? Subsequent tests have revealed that raw intake of such energy was deemed too dangerous. There had been cases of rampaging subjects, as well as subjects that lost themselves to the energy, turning into mindless beasts that acted on instinct. Some cases also showed that if the physical container couldn't handle the energy, they would burst from within, leaving a gory mess. With that in mind, it was deemed necessary to lower the energy intake. It could be said that taking the operation now would be far more safer than when the idea was first introduced. The Silhouette series grew with their owners, so devices were in place to accommodate that growth via increased energy intake. With a high amount of will and the energy taken from the beetle crystal. To offset the counteractions, Neto was able to exit the prototype phase and fully integrated all of the energy into his being. Then what about the second version of the Silhouette series? The so-called test subject, named Surugi, he wasn't operated on the basis of low-output, low-risk balance. Similar to the prototype, but without the beetle crystal to offset the imbalances. He was operated on with high chances of conversion rate. Even the head researcher, Maki, opposed to it, but through the individual's strong wishes and support from Neto, they proceeded with the surgery. Surugi transforming would only bring anyone near him into danger. Are you sure you'll be all right, Surugi-san? Remembering Tsurugi's enhancement operation, Neto wanted to be sure, just in case. But he already knew what his answer would be. Of course, if you're that concerned, then get out of here. There was a chance that he would go on a rampage if he transformed. If the transformed Tsurugi would set his eyes upon Nina, there would be nothing left of him but a meat pulp. I guess you're right, but I'll be sticking close by to see your live-action scenes play out. Also, Maki-san also told me that even if it's that, Tsurugi-san, you won't last for more than 5 minutes with that transformation. As they were conversing, the magical beast were already in approaching them. A large carnivorous form and a black body. Their low growls were heard as they bared their sharp fangs and claws towards them. 5 minutes, Fu. Tsurugi laughed at his nihilism, and he walked forward. He was approaching the magic beast steadily. I will cut down those who stand in my way. Unsheathing his katana, he stabbed it towards the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, he looked straight and roused his spirit. With a ferocious tone and a heavy voice, he yelled, "Transform!" A blast emanated from him, and a light lit up the surrounding thicket. Flames rose up and 5 minutes is plentiful enough. With the light and flames at its center, something came out. A body that was a mix between human and wolf, an armor with a fang as its insignia, and flames surrounding his body. The katana that he always carried with him turned into a great sword. The sword emanated heat from within, distorting the air around it. A few black beasts stood before him. Before long, they were charging at him. Tsurugi spent no time checking his transformed self. It is said that the Silhouette series would often embody the individual's will when transforming. His master, Komori Neto, often pondered on that. Then I'm a demon inside. I guess it was true, boss. The sword wolf Spadalfo. That was his nickname before he joined Metallica. In other words, back when he was still with the Italian mafia. Being picked up from petty turf wars to serve under his master, which he recognized as truly evil, who was against the world. No matter what he did, he still couldn't escape his nickname. How does Fanged Silhouette sound? I think it's cool taking into account Tsurugi-san's appearance. He could hear a light and easygoing voice behind him. There was a risk of him going berserk when he transformed, not differentiating friend from foe. But this man, Nina, still sounded like his usual self. The guy had nerves of his own. At first he thought of him as a coward, yet now he would leave his back to this man. Fanged Silhouette, not bad. Then, his newly acquired strength, Fanged Silhouette, certainly took a toll on him. He wanted to destroy everything. His impulses were trying to overcome his will, but he had far more important things he needed to do than succumb to his impulses. His sword was meant to cut a path. For the man who would change the world to walk straight without obstruction, he needed to swing his sword. This was the role given to him. For my will to be tainted and corrupted. That will never happen. Tsurugi kicked off the ground, charging head-on to the magic beasts. Gallia. In response to the approaching Fang Silhouette, the magical beast brandished they claw towards it. FN. The magic beasts were never able to complete their actions. Faster than them, the Fanged Silhouette's great sword bisected the beasts in half, burning each half into ashes as flames raged on. Seiya. The Fanged Silhouette's attacks never stopped. As a gorilla like magic beasts appeared, the Fanged Silhouette kicked it to disrupt its balance, then aimed for its ankles. Unable to move, he pierced his great sword onto it and drove the sword to the ground. Burn! With those words, the sword burst into flames, burning and leaving the ape-like body to ashes. Ki-ai! Loud shrieks sounded all over as a boar-like magic beast rushed at him. Fu! The fang silhouette took it head-on, grabbing it and using its momentum spherically to throw it away. Matching the time it landed on the ground, Surugi drew a slash towards it, ending its miserable life in a flash. That makes 3, which bastard is next? It was quiet, but a strong killing intent could be felt. For the shaman controlling the beast to feel it, he had to release a stronger killing intent. GGI. One magic beast was trying to get away. It created distance and hid behind a log. The fang silhouette did not stop walking towards it. He slowly walked up to the hiding magical beast and... He split the log in half, along with the magical beast, and set it aflame. Bingo, you were right on the spot. Behind him, he could hear Nana cheering. What happened, Nana? Yeah. Those shaman bastards were hiding themselves as they were controlling those magic beasts. After that battle, I could generally pinpoint their location using an angle of inference as well as distance. I already sent out a small drone to scout the area. Nana made it sound easy, but it would no doubt be hard to do if it was anyone else. It was hard pinpointing them before since they constantly switched positions, but with the defeat of those 4 beasts, they shouldn't be able to move that much due to damage feedback. I guess I'll be taking a leave for a while. Saying those words, Nana put his foot up on his sonic board. That board was made with Crimson's technology, a simple version of sonic rollers, but Nana had talent in using it. Even if it couldn't rival Sonic Youth, it would pose no problem in handling the shamans. Then, in order for them to not bother you, I'll handle them here properly. I'm counting on ya. Nana accelerated, heading up against the cliff. Phew! Surugi slaughtered one more beast and laughed. Thinking about the 5-minute limit, if he could deal with the magic beasts within then Nana would have easier time dealing with the shamans. He never spoke it out loud, but he was glad. The fact that Nana didn't run when he transformed, and also the fact that he was willing to confront the shamans on his own. That guy has also grown quite strong. That easygoing bastard that didn't know manners was now reliable. He is an idiot, but still very sharp. Surugi F. Gardner recognized the newbie that recently entered. He only had 3 minutes left till he reached his limit. If Nana were in his shoes, he wouldn't lose at all. With Aikno as their strategists, their chances rose up. Their plan was sound, and they were able to match the enemy's forces. On top of that, his boss was also here. Neto had an idea of his own. He landed in a different area secretly and acted solo. This battle, I don't feel like losing. He gripped his sword tightly as flames surrounded it. Making his resolve, he jumped towards the group of magic beasts. Chapter 66. Don't think too badly of me. The apostle to the god Beldrana and the leader of Anthrax, Benante. To him, tonight's battle was outside his expectations. He deemed it implausible that an organization would attack them when they were conducting their ritual as he was returning to the island. There were only a few select people that knew he would be coming back to the island to perform the ritual. Most of them were in organizations that stood equal to Anthrax. Only the top brass of such organization like Metallica and Meadeath would know he would be here, and it was implausible that they would launch an offensive against him. He would be lying if he said he didn't panic when he received news of the attack. But that was it. From what he could understand from the reports, it was someone from Metallica who defected. They were led by names such as Nate Kamori and Ryuji Aikno, who were impressive youngsters, but they were not a threat. Even if they were elites, they were only some small-scale organization. They only had few troops in the island, but their quality was top-notch. They were brothers that believed in the same faith. In the worst-case scenario, they could call in reinforcements from outside. While the enemy was being led by a well-known commander, he wouldn't lose by comparison. There is no way I would lose. Nate Kamori. He was only in Metallica for a few years, yet he managed to rise up to an executive position. He's certainly a capable person. He will admit this man had an impressive resume. Despite his brilliance, he made a mistake. Benante himself wanted this fight to happen. He wanted to acquire Metallica's technology, but he couldn't just go and provoke them. Now that defectors from Metallica attacked them, they would have no complaints if they salvaged what they left after the battle. A slayer that kills? That only made him laugh. I, Benante, will handing down God's divine punishment down unto you lot. We were satisfied in our little island, worshipping our God without obstruction. Yet outsiders came and meddled in our worship. We couldn't just stand by and wait for our demise, so we became strong. We went out the island to preach our God's teachings. We finally achieved peace. And they want to destroy us. A mere newly founded organization dare attack us. 10 years ago, Benante's father, who was then the chief of their tribe, was killed by a guardian during one of their blood rituals. His female childhood friend that volunteered to be a sacrifice was saved. Those outsiders sullied her resolve to devote herself to their god. After she was rescued, the heathens burned their holy forest and desecrated their god's altar. The savages desecrated and destroyed everything he valued. He made a resolve to prevent the same thing from happening again. He trained himself on the shamanic arts, and despite the hypocrisy, he studied the outside world which he hated so much. He sought knowledge to survive. To win, he even resorted to cowardly tactics. Poison, traps, and other despicable methods didn't bother him. Winning is winning. That's all that mattered to him. Objectively, his versatility was quite high. Unlike his fellow tribals, he had the aptitude to deal and adapt with the outside world. It was expected of him, the high shaman of Anthrax. He was pure in the eyes of God, stale yet unyielding. He was the most promising youth in their tribe in the past. Naturally, he would come to lead Anthrax. It's almost time. Preparations should be finished by now. Grasping his unyielding faith and indomitable will, he knelt at the altar located in the middle of the island, taking command. Their ritual was proceeding smoothly. Be Benante. Just as he was about to issue his commands, a tribal in his late years was running towards him with a panicked face. Is there movement? Half of the demonic beasts we sent on the west. The man's voice was shaking, but Benante fully grasped the situation. They got cornered by the river, and some fish people attacked them. Only half remains. Eh? How did you? Through the wyvern's eyes, he saw everything. The one leading the aerial battle was Ryuji Aikno. He was also a turncoat of Metallica and a brilliant strategist. With his wits, it didn't make sense why he would desert Metallica, but now wasn't the time. In the center, the enemy's subordinate Neana is fighting unassisted, all the while shifting their central forces to other areas. Am I correct? Is God's voice guiding you? Indeed. The aged man was taken aback. His laughter soon resounded as he looked at Benante. Of course, this wasn't true. God wouldn't waste his time with such petty things. He got information of Slayer from Metallica itself. The smaller details could be rationalized with simple analysis. Benante believed that he wasn't telling a lie. After all, charisma and leadership is built upon the members' beliefs. There is no need to worry. While their schemes may be working, it will all end in a draw. There is no threat of immediate defeat, and time is on our side. Their forces merely consist of what they brought to invade the island, but we have reinforcements en route from outside. If the situation arises, I will head on to the battlefield myself. That's right, the situation was under control. With their schemes read, the enemies were now getting impatient. They may stand on equal terms with them for now, but it was just a matter of time till they get exhausted. Victory was certain. Their enemy must have noticed it too. While it was good that they rushed in incessantly into battle, they would be soon surrounded. It would be safe to say that the enemy underestimated their prowess, prompting in this reckless assault. Despite the recklessness, they still continued to fight. But is he okay? That charisma guy. That's right. He was expecting something from that person. Nate Kamori, the man called the Devil's Charisma. Benante knew Neto well. He combed through countless Metallica files to find that the man stood out too much. He took down Maroon 5, and the hero Dylan managed to bring the Santana under him and took over Crimson. In Manhattan, he managed to kill the famous Slipnot, desecrating his body in front of millions through national television. While he was certainly unpredictable, there were some parts he could analyze. His strength lied in this erratic behavior and his cunning tactics. His firm will to use heinous methods and brutal tactics, sparing no thoughts of the implications, were his core strength. That's right, he's hiding himself at the moment. We should be careful. Indeed, but he will appear sooner or later, that's why. Benante already knew what Nate was after. He was going behind their lines stealthily, waiting an opportunity to assassinate him and effectively cutting off the head. Or maybe he would capture him and force Anthrax to work under him. There were various lines of thought he could follow, but it was all useless. Through the wyvern's eyes, he saw him jump out of the aircraft without parachute nor transformation, transforming only a few seconds before he hit the ground. His courage was certainly commendable, but Benante didn't feel he could lose. Even if Nate appeared in front of him, beating him in a fight, Anthrax wouldn't fall to ruin. Everyone believed that their god Beldrana. He was no more than a prophet in the tribal's eyes. If he could become a hostage and incite the tribals to further anger, he could die happy. And previously, I have a way to deal with Nate Komori, and it's already in motion. Benante scantily laughed and told the old man the truth. Nate Komori, you certainly have the talent to stand amongst the strong, but all those victories you had were against the forces of justice. But I am different. I do what I want and protect what I come to protect, no matter what it takes. We are but the same side of a coin. You and I are both villains. I already know what you are going to do. Understand that you are not the only villain in the world. Benante was now waiting for the trap he prepared to be sprung. They would crumble in an hour. Neto blended in the dark bushes surrounding him as he checked his watch. They already discussed the plan when they were still in the aircraft. The plan gave him an hour of opportunity. He needed to defeat Benante by then, or they would lose. He didn't know what was currently happening, but he knew Surugi must have already transformed an engaging enemy, all the while Aikno was able to stretch the enemy lines thin. It was now a race against time. Neto slowed his breathing and moved forward. He knew he could arrive at his destination in a few minutes if he transformed, but he didn't do it. If he got caught up in a fight against demonic beasts, then he could get easily surrounded. Once his position was known, it would be all over for them. Advancing in a dark forest where demonic beasts could show up anytime took a toll on him both physically and mentally. Yet he had no choice but to continue. He wasn't against allies of justice this time. He was up against the prophet Benante. While he was in Metallica, he researched about him thoroughly, knowing he would eventually fight him one day. He wasn't an opponent he could let down his guard with. To defeat him, he needed to go into this one-man mission. If he manages to bring Anthrax under his control, Slayer would have the means to bear fangs against the world. Once this is all over, I should try and invite Aikno out for drinks. His thoughts began to wander off. While they hated and had a debt to settle with each other, there was nothing wrong with inviting a comrade out for a drink. No, never mind, that's a bad idea. He understood that he was getting tired. His mind was even thinking of preposterous ideas. He needed to focus and push on. As he stepped forward, he heard noise coming from behind him. Coming from above, a sharp cut of blade cutting through air rang from behind. The next moment, he felt his back burning hot. It took him a second to understand, but he understood he was just hit from behind. There was someone who was able to identify his current location and send out an attack. He tried turning around, but he couldn't do so. Before he knew it, he was punched in the face and was tumbling sideways. He felt the power of a right hook punch thrown with a perfect form aided by the power of the thrusters. As he was in his untransformed state, the attack was too much for him to bear. Gyuha! He slammed into a giant tree, and as he fell to the ground, he took a look at his attacker. An imposing height and an elongated face. An expression that yelled confidence. Shrouded in a white and blue color, his armor thruster rang as the dim light emitted by the break blade shone. That man was standing in front of him. Don't think too badly of me, Komori. His voice was as smooth as always attracting women to him. Ike, no. With those 2 hits, Neto was on the ground. He wouldn't be able to get up anytime soon. The man he entered the company with together, as well as the man who he was in a cooperation with, stood in front of his beaten body. Chapter 67. It's you who doesn't understand. Information about Komori Neto and Aikno Ryoji's defection from Metallica, as well as the establishment of Slayer and the attack on Anthrax, was being shared by various organizations as well as the Guardians. Benante, hinting the imminent danger, contacted Metallica for confirmation, as well as broadcasting reinforcement requests to nearby organizations. The information was now known to both human and non-human entities worldwide. That information was particularly important to that person. He was tasked with verifying information sources. It was that kind of important to him. Hiroki, did something happen? Yeah, sorry for bothering you at this time. Is it true? Sengoku Hiroki. He was well-known to the world as the hero called Dylan. He opened a connection and spoke to a woman on the other end. It's likely true. The very least, we know Anthrax is being attacked by this newly established organization. Both Metallica and Anthrax are moving in to eliminate them. I see, understood. Thanks, I'm closing the connection, but if new information comes in, don't hesitate to call me. Got it. Hiroki disconnected the call and turned off his monitor. As he was on a ship off on foreign waters, he needed to gather his thoughts. He knew of the name Komori NEET. In a mere span of 5 years, he managed to defeat various members of the Rock Organization and bring down various organizations under him. He already confirmed that during the Manhattan incident, that man had a hand when Slipnot disguised himself as Sonic Youth and ran away from the bridge. A man capable of orchestrating such feat defected from Metallica. He could deduce various reasons from this. First, Komori Neto held a fairly high position within Metallica. From that alone, he had the means to go up against Anthrax. The next point was far more important. Taojiro Black Moa already passed away from this world, so at that time, Taojiro was. They fought each other in South America in the past, and they both were of equal power. In the final moments, he managed to land a fatal blow to Taojiro at that time. He wasn't able to confirm how severe his injury was, but he knew he disappeared for a few months to recuperate himself. So, at that time, he already parted away from this world. Metallica left the country, and their influence began to wane. Whether it was because of Taojiro's death or from other reasons, he would never know. Knowing Taojiro, he didn't think so, as he feared that this was a ploy being set up by him to let his guard down. He was Dylan, and Taojiro was the president of Metallica. Taojiro's death would have severely impacted the world, both in a positive and negative way. His death would be celebrated by millions, but would also light up the flames of desire for various organizations vying for Metallica's former top position. He needed to be absolutely certain at that time before he could announce what transpired in South America. In the end, he didn't do it. With that in mind, he pondered on the current situation. Taojiro would never forgive a betrayal this big. Everyone in the world knew of this. This betrayal, together with the assault on Anthrax, was too much of a coincidence. Therefore, this was solely carried out and plotted by that man, Komori Neto. To think it would up like this, ironic. Isn't it Taojiro? It had been years since Taojiro's death, yet it left him a tinge of loneliness, reminiscent of the past. Taojiro was taking revenge on him from beyond the grave. Yet he didn't feel any sort of gratification from it. My fight has already went beyond that. Experiencing an eventful past, there was one thing he decided on. He never once has backed down then, and won't do so even today. He promised himself to run a straight line without looking back, to protect the world and its many citizens and preserve the happiness they had, to take down anyone that dared to destroy that peace. Standing on top of those evil bunch was Taojiro. Taojiro was gone, but he, Hiroki, still had some unfinished business. Hiroki stood up from his seat and headed off to the room next door. His preparations would take some time. At least a few hours, but he had no time to waste. It was something he decided to do when he confirmed Taojiro's death. Compared to the Metallica when Taojiro was alive, the current Metallica was weak. While they controlled various organizations from behind, there had been cases of desertion. The evil foundation of the world was CRMbling. Now was the time to put his plan into action. He was the only one who could pull it off. That was why he kept on fighting till now. For him, it was just a simple plan. He may be ridiculed and mocked for it. It had such low success rate that it would deemed impossible. Yet, he wanted to believe. He wanted to prove that it was feasible. Justice always wins. Anthrax's hot-blooded prophet Benante. He stared into the flickering holy fire that burned in the altar and laughed. He was able to look through the eyes of wyverns, sharing their vision with him. That Aikno person just denounced Komori and attacked him from behind. Komori took the hit in full force, yet he wasn't dead. It would be best if they were the one to deal the finishing blow. So in the end, he got betrayed. His fellow worshippers were now roused in excitement. The altar in the middle of the forest was now getting noisy. Indeed. From his perspective, this was the only way he could guarantee his safety. He could send demon beasts to Aikno and pry out their base easily. He would surely side with them, logic dictates so. Slayer planned an assault to take him down, but that is no longer possible. While they had superior forces, they weren't much of a threat. With enough time, reinforcements would come and the enemy would be exhausted by then. It was nigh improbable that Slayer would fall tonight. With Aikno joining their side, Anthrax would be able to acquire Metallica's tech, boosting their forces. Aikno himself was a brilliant man, he no doubt would be a great use to them. With the new technology and Metallica's weakening from the defection, Anthrax would be able to rise up from its former position. In the end, this night had been a blessing for Anthrax. They only suffered a few losses, but such event paved a new path for them. While there was a possibility that Slayer defecting from Metallica may have been a plot, Metallica wouldn't be able to do anything at this stage. While they could send reinforcements to take down their fortress, they were in no position to do so. Doing so would only expose Metallica to danger. Other organizations would see it as an act of war and gang up on them. In the end, Metallica would have no choice but to side with Anthrax. In the first place, it was stupid of Metallica to allow the defectors to leave. Doing so with the hope that the defectors would crush other minor organizations was but a fool's dream. In the end, that only gave other organizations the means to weaken Metallica. As evidence, he was able to crush the opposition without lifting a finger. This was only what the defectors amounted to. Phew, yes indeed. This Aikno will be joining up. Guide him in if you will. Benante stood up and gave his orders to the tribals. 5 minutes passed, and his brethren were now dragging 2 men whom they saw a few moments ago. The one drenched in blood was Komori, while the other looking at the former with a disgusted face was Aikno. As intel suggested, that man called Aikno carried an air of sharpness. For safety measures, Benante decided to observe Aikno. He took his mechanical sword from him, and despite him wearing his mechanized armor, Benante deemed that it was no threat to him. Aikno just came out of a battle with his exhausted appearance. He wouldn't be able to put up a fight without his weapon, or so Benante thought. In the first place, it would be stupid of him if he were to attack now. There should be no problems now. Welcome to Anthrax, Rigi Aikno. Benante spoke in Japanese, welcoming him as he spread his arms. He wanted to be on friendly terms with him. So you are Benante. Aikno replied back. For him to recognize me directly, he is indeed a sharp man. Indeed, you are not of the same faith, but I welcome you. I believe you can't turn back now that things have progressed this far. Ha, it's a convenient situation I'm in. As the flames of the altar flickered, the 2 men faced off against each other. While they both were well-known villains, there was a need to establish a power hierarchy between them. Then Aikno, you will soon serve under me. Now bring that trash, Komori Nate here. Trash, huh, I agree. This man is no more than dirt in my eyes. Aikno was fortified and strengthened by his armor. Picking up Komori, he tossed him toward Benante. He definitely wielded quite a bit of strength, as Komori was flying towards him in a high parabolic drop. Komori ended up landing behind Benante, smashing into the ground roughly. For someone who he defected with from Metallica, Benante judged that this was too rough of a treatment even for him. Ha ha ha. Aren't you being too rough against someone who used to be your companion? I really hate that guy, you know. I don't owe a single shred of compassion towards him. And Aikno's eyes lit up. I don't plan on working under you. In a single moment, an eruption came from Aikno's suit, propelling him forward as the tribals around him were blasted away. Ha ha. The altar's flame shone brighter, as the result of the turbulence he left in his wake. How unfortunate. He was truly disappointed. But this did not hamper him one bit. He overestimated him to follow logic and reason, yet reality was the opposite. He really didn't want to kill such a brilliant man. Benante took on a battle stance and prepared himself for the impact. While it's true that normal shamans were vulnerable as they cast their summons, it was not a problem for him as the tribe's high shaman to both defend and summon his beasts at the same time. I shall grant you death. The moment when he and Aikno would meet in contact, he felt it. Slick. A creepy feeling came over him. He was having cold sweats. I think you should stop, for both our sakes. A voice spoke behind him, and a hand then grabbed his neck. In this situation, there was no other man than him. For a second, Benante froze. Aikno's fist was still heading for his face. In the next second, his face was blasted with a strong gush of wind. Aikno's fist stopped within a hair's breadth of his face. Are you satisfied with this, Komori? You overdid it again, you bastard. Damn it, that hurt. I don't miss my ass. You think this will be over with a half-ass apology, don't think too badly of me. Komori grabbed Benante's neck from behind as Aikno's fist was in front of Benante's face. Benante was now sandwiched in between the two. As it all happened so fast, the tribals were just standing there, dazed and confused on what to do next. I see. Benante now understood their ploy. This was what they were aiming for from the start. They made it as both sides would have equal forces opposing each other, and at such critical moment, Aikno would betray them as he struck down Komori. They both would be taken directly to him, bypassing the fortress defenses. From his sudden attack to the situation they were in, it was all for them to have a hostage to threaten the tribals to submit under them. It was quite a clever plan. But, KHQ, do you think you won? You don't understand a single bit. It was funny, it was simply too funny. Benante, who couldn't suppress his laughter, cried out, What? Aikno's face was puzzled. He really didn't understand what he implied. Then fine, he would educate them on why their plot was useless from the start. Then I'll teach you why. Within Anthrax, I am the strongest. Benante roused his power and activated it. He not only summoned demonic beasts, but also went beyond that. He used his body as a catalyst to infuse with his summons. This was only possible to him, Benante, who was Beldrana's apostle. Benante, who specialized in reptilian summons, was now embodying them. His skin turned hard and he sprouted scales. His eyes were now in slits. He grew claws and his teeth became fangs. Do you think I would be defeated as easily as that? In his current form, modified humans and high-tech equipment were now no match against him. With the enemy leaders here, it was as if they walked into their deaths. While that was all true, there was one more thing he was counting on. Even if you defeat me, Anthrax will never fall. No one would risk trading Anthrax for my life. I would happily give my life for our god. You threats mean nothing. This was merely factual truths. Even if the devil was grabbing him by the collar, and even if a metallic fist was heading for his face, nothing would change. Anthrax never swore their fealty to him. He was merely a guide to them, a guide to make sense of the outer world. To be able to exist in the modern world, they needed someone knowledgeable and discerning to differentiate between truth and lies. That was his role as a prophet, to guide which direction their religion was taking them. Even if he lost, his brethren will never stop fighting. This was something heathens would never come to understand. To be able to die in honor of the dark god Beldrana, he and his brethren would count it as a blessing. Bearing the truth in his heart, Benante yelled out, Everyone, I, Benante, will offer my life to stop these blasphemers from defiling our temple. No one interfere. As the torches around them flickered, the prophet's words echoed throughout the forest. Soon sounds of cheer could be heard from all directions. Tribals were now chanting their prophet's name. Interesting. Then we'll see about that. Aikno thinly laughed. He was planning on fighting, yet the other one thought differently. Stop it, Benante. It's not worth dying here. The man behind him, Nate Komori, called out to him with an eerie feeling. For someone who was beaten up badly, he was still able to mutter words. The words he heard were heavy and cold. I don't plan on fighting you, but tonight, Slayer will take Anthrax. Well then, would you be willing to hear me out? His words pierced his being. He didn't understand what he was saying. In the first place, they would already have difficulty defeating him. Even if they did, he doubted that they would be able to survive the onslaught the tribals would unleash towards them. If Komori or Aikno died, Slayer would be over. Despite this, Komori's words sounded resolute and firm. Impossible. There's no way that could happen. You heathens will never understand. For the first time, Benante turned to face Nate Komori. He expected that he would be a thin man, just like Intel would have suggested. He already saw a glimpse of him a while ago, beaten to a bloody mess. But was this really the same man he saw a few moments ago? He doubted that. The shadow overshadowing him seemed menacing, and cold air seemed to creep up his back. "It's you," Nate continued. His voice now sounded all-encompassing, and his Benante intuition was screaming danger. His shamanic powers warned him of the menacing black shadow behind him. "Who doesn't understand?" A quiet yet disinterested voice. For the first time since he became a high shaman, his skin was trembling in goosebumps. Chapter 68, Come With Me. In front of the altar surrounded by a subtropical forest, Neto and Benante glare at each other. Aikno keeps a little distance from the two of them, in case of an unforeseen event. Benante's gaze pierces Neto, and he conveys that he is not just a man with exotic beauty, with brown skin and glossy black hair. But, oh, you wouldn't understand. Of course not. There's no way he could know. This has been planned for a long time, and at this point, there is no way that anyone other than Neto would know about it. Section. When Slayer takes action, Metallica will naturally receive the information. It is Metallica's rule to not forgive traitors. Slayer is the one who betrayed Metallica. Therefore, we must defeat him, at least on the surface. At that time, I would like you to take action. I'm not really asking you to destroy us or support us. It's just a pose after all. Even an incompetent person can do it. He is incompetent, but he has a high status. It's also appealing to say that you are the one who will take action to eliminate the traitors. What are you saying? It's not something you care about. Don't forget. Are you in a position to oppose me? If you don't want to die, do as I say. These are all the words that Neto said to that man before attacking Anthrax. Incidentally, I didn't really want to do it, but I did it even if I trampled on him. And Benante doesn't know about it. I'll tell you, Benante. Neto spoke to Benante in a low whisper. The surroundings were noisy, with the voices of the Anthrax members calling out to Benante and the stomping of their feet, but he could hear them from this distance. And no one else could hear him. Right now, a fighter force led by Metallica's flying boat is heading to this island. We've already observed that, but is there anything we can do about it? Neto said something that was decisive, but Benante didn't even bat an eyebrow. His expression, illuminated by the flickering flames of the altar, didn't look frightened at all. Metallica will never attack Anthrax. Benante's words, it was true. Metallica would never attack Anthrax, which is a tacit non-aggression pact between the major companies. It would be dangerous for them. That's why Neto decided to defect from Metallica. Ah, that's right. Neto confirmed Benante's words. I'm sure Metallica itself secretly acknowledges your defection. But even if that's the case, Metallica won't help you and attack us. Your existence is small compared to Metallica as a whole. If you break the non-aggression and collude with other organizations to become our enemy, we'll abandon you. The reason why that flying unit is heading our way is probably to pretend to punish traitors or support Anthrax. Even if they invade the surrounding airspace, they won't intervene in this battle. Benante's tongue is sharp. Moreover, he has the insight to see through the fact that our defection is just a pose. I see, so at such a young age, he can become the leader of Anthrax. Neto was quiet for a moment, listening to what he said. Are those flying troops your trump card? If so, I'm sorry, they won't help you. And if I bring down the demonic beasts on you, you won't win. It's over. You've been defeating justice with your evil genius, but that's it. He spoke calmly, but his words were filled with fierce spirit and determination. However, ha, aren't you mistaken? Neto laughed at him. I don't expect Metallica to help me at all, but I will intervene in the battle, that's for sure. I am evil, I am the pinnacle of evil. So I won't just defeat justice. I will surpass, manipulate, dominate, and win against all evil. This plan will also cost me my life. I was scared when I decided on it. The shaking didn't stop, but he didn't give up. And he succeeded as if it was the most natural thing in the world. To achieve this, he absorbed Aikno, transformed Surugi, and destroyed Anthrax's defenses, prolonging the battle by temporarily making it even. What? Benante had a quizzical look on his face, but he seemed to sense something and his expression showed signs of impatience. Ah, they're about to enter our airspace. You're amazing, you get it. Is that the power of a shaman? It was the scheduled time. Soon Metallica's flying force would reach the skies above the island. Why? Metallica, that force will attack, to kill me. He spoke decisively. and at the same time, he ignited the black flames that dwell within him. He swore to that great man he had betrayed and defeated, so this flame is bigger and hotter than ever. The man leading that unit is Headfield, a man who can't help but want to kill me. Headfield? That man is better known by the honorific Professor H on the surface. Slayer has betrayed Metallica and is attacking Anthrax. At this point, Metallica can't afford not to take action. They must defeat the traitor. They must show that they have taken action to achieve this. Of course, who will do the job at this point? Neto had already decided this and had forced him to agree. Headfield has been blackmailed ever since their days in the development lab. They can't go against Neto, and when he finally gets to this point, he realizes. And he thinks, this is my chance. I'll kill the demon that keeps blackmailing me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And the result is the situation he's in now. Ha ha ha, look, it's close, but he really does act as expected. He calls himself a top scientist, it's funny. The approaching Air Force could already be seen with the naked eye and heard. The Anthrax members surrounding Neto and Benante noticed and raised their voices. There wasn't much time left. What are you talking about? Benante's forehead began to sweat. I'm telling you exactly what I said. He's probably sitting in the premium seat of the airship and giving orders to the fighter force. Kill Komori Neto, kill all the Slayers too. And don't let anyone know about it. So kill all the witnesses too. Kill everyone without discrimination, burn the whole island down, it'll be easy. A distant explosion was heard over his back. It was probably the Air Force starting its bombardment. Now, check it out with your proud shaman powers. The forest is burning, right? Or is it still on the beach? Neto was convinced without even turning around, and he sneered, twisting the corners of his mouth. The super soldiers led by Aikno have already eliminated most of Anthrax's flying monsters, so they can't stop the flying squadron. Why would you do something like that? Neto pressed on. I wouldn't, you're wrong, you don't understand. Not everyone is as dedicated to their organization as you are. There are people who prioritize self-preservation over beliefs and comrades, like that second-rate villain. Headfield was probably trying to explain it like this. To the outside world, the traitorous Slayer was killing all the Anthrax on this island. So Metallica took responsibility and eliminated the Slayer. And to Metallica, the Slayer was defeated by Anthrax. I used this opportunity to make an excuse, so I got rid of the remaining Anthrax members. Of course, this explanation is difficult. Metallica will likely lose the trust of other organizations. But that doesn't matter to Headfield. He was the man who had leaked information about the development lab to advance his own career and put Metallica in a difficult position. Even if it meant some damage to the organization, he chose this golden opportunity to kill Komori Neto, who continued to threaten him, and the man who had shattered his pride. That's why he tortured him so much, so that he could use him like this someday. And that's what Benante didn't expect. He is brilliant, and even if he is evil in the eyes of society, he is loyal to God and his friends. So he couldn't imagine that there are people who would do such a stupid, filthy thing. But that's not me. I'm a weak, villainous man. That's why we can win. I had prepared several ways to take this island. But from the past battles, I was convinced that Benante's humanity was consistent with the information. That's why I took this plan. Soon, this entire island will be engulfed in flames. Neto, with his jacket fluttering, stood calmly as the wind blew and the sounds of explosions echoed intermittently, and succinctly described the future that would undoubtedly come true if things continued as they were. Anthrax was exhausted from the battle with Slayer. They could not intercept or escape. Relief for the Anthrax people outside the island would not arrive in time, and they could not pass on the information Neto had just spoken to anyone else. Annis had already completely jammed the island, cutting off all communication with the outside world. An explosion could be heard from closer, as if to answer Benante, who showed an angry look on his face. You can see the flames rising, and if you look up, you can see fighter planes. I know that only a part of Anthrax is on this island. As you said before, even if everyone on this island is wiped out, Anthrax won't end immediately. But you, the leader, will die, and this sacred island and its altar will be burned. I don't know the damage Anthrax will receive. Are you out of your mind? You and your allies will die. What will you gain from doing this? As Benante shouted, he lowered the lizard beast onto his body and transformed into a lizardman that looked like something from a fantasy novel. Venom was dripping from the tips of its claws, and it certainly didn't seem like an evil silhouette could win. And then, still enraged, Benante swung his sharp claws down at Neto. But Neto didn't dodge. He didn't transform into an evil silhouette. You can probably guess, right? You. The claws of the lizardman that was approaching him stopped dead at Neto's words. Just a few centimeters away was a claw that would have killed him instantly if he had touched it, but Neto continued without blinking. You want me to descend upon you? Yes, come to me, and I'll stop the bombing. I can do that. Yes, he had already taken measures to stop the out-of-control head field. The surrounding Anthrax members were silent, waiting for instructions from their leader. By the way, Aikno was no longer here. But Benante was at a loss for words. That's true. They had something they believed in. They had made the decision to descend upon the Slayer right away. It's impossible, but it can be overturned. I will conquer the world, absolutely. And when that day comes, I will guarantee you Anthrax a place to stay. There's no time. So he says it simply. Neto has no intention of criticizing their culture or religion. Slayers include Sabbath and Santana, and the same goes for them. The world as it exists now is the most happy place in history. But on the other hand, there are those who can never be accepted. Neto himself was one of them. He vowed to destroy it, and he ran on. Do you want me to believe in that vow? Benante's eyes are still sharp. That's natural for a leader of a tribe. And Neto is a bad guy, not the kind of guy people would trust. He knows that, so he answers like this. No. In the first place, my oath doesn't carry any weight. But think about it carefully. If you surrender to me now, the island will be saved and you won't die. Anthrax will simply join Slayer. You will all become stronger than ever. When we have conquered the world, you will have your own holy land. And, if I go against what I have said now, you can always kill me or betray me. You. In the end, there are two options. If you refuse, Anthrax will lose his home island and Benante, and will have to fight for the rest of the age. If you surrender, you will be able to join Slayer at least temporarily while retaining all of your fighting power. You will be stronger than if you were alone. And if you can conquer the world together, then there will be a world where Anthrax lives as Anthrax. Which is the better option? Naturally, from Benante's perspective, it was possible that Neto was plotting to betray or destroy Anthrax through some scheme, but as long as Benante was alive, he should be able to take action to stop that. Neto slowly placed his hand on the arm of Benante, who had turned into a demonic beast and was still frozen in front of him, and lowered it. Benante responded, undoing the transformation. In contrast to the sounds of explosions heard from all over the island and the roaring sounds in the sky, there was a quiet, yet tense atmosphere between the two of them. The strength of Anthrax as a force, and the man who built it, Benante, he would definitely obtain it. Why do you Anthrax fight? Why do you do things that are considered evil? Isn't it to protect your way of being? Neto spoke in a whisper. Rox, Guardian, other organizations, the world. A man like you should know that it's difficult to realize your ideals in that world. How long? How long are you going to fight? Stay in that unstable state for years, decades. Are you going to continue to resist being rejected by the world? Anthrax is already stagnating, like many other organizations. This is due to the power balance with evil organizations like Metallica and Meadeath, and the existence of Rox. The idea of dominating the world that they originally aimed for is now just an ideal. Otherwise, there would be no way there would be a non-violation pact with Metallica. Benante just listened to Neto's words in silence. Neto continued. I'm not. I'll change this world. I'll say it again. Neto stood straight and looked at Benante. Even after being slashed by Aikno, after the shock of the landing, his body was in tatters and covered in blood, and even with the fear of dying in a bombardment in just a few minutes, he never gave up. Then, so that all the Anthrax members present could hear, so that their words would not be drowned out by the sounds of bombing that reverberated throughout the island, he spoke with all his might. Benante, the man who rules the people of God, on the path to dominating the world. Come with me. Chapter 69, Choosing the Future. As the sounds of explosions continued to ring, Benante felt his body tremble slightly at the strong words and gaze of Nate. the man who led the opposing organization. Trembling, me? It was unexpected, but I won't deny it. I certainly trembled at what this man said, but it wasn't from fear. I'll change the world. There was not even the slightest bit of hesitation or fear in his words. I didn't even need to use my shaman's sensing ability to tell. This man intends to make it happen from the bottom of his heart. He intends to make me, that is, Anthrax, fall here and now and stop the bombing from the sky by any means possible. Anthrax, Benante, wanted a world where he could live with the God he believed in. And to achieve that, he began a war against the world. It's true that we, who have special powers, have been able to expand our place of residence to a degree incomparable to 10 years ago, and our influence on the world has increased. But that's as far as we can go. No matter how superior Benante is, or how powerful his beasts are, there are many enemies in this world. Metallica, the Guardians and Heroes of Justice, all claim to rule the world like Anthrax. Because he is superior, Benante has come to realize, as he continues to fight, how difficult it will be for Anthrax to survive in this world. Anthrax is not accepted by the common values that currently permeate the world. If they want to protect their way of life in this world, they have no choice but to continue fighting an endless battle full of strong enemies. Benante realizes that this is a world of hell that will continue forever. And he fights without telling his compatriots, because that is the only thing he can do. But this man, Nate Komori, is different. He has clearly stated that he will survive and dominate the world at all costs and make a place for himself in it. He left the large organization Metallica, added Santana and Sabbath to his subordinates, and is now trying to take down Anthrax. A man who boasted that he had created this crisis himself and used it to achieve his goal and survive. That rare evil mentality and power. I could see that very well, so Benante wasn't shaking from fear. At the man's unyielding spirit, even in the most extreme of situations. At the man's spirit, who was seriously trying to achieve an ambition that no one had ever achieved before. Benante was moved, if only slightly. Of course, it was a rational decision, taking into account the current situation, where the entire island was about to be burned to the ground. But for a different reason, Benante answered Nate, who was facing him. If the day comes when I can no longer trust you, if the day comes when you blaspheme our God, I will kill you without hesitation. Is that okay? Saying this, he took a step closer to Nate. Okay, that's when that time comes. If you betray us, we won't show any mercy. We'll absolutely crush you, got it? My absolute is absolute. Nate smiled, twisting the corners of his lips, and took a step closer to Benante. Benante turned around and looked around at his comrades. He saw them all nod. It belongs to everyone. From now on, I choose a future with Anthrax. Benante put more force into his words, just as strongly as Nate had spoken earlier. His comrades responded with roars and thunderous stomps. Benante, carrying the sound on his back, walked over to Nate and knelt down. This is Benante, and we are Anthrax. Let's take on the world together. After a moment of silence, Nate crouched down and put his hand on Benante's shoulder. Ah, I'm glad. I seriously thought I was going to die. Well then, please. Can we hold the welcoming party after things have calmed down? Can I have some shochu? He said this with a weak smile. He looked like a completely different person from before. Ha ha ha, you're a really strange guy, more importantly. Benante laughed too, but there was something he had to do right now. The bombing by the fighter force led by Professor H was still continuing. Oh, by the way, we need to stop the bombing quickly. Nate must have noticed this as he stood up, took out a small terminal, turned it on, and started communicating with something. Oh, good work, yes. Yes, I'm done here, so I'll leave the rest to you. He spoke in a very matter-of-fact tone. Section. Professor H was laughing, sitting in the premium seat of the flying boat leading the fighter force. The fighter planes scattered in the surrounding airspace were burning down the island one by one, visible on the monitor and with the naked eye. It was so hilarious. That's the number of troops. There's no way they'll lose to the enemy. Komori is finished. He's been threatening me for a long time, using the incident on Purgatory Island as a joke. He's been insulted and trampled on, but he still couldn't resist and has been at his mercy and making every effort to accommodate him. It's also Professor H's power that allowed Komori to rise to his current position. It's the same this time. the slayer who pretended to betray him. That man made me do it just to pose as if I was going to go and defeat him. Just to make it look like the executives had made a move. In itself, it was very unpleasant, but I realized that they had actually arrived in a nearby airspace and confirmed the situation at the scene. The battle was about even, with no other witnesses. And there was a reason to explain the reason for the attack to Metallica and the rest of the world. Now was the time to kill Komori and all of his subordinates at once. Even better, he could burn down the holy land of Anthrax, a creepy and horrible group, and kill their executives. Professor H decided so. Now, next we'll bomb the west side. Let's slowly torture them to death. Understood. I'll notify all units. Understood is a word that does not include respect. It is usually used for people of the same rank or people of lower rank. Also, the older you are, the more likely it is that you consider this a rude word, so you should never use it when speaking to someone older than you. Staying seated in his seat, he barks instructions to the operator. This absolute advantage remains. No matter how devilish Komori is, there is no way he, exhausted from his battle with Anthrax, can turn the tide of this battle. I'll kill you like an insect. I want you to run away and die, regretting having trampled on me, the person who created so many monsters and continued to grow Metallica. He probably intended to settle this before he arrived, but his calculations seemed to go awry. And he must not have expected me to act like this. What kind of dark genius is this? What kind of evil charisma is this? World domination? That's nonsense. That's just a delusion. It's far more important to wield power in this world and live as you please. I will remain an executive of Metallica. I have no intention of getting off this comfortable chair. It's true that I once failed in my betrayal and gave in to Komori. But in the end, it's me who will win. It's me. It should be me. After enduring the humiliation, I will take advantage of a momentary opening to betray and surpass him. I am the true evil. Heh 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 heh. How can you not laugh at this? It's time to give the order for a full-scale attack. Very well. Now, let's bomb the center of the island all at once. I'm authorized to use large plasma shells. Holding back a laugh, I called out to the operator. But he didn't answer. He was talking in a low voice. Maybe someone had contacted him. Can't you hear me? Hurry up. Are you done? Then I'm here too. Something's wrong. The conversation isn't coherent. It's unpleasant. I don't know who contacted me, but there's no way anyone has priority over me. Who do you think I am? Professor H. The operator slowly stood up. It's not right for an operator to leave the monitor during an operation. He's also not following my instructions. This is a problem. But the pilot and the other crew members are ignoring him. Something's wrong. What are you doing? You, get back in your seat. The next sound Professor H heard was the last sound he heard in his long life. A dry bang, a gunshot. Hi. Then he felt a shock around his chest and saw red liquid spurting out one after another. He couldn't hear anything anymore. Ah, huh. Professor H. With his clear mind, it was easy to grasp the situation. Yes, I was shot by the operator. But why? I am the vice president of Metallica. There is no reason for me to be shot by someone from Metallica. Has the operator gone mad? No, he is not. None of the crew reacted to this abnormal situation. On the contrary, everyone was busy equipping their parachutes and trying to escape from the plane. In other words, this was planned from the beginning. It is impossible to kill someone like me. There is no reason for me to be killed. There is no way the organization would approve of it, and there is no way that anyone would give such orders. I have had some bad experiences with old Hammett and Lars, but Metallica does not tolerate betrayal. There is no way that an executive like me would be assassinated within the organization. They would not approve. It is unlikely that Komori was behind it. Only a few high-ranking officials know that Metallica tolerates his betrayal. There's no way he could move Metallica and kill me. Ew. That's strange, that's stupid. Why is the chest red? Why are the crew starting to withdraw? Putting explosives on the flying boat, stupid. Someone get me out of this seat. Why Lars, Komori, I have to stop the bleeding. If I can survive Tajiro-sama, we have to hurry, Sengoku, who betrayed me, quick, cold, falling, everyone. Why, Uyua. He was engulfed in flames and could see that he was falling. And that was the end of Professor H section. What on earth did you do? Benante couldn't believe the sight in the sky. A medium-sized flying boat that seemed to be leading a fighter unit was engulfed in flames and falling, and the other units were landing one after another on the sea near the island. Did they create this situation with just that brief communication? Professor H is a senior figure in Metallica, and from what he just said, he attacked of his own volition. He shouldn't have been under Nate's influence, so why? Huh. What? But Nate, who is standing in front of Benante, looks confused. You dropped it, right? Yeah, I see. Well, I was threatening Headfield. He betrayed Metallica once. Nate speaks nonchalantly, as if it were the most obvious thing. He was like, if you go against me, I'll tell on you. I see. So Headfield took this opportunity to eliminate you, right? So he wanted to silence you and get revenge. How did you stop him? It's simple. I just asked the person aboard the airship. Nate looks at the falling airship. He's no longer looking at the enemy. After grilling a chicken and eating every last bit of it, he looked at the discarded bones, and that was it. The power of life and death of Headfield has been in my hands for quite some time now. Both General Raz and Advisor Hammett knew about it. I have now activated it. The altitude of the airship was already quite low, and it would fall into the sea in about 10 more seconds. The burning airship shone on Nate's face. The fact that Headfield betrayed Metallica, which he endured humiliation and tried desperately to protect by following my orders, has been collected and exposed long ago. He was the only one who didn't know. Nate said nonchalantly, and Benante understood it too. Two things happened tonight. First, Anthrax descended on Slayer. Second, Metallica sent Headfield, a senior executive, to eliminate the traitor, but Slayer fought off the attack and killed Headfield. That's not the truth, but the facts are as they are. You're a scary guy. Not really. I was pretty scared inside. The fact that Headfield, a big shot, went to subjugate him and was defeated has the effect of letting the world know that Slayer's defection was something Metallica had never anticipated and could not tolerate. Headfield was too big a shot to just pose and kill him. This allows Metallica to avoid mentioning him from other organizations, and it lets them know that Slayer has the power to fend off even Metallica, who are serious about subjugating them. Well, let's go, Benante. There are a lot of things we need to do. You have to convince all the Anthrax members in the world to join Slayer. I'll add all the Crimson people I left behind in Metallica to our group. Nate said this quietly in the forest, where silence had returned once again, and began to walk. Yes, let's go. Benante answered and followed him. Section. That night, Slayer made his name known to the world. As a fearsome presence that could defeat Anthrax overnight, command Crimson, and even Metallica. A few things happened after that were a bit surprising to Benante. After finishing his work, Nate collapsed from exhaustion. At the same time, his subordinate, Neto, said, "Oh, he collapsed after all. He's out of energy," and put him on a stretcher that was well prepared. Neto said, "Mr. Benante, what are you doing? We're friends now, aren't we? Please carry this stretcher to the ship." "I don't want to because I'm heavy," and Benante replied, "I understand." A pretty blonde woman was waiting on the ship, and she greeted him with a dazzling smile. Aikno had already completely drawn up a plan for the next battle and had declared, "Leave Komori alone, it's nothing serious anyway and we won't need him for a while." The sake that Surugi, a man with a sharp mind, was drinking looked strangely delicious. Benante had experienced a few unexpected things like this and was looking forward to the welcoming party a little more. Chapter 70. No yelling, no kissing. A month has passed since Slayer defeated Anthrax. During this time, Slayer has been on a winning streak that could be described as unstoppable. Tsurugi F. Gardner boasts the strongest individual strength and an unwavering spirit. Niina Kazuma responds swiftly to any situation and easily manages a large organization. Benante possesses supernatural powers and a great intellect and controls the darkness. Aikno Ryuji always leads his group with the best strategy, with confidence backed by his absolute strength. Komori Neto, with his rare evil potential, completes insane battles without hesitation. Bold, quick, wise, superior, great evil. The five men quickly overwhelmed other organizations with the super science possessed by the Beasts, Santana, and Crimson. Already, there are only 3 well-known evil organizations left in the world: Metallica, Slayer, and Meadeath. Though it is kept secret, considering that Slayer was originally a venture organization within Metallica. Meadeath is essentially the only enemy remaining. Meadeath is strong. But now, he is no longer a hopeless opponent for Slayer. There is little need to resort to a surprise tactic. With this in mind, Slayer's executives have decided to fight him head-on after making full preparations. 1 month after the launch, the members of Slayer, who have been fighting one strategy after another without a break, have now slowed down their movements for a while. You could say they have entered into normal business. There are many things to do in peacetime, such as reviewing the organizational structure, training combat units, gathering information, and business. The executives have begun their own jobs, except for one person, Komori Neto. Section, what should I do? Neto muttered to himself as he gazed out the window at the autumn leaves and the babbling brook. This was his first time staying at a hot spring inn, and he hadn't had a moment of free time recently. Being alone in a place like this all of a sudden left him feeling bored. The mountains surrounding the old inn felt elegant, and the tranquility wasn't bad either. But it didn't feel real at all. The trigger for this situation was the welcome party for Benante that he went to the day before yesterday. It was surprisingly lively. Neato was now calling him Benasan, and even Aikno showed up a little. It had been a while since he'd had a drink with his friends, and Neto enjoyed it too. But then Neto made a small mistake. He had been aware of the symptoms for a long time, but had been trying not to let the people around him know. And now Neato had found out. It was only minor mistakes like only holding the glass in his right hand, or eating liver without realizing it was a food he really doesn't like. But Neato's keen observation skills are impressive. Neato promised not to tell anyone, but in exchange, he let Neto take a day off without any questions asked, and even made a reservation at this hot spring inn without his permission. Apparently, it was a hot spring cure. Neato was the one who came up with the idea, but Surugi agreed. So he was half forced to come to this charming hot spring inn with a calming atmosphere. Moreover, afterwards, they just left Neto behind and went back to work. It's important to take rest, boss. You're right. It'd be much more troublesome if your senior died in the middle of a task. You're right. Furthermore, Neto's subordinates are very capable and trustworthy. They should be able to cover for him if he's not around for a while. But I don't think it's that serious. Suddenly, I tried clenching my left fist. Yes, it's clenched tightly. There's nothing wrong with it now. Everyone are working really hard now, so it's not like I'm the only one relaxing. After beating Meadeath, I have to settle things with Aikno, so it's not good for my body to get too stiff. The wounds from the fight with Anthrax have healed, and that incident doesn't seem to be an issue for now. Well, surely it's okay to at least train? No, it's probably fine. That's what Neto concluded. Ever since he joined Metallica and met Manaka-san, he hasn't missed a single day of training. Of course, training is hard, so he doesn't like it very much, but he's still been working hard. It may only have had a small effect, but it was one of the few things that gave Neto confidence, and it was the basis of his fighting style. Okay, I'll get changed and go outside for a quick run. Then, when I come back, I'll try soaking in the hot springs. Thinking this, Neto took off his shirt and jeans to change into the training clothes he had secretly brought with him. At the same time, the door to the guest room opened. Hey, I'm here, sorry to have kept you waiting. Without a moment's hesitation, the blonde girl came in. I was frozen in just my underwear, and since I hadn't washed them recently, it was the only pair of briefs I had. Wow, sexy. Putting both hands on her cheeks, she spoke with a bouncy voice. She looked at me with a sparkling gaze. It was Annis, who he'd known for about 5 years. Ah, what are you doing? Annis tilted her head in response to Neto's question that had blurted out. The thin choker adorning her white neck was dazzling. In contrast to her, who was completely unfazed, my own heart was beating loudly. I could feel my face getting hot. I was probably bright red. It was pretty pathetic to be in this state at 25 years old. Wait a minute. Calm down, I'm the man known as the ice villain. Calm down. Annis-san, can you close it up for now? I'm going to get changed. Why? I don't mind you're shy, Nate. Annis hurriedly began to take off her short boots. Please. No. Annis said, sounding somewhat proud or amused. Ha, I'm kidding. You don't have to make such a sly face. Well, call me when you've changed, okay. Annis flashed a bright smile and left the guest room, her miniskirt fluttering. After confirming this, Neto hurriedly put on the yukata and tanzan that were in the guest room. It was simply the fastest way to get changed. Next, he took a deep breath and opened the door. Sorry about earlier, but Annis, why are you here? I asked timidly. Well, you see. I took the day off too. When she answered so nonchalantly, I was at a loss for words. Seriously? Yeah, Nana told me to take the day off and go and see Nate. Annis basically acts as a secretary for Neto in Slayer. So while Neto is on vacation, she probably doesn't have much to do. Senpai will definitely try to train or something, so I want someone to keep an eye on him. He's basically an idiot. But he said, it's totally fine if you just enjoy yourself normally. Annis imitated Nana's tone of voice. Her voice was like a bell, so it didn't sound very similar. But what on earth did she mean when she said enjoy yourself normally? He really is a genius. Well, I get it for now. He had completely seen through him. Neto let out a sigh of resignation and urged Annis to do so. Great. I'll just put my things down then. Let's go for a leisurely walk. Annis looked very happy. Her expression made him think about it, but he couldn't tell her to go home, so Neto decided to spend some time with her. Annis suggested we take a walk around the inn, and she was in a good mood from start to finish. The sound of the babbling brook and the autumn leaves felt so close to her, and it seemed a new experience for Annis, who was born in California, and she was excited and impressed. Oh, look. There are deers. The river water is cold. Japanese mountains are so beautiful. Dumplings, Watching her cute reactions to everything was a little amusing. There weren't many people in the Yamai hot spring area. As Neto walked with her holding the hem of his kimono, and as he stopped at a dumpling shop to rest, he found himself drawn in and moved. He got used to feeling a little calmer and was able to smile. It was always like that when he was with her. So, at the end of their walk, when they returned to the inn, Neto spoke. Annis, thanks. I came here on my day off, but I think I probably wouldn't have felt this way if Annis hadn't come. Annis is always cheerful and energetic, but she must have had some hard times and worries. Even so, she smiles bravely. Hey, what's wrong, Nate? That's so sudden. Annis, who was walking a little behind me, stopped. She had a puzzled look on her face. It's a lot of things. I still haven't forgotten the feelings she told this villain on that snowy night in Manhattan. But I want to answer her for always trusting me. Even if it ends up making her sad, I know I should make it clear now. But I haven't been able to tell her the answer yet. There are many reasons for that, but in the end, I'm just taking advantage of her kindness, who has forgiven me for only looking forward and is by my side without asking her how she feels. Annis also said, someday look at me. Someday. When she can no longer wait for someday, I'll have to answer her. That's how Neto felt about Annis, and he is truly grateful to her for always supporting him, even though he's so half-hearted. You're welcome. Neto could only say thank you, but Annis answered him. It was a smile that made him feel very warm. He was surprised and stunned. Ah, well, that's right. By the way, it's getting dark soon. Will you be okay on the way home? Neto was feeling embarrassed, so he changed the topic. There aren't many lights around here, so it would be better to drive home before the sun goes down. But Annis didn't answer and seemed to be thinking about something in silence. After staying like that for a while, she clenches her fist as if she has made up her mind and nods slightly. Annis. What's wrong? Neto was worried about her unusual behavior and asked her, but Annis answered like this. On your way home. He looked over and saw Annis tilting her head with her index finger on her chin. She looked puzzled. No. On your way home. I'm not going home, you know. Hi. She said something so unexpected that he answered in a high-decibel voice. But it's an onsen. I'm going to take a bath, put on a yukata, eat some rice, and go to bed. Annis was fidgeting for some reason. It was unusual to see her like this. Her face was as red as an autumn leaf. Annis grabbed the bottom of the white sweater she was wearing, stopped talking for a while, and then continued. With Nate. Neto was momentarily dazed. He wondered what had happened. What was it? So you're going to stay in the same room as me? No, I see. Annis. In Japan, you know, it's not normal for a man and a woman to stay in the same room together. He answered timidly, I know that, I'm not a child anymore. But Annis replied with a sulky tone. Suddenly, he wondered how old Anis was, and an escapist thought ran through his mind. When they first met, she was 16, so she must be about 20. When is Anis's birthday? No, but... Anis approached Neto, who could only flinch, and complained with a red face. But it wasn't just her face. She was wearing a sweater with a large opening at the shoulders, and her neck, which was visible through it, was also cherry blossom pink. I'm staying over, and Nate, well, that's right. I won't I won't even kiss you. That's Nate, isn't it? If it's me, I'll be okay, you know. That's not quite right. That's not how it's used. Thinking that, Neto looked at Anis, who was close enough to hear her breath and was speechless. Fluffy, swaying blonde hair, face that still had a hint of youth, and slightly moist blue eyes staring intently at him. Ah, I see. Someday is today, Neto realized that. Chapter 71, I was thinking about Nate. I wonder if I'm easily swayed. Neto muttered, as he soaked up to his shoulders, in the comfortable waters of the open-air bath. It was completely dark all around, and the full moon was beautiful. Anis was probably looking at the same moon. Suddenly, he thought of Anis, who must be bathing in the open-air bath provided in the guest room right now, and his image of her bathing in the flow, mainly of her white skin, came to mind. Inuo! He shouted as he submerged his head in the water, trying to erase the image. Something was wrong. He couldn't calm down. On the way back from that walk, Neto had intended to tell Anis his answer. No matter what the outcome would be. However, just as he was about to speak, Anis cut him off. She placed a thin finger on her lips and said, "No, Nate. I'll tell you about it later tonight." She looked so mature at that moment, and I was a little taken aback. But she quickly returned to her usual smile and continued. "I'm with Nate, and we've come to the hot springs, so I want to take a bath and eat dinner. What I'm talking about now will come after that." But Neto is no fool. He knows what she really means. Depending on Neto's answer, Anis might not be able to have a good night today. That's why I think that brave girl wanted to spend some time together before hearing it. So that if my answer wasn't what she wanted, it would at least become a nice memory. He could have refused, but Neto accepted. I wonder if there's anyone who can turn her down in that situation. Neto's guest room is equipped with an open-air bath, and Anis even asked him to go in with her. However, he somehow refused, and here he was in the open-air bath shared by guests. Luckily, there were no other guests in the bath, so Neto was able to gather his thoughts while quietly gazing at the moonlight and soaking in the bath. Okay, I'm a man too. It ended up being a long bath, but he was ready. After getting out of the bath and putting on his yukata and tanzan, he noticed an email from Nina on his cell phone, which he had in his sleeve. I think it's normal for a big villain to have a harem. I mean, isn't that the case for most important people? I think you're taking things too seriously, senpai. What a timely email. Is he a psychic? He couldn't help but think that. Section. When he returned to the guest room, the meal was already prepared, and Anis was sitting on a chair. Oh, welcome back, Nate. How was the bath? Her blonde hair was tied up differently than usual, as she asked him this. Her white nape was dazzling. Oh yeah, yes, that's right, it's refreshing. Anis, you're wearing a yukata. Yeah, I wonder if it suits me. Anis pinches her sleeves and spreads her arms, showing off her yukata with a slightly embarrassed look. Yes, well, I think it's cute. Neto couldn't help but let out his honest thoughts. Anis's yukata look is unbalanced, with her blonde hair and fair skin, and she still has a hint of youth. But that's what made her strangely attractive. She looks like a young girl, but maybe because she's just out of the bath, she exudes a kind of sexiness that makes him feel uneasy. Yay, hee. Thanks. Well, sit down, let's eat. Look, there's so much fish. It looks delicious. It wasn't a particularly clever compliment, but Anis seemed very pleased. Even Neto, who was watching, felt happy. Yeah, that's right. Let's eat. So Neto decided to have a normal dinner first. It wasn't because he wanted to put it off. Not at all. Yes, oh please, boss. Anis picked up the sake in an overly dramatic tone, made a strange sake cup, and poured it for him. What's that? It was a little funny, so he laughed and accepted it in his sake cup. It's a geisha. You don't know what it is, even though you're Japanese. Geisha, that's probably wrong. It's not wrong. I mean, you're the boss of Slayer. For some reason, she gets worked up over strange things. When he's with Anis, who changes his expression like this, he often ends up laughing. So dinner was a fun time. The two of them struggled to dig out the insides of the turban shell, talked about their childhoods, and shared memories from when they first met. I'm sure Anis enjoyed it, and I'll never forget it. That's what Neto thought. Section. After dinner was finished and the tray was cleared away, there was a brief silence in the guest room, but Anis stood up and opened the window, going out to a small courtyard-like space near the guest room's open-air bath. Hey, come over here, the stars are amazing. Enticed by Anis's excited words, Neto also went outside. Indeed, since they were in the mountains, they could see a starry sky. Oh, it's beautiful. Right. After exchanging these words, the two of them fell silent again and gazed at the stars for a while. How much time had passed? Anis took a deep breath, turned towards Neto, and slowly began to speak. I'm sorry, I forced you to do a lot of things today. I couldn't hold it in any longer. That's why I came here. So, will you listen to me? Neto could feel the tension rising between them. Neto had never flinched no matter what enemy he faced, but that experience was of no use at all. No, it's okay. That was all he could mutter. Nate is kind. I'm sure you're the only bad person in the world who's this kind. Anis's eyes were staring straight at Neto. Her blue eyes were so beautiful that he could almost lose himself in them. You know, I've been watching Nate for a long time. I was always excited by the progress he made. That's why I was excited. The sad words pierced Neto's heart. I know everything about Nate. That you never miss a visit to Manaka's grave, that you only eat chicken curry, that you do bad things, fight, and that every time you do something bad, you suffer so much you want to cry, but you hide it from everyone. Anis's voice was trembling. She must have been very brave. He felt that she really wasn't a child anymore. So, I want to be with Nate from now on. I want to be the closest person to see Nate achieve his dream. I don't want to be just a friend. I want to be the most important girl to Nate and be his steady. Anis's blue eyes were moist, and it looked like beautiful tears were about to spill out of them. Come to think of it, when did that start? He wonders. Neto has never been good with girls. At first, he was confused about how to interact with Anis, but at some point, he started to be himself when he was with her. He couldn't remember when that started. It's probably because she always has that same sunflower-like smile, and now she's conveying her feelings to me like this. Anis places her hand on her chest and speaks the words very carefully, as if to confirm something important. My love for Nate has grown stronger over the years. I love you, Nate. These words are like a prayer. It was the first time in Neto's life that someone had said those words to him. That's why they resonate so strongly with me. I've done so many cruel things, but this girl has always been by my side. She knows that I've always run with the sole aim of standing at the top as a villain and shattering the world, and yet she still wants to be by my side. She's brighter and kinder than anyone else, and she always lights up everyone's hearts. I care about Anis very much. I sincerely hope that her future will be filled with happiness. On the other hand, he also knows what he has to do from now on, what he wants to achieve, and the feelings he secretly harbors in his heart. So Neto's answer was already decided. Anis, Neto answered her, forcing himself to do so. I can't feel the same way Anis does. That's what Nina had said, but Neto is not the kind of man who can easily get along with women. Also, although he hasn't told anyone yet, there is a reason why he won't be able to make the women close to him happy in the future. And above all else, the path that Neto is on to shatter the world is one that requires the determination to fight through even if he ends up alone. He can't make someone special. There are things that he must prioritize above everything else. Even if he rejects her pure feelings, that's something he can't give up. So he knows that this is ego. I'm sorry. Unable to do anything else, Neto bowed his head. After about 10 seconds had passed, he heard Anis's voice. To be honest, I knew Nate would answer like that. He was scared to see Anis's face. But he couldn't run away. Neto slowly raised his head and faced Anis directly. She had tears in her eyes and her shoulders were shaking, but she still smiled. Oh no, I got rejected. It's okay. You don't have to say anything, I know that. So, please make it come true. The world Nate is aiming for, don't give up until the end. It seemed like she really understood everything. So Neto responded with strong and heavy words. Yeah, I'll definitely win. Yeah, I knew it, Nate. Anis smiled again when she heard Neto's words, but she quickly turned away and looked up at the sky. Maybe it was because it was getting hard for her to smile, and she was looking up. Sniff, sorry, I'm going to cry a little bit after all. It's okay, I thought something like this would happen. I actually reserved another room for you, Annis. This time she spoke in a slightly playful tone, but she could no longer hide her tears. But Neto couldn't show any signs of being hurt by that. That would mean ignoring her kind concern. I see. Well then, I'll look at the stars a little more. Good night. So Neto said as usual, ahem. See you tomorrow. Anna said that and returned to the guest room. He really wanted to hug her back, but he couldn't. She said, see you tomorrow. She told him that she would be with him as a friend from now on, even though he hadn't been able to respond to her feelings. The reality is that Annis will still need his help in the future, and she knows that. She said that with that in mind. He couldn't trample on those feelings, so instead of hugging her, he shouted, I'm so happy. Thank you. Annis turned around with a crumpled face and gave him a peace sign. Section. For a while after Annis had left, NEET didn't feel like doing anything and just stared at the stars, but something happened that made it impossible for him to continue. The communication device had an incoming call. Moreover, this was an emergency call. I quickly picked up the terminal. The caller was Niana. It's me. Is something wrong? Ah, senpai, sorry, right now are you okay? It's not what you think. Tell me what's going on quickly. This was the first time Niana had made this emergency call. Niana could handle most things, and there shouldn't be much of a threat to Slayer right now. So this communication meant that something really serious was happening. Ah, yeah, that's right. Something pretty bad is happening. Is there a TV there? First, turn on channel 53. A TV. I didn't really understand what it meant, but I turned on the TV in the guest room as instructed. What is this? On the top right of the monitor were the words, Worldwide Simultaneous Broadcast, and Live. And what was on the screen was Metallica HQ. To be precise, it seemed to be an aerial shot of the plaza in front of Metallica HQ. The Guardians were holding shields to keep onlookers away from the plaza, while in the center, a Metallica fighter was fighting someone. I say someone because the guy's movements were so fast that the camera couldn't capture them all as he beat down the Metallica fighters one after the other. What is this situation? Why is a fight taking place in front of Metallica HQ, and why is it being broadcast? And who is that guy fighting? That last question was quickly answered. Perhaps because the camera had been changed to one that could film in high speed, I was now able to follow the movements of someone with my eyes. Who was he? It was a man I knew. I had only met him once in person, but there was no way I'd forget it. Senpai, can you hear me? It looks like Metallica HQ is under attack, and to just one man. Niana's voice sounds uncharacteristically panicked. Of course it is. It's a crazy situation. Yeah, it seems so. I know who that man is. Really? Is he famous? It's not surprising that Niana doesn't know, or even notice. That man has another, more famous form. Why hasn't he transformed? Why is he fighting in his natural form and exposing it to the public? Why has this mysterious hero, who has kept himself completely hidden until now, come here and show his true form to the whole world? Neto didn't understand. Senpai, are you listening to me? Yeah, he's probably the most famous man in the world. The first Justice Neto fought when he was a new recruit. The hero who defeated Metallica's previous leader, Taujiro. The first of rocks and the strongest warrior, protecting peace and defeating evil, the hope of the world. That man is Sengoku Takiwa Dylan. Neto couldn't suppress the bad feeling that rose up in him. He intuitively thought, this must be a sign of something big, and that something must be the biggest threat to him. This is the signal for a counterattack by heroes of justice. Chapter 72, to everyone around the world watching this broadcast. I know it's hard to believe, but this isn't CG. This is happening right now, right here. A man is fighting Metallica in the middle of the city. The Guardians are on the scene, too, and they're deployed all around to watch over him, securing the scene and guiding the citizens to evacuate. The announcer is excited. That's only natural. I can't believe this is real. Especially for ordinary people who live in peace. The sight of him dodging bullets, avoiding bladed weapons, and taking down the black combatants with precise attacks was so unrealistic that it was like an action movie. It wasn't just because he had been strengthened by modifications. It was because of his innate talent and the skills he had honed through continued fighting. That guy. Neto was staring at the news in his room at the hot spring inn. Before he knew it, cold sweat was running down his back. The image on the monitor was truly astonishing. A single man, without armor, was defeating armed Metallica fighters one after the other. With superhuman speed and power, and with his masterful fighting techniques, Sengoku Takiwa was like a miniature hurricane raging through the city at night. Neto had only managed to fend him off once before, but that was only with a sudden attack from close range. There was no way he could do it again. That man was really strong. "Senpai, what do you mean he's Dylan?" Nina's voice could be heard over the comms. But Neto would rather hear that than hear it. Why would that man, who had maintained his mysterious existence up until now, do something like this? Could it be that he had lost his ability to transform? And so he was making a desperate suicide attack at the end? No, that's not true. There's no way that man would do something like that. Neto only met him for a short moment, but he knows. There's no way a man like that could have continued fighting evil for 20 years. And there's no way he could have defeated Taojiro. And there's one more thing he doesn't understand. The Guardians shown on the news clearly tolerate Sengoku's existence and aren't interfering with his fight. That's strange. There should only be 5 people in this world who knew that Dylan was actually Sengoku. Neto, Hammett, Raz, and the now-deceased Taojiro and Headfield. Even though Dylan was a hero, he never revealed his identity to the Guardians, and he rarely worked together with them. And that's true. There are people within the Guardians who are connected to Metallica and other evil organizations. If Dylan revealed his true identity and tried to make contact with the Guardians, they could trace him back and get his identity and information. And it would spread quickly around the world. No matter how talented Dylan is, there is no way he can survive with his life constantly being targeted by the evil of the whole world, and it is inevitable that his activities will be hindered. Furthermore, it is certain that he will put those close to him at risk. Sengoku must have understood this. That is why, from the day he became enemies with Metallica, he thoroughly erased his tracks and made himself impossible to track. All alone, without making any allies, believing only in his own justice. That is how Dylan has fought. That is how he has defeated evil countless times and saved people. Neto still does not know why he became that way, but he thought that this would continue to be the case. But that was not the case. At least the Guardians here at the scene now know who he is. Otherwise, there is no way they would work together like this. These are the movements of soldiers watching the heroes battle, and this live broadcast is also unnatural. It cannot have been very long since the battle began. And yet it is being broadcast simultaneously all over the world. The only thing that can be thought of is that they were prepared for this from the beginning. Why? I don't know, I can't read his purpose. Despite Neto's confusion, the battle in the square in front of Metallica's headquarters seems to be dying down. Seeing Sengoku's incredible fighting ability and the many comrades who have fallen on the spot, the Metallica fighters stop attacking. What a thing, the mysterious man is still unharmed against so many Metallica members, and the members have stopped fighting him. Are they surrendering? The announcer doesn't understand. That's Metallica's headquarters. There aren't that many fighters, but there are still many cyborgs and super weapons, and the building itself is like a fortress. So if he wants to fight, he still has a lot to do. Even if he is Sengoku, there is no way he can fight the entire Metallica headquarters alone. Therefore, when the combatants stopped fighting, it was certainly not because they had surrendered. They were probably just temporarily retreating because an order had been given. Something was sure to happen. Neto did not take his eyes off the monitor, focusing on Sengoku. Sengoku stood resolutely, not even glancing at the combatants lying on the ground around him. He had no openings. You could tell his whole body was tensed. And then, Sengoku was looking straight up. His eyes seemed to pierce through everything. His eyes were not clouded in a single spot. As if noticing this, the camera taking aerial shots also followed Sengoku's gaze. It was that man who appeared on the monitor. With the moonlight at his back, that huge man exuded an incredible sense of intimidation. Metallica's headquarters was a design building, and on the 7th floor there was a cafeteria and a garden terrace. The man stood at the edge of the garden space, looking down at Sengoku, who had won a fierce battle on the ground. Even through the monitor, it was clear that in addition to his usual boldness, his eyes were filled with a murderous, almost savage intent. "Senpai, is that Raz? It can't be. Raz Ulrich, Metallica's managing director, one of the company's longest-serving executives and Tajiro's right-hand man. A hero renowned as the world's strongest, a man who shocked the world with his destruction and slaughter. To Neto, he was also the superior who had taken an interest in him when he was still a rookie. His destructively intimidating presence and his boldness that contradicted it. He was sometimes afraid of him, but he never disliked him. Now Raz and Sengoku were glaring at each other, heaven and earth in between. What on earth was going on? The next moment, Raz jumped off the garden space. Naturally, the camera followed him, and the announcer who was reporting the scene cried out in shock. If you think about it normally, it was nothing but a suicide. However, some of the people around the world who were watching this, including Neto, knew. To Raz, this was just a jump that missed 2 steps. A few seconds later, Raz landed on the ground. A thunderous roar rang out, and the broken asphalt scattered violently. However, the hulking man at the center of it all remained calm and did not take his eyes off Sengoku. The same was true for Sengoku. The two men glared at each other, and yet all the sound had disappeared from the monitor. The general public watching from afar at the scene, the guardians, and the announcer all didn't say a word. They were simply captivated by the scene. They must have felt the heavy, sharp atmosphere. Raz's mouth moved. He seemed to say something, but unfortunately, perhaps because he was far from the microphone, I couldn't hear what he was saying. Sengoku replied, too. I couldn't hear him either. These two should know each other. They must have spoken at the time Metallica was founded, and when Sengoku challenged Metallica to a fight. A villainous executive and a hero of justice who had been fighting for a long, long time. Now the two were ramming their words back together again. Nina. Neto quickly called out his subordinate's name. This conversation would surely be the key to understanding the meaning of tonight's event. It's being recorded. Just lip read it, okay? Yeah, please. Please. Neto was about to continue when he was left speechless. Raz's roar rang out, loud enough that it could be heard even through the monitor. As if responding to the roar, Raz's body radiated a golden glow, and an explosion filled the surrounding area. The asphalt he had been stepping on rose into the air. It was clear at a glance that he was releasing a huge amount of energy. A flash of light followed, and the monitor went blank. A few seconds later, the camera returned to the scene, and the man who had been there just a moment ago was no longer the hulking man. That's Neto, of course, and most of Metallica knew that Raz was a cyborg, but no one had ever seen him. With his excellent military talent and bravery and devastating strength, Raz could win almost any battle without transforming. And if he did transform, every enemy who saw him would disappear from this world. The strongest hidden transformation. It was the legend of General Raz, Metallica's proud strongest man. That legend was unleashed at this very moment. The Raz shown on the monitor was not the same as before. A lion-like head with a mane, a thick, masculine body that felt extremely heavy, and a shining golden aura that enveloped his entire body. Golden Lion. Raz had finally unleashed his true fighting form. Wow, that's too dangerous. The Golden Lion slowly approached Sengoku. With each step, the asphalt cracked. Neto has been through many battles, that's why he knew. That lion was undoubtedly the strongest being in Metallica, or rather, in all of evil. No matter how strong Sengoku is, there's no way he can win. But Sengoku once again took an unexpected action. He brought his right fist close to his left shoulder. The surrounding wind gathered around Sengoku. A silver light dwelled in Sengoku's body. You've got to be kidding me. That guy, you can't be. He's going to do that right now, when it's being broadcast to the whole world. Will he change into that in front of everyone in the world? The next moment, the scene was once again enveloped in light. After a few seconds, a burst of cheers could be heard from the scene. Surely many people around the world watching this right now were letting out the same roar of excitement. Everyone watching this broadcast. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I'm moved. The mysterious man who was fighting Metallica all by himself. He's not just fighting tonight, he's been fighting all this time, that guy. The announcer was excited, Of course he was. An entity that has defeated evil countless times and protected world peace. A force that has given hope to the world that heroes exist. A hero who leaves a vivid impression with his noble and heroic figure, yet shrouded in mystery. Now his true form has been revealed. He is Dylan. Clad in a brilliant light that blew away the darkness of the night, the Silver Knight Dylan revealed his true form. Neto realized that he had been captivated for a moment by his heroic and beautiful appearance. The winner of this battle between the Golden Lion and the Silver Knight will obtain the title of Strongest. And tonight, the world will change. Everyone understood that. Chapter 73, I hope this message reaches those people. For Takiwa, transforming into Dylan is not just about strengthening his physical abilities. At first, every time he transformed, he almost lost his mind and was in excruciating pain. But he overcame all that. To protect, to fight, to defeat those who disturb this wonderful world that he loved. Wrapped in light and transformed into a Silver Knight, I am no longer just a man, Takiwa Sengoku. I have literally transformed into an incarnation of justice with a soul that can face any enemy or any difficulty. I see. That brings back memories. Silver. Before him stood Raz, transformed into a golden lion. They had been friends since the young Takiwa was chasing Tajiro, who was still just a scoundrel. They had even exchanged words when he infiltrated Metallica in its early days. Raz, first of all, I want to thank you. You've agreed to this fight. He was serious about these words. Normally, a solo attack on Metallica's headquarters would be foolish. No matter how strong he was, he would be tormented to death by overwhelming numbers. But Dylan was sure. Their shared grudge and Raz pride would stop him from doing so. Tajiro is no longer with us, and even though it's hidden, Raz absolutely knows the truth. So, to Raz, he is Tajiro's enemy. And more than anything, Raz wants to fight. Hammett might have stopped him, but he would eventually give in. So he sent a message to Metallica through the Guardian. He believed that Raz would definitely agree to this one-on-one fight. HMPH, don't be so conceited, Hiroki. I'm the one who should be grateful. You've done a great job setting the stage for us. I'll destroy you in front of the whole world. I know Raz's character. This man considers fighting to be his true nature. Though it's hard for Takiwa to understand, Raz follows his true impulse, and yet he has survived because of his strength. Unlike the other executives, he probably has little loyalty to Tajiro. He has only fought as a friend with Tajiro, who can provide a battlefield for him. You haven't changed, Raz, but even you can't beat me. The air trembled. It must have been due to the fighting spirit of the two of them. Let's go, Hiroki. No, Dylan. The thunderous sound was the sound of Raz kicking the ground. The large lion-headed monster's leaping charge is now equivalent to the firing of a cannon. In an instant, he accelerates to super high speed, and in the next moment, his powerful arm is close to Dylan's face. A normal person's head would be blown off in one hit, and the blown-off head would create a large hole in the building behind. That's the kind of attack it is, but... Hiya! Dylan also places his palm against Raz's fist and blocks it head-on. The clashing super energy spreads in the surrounding area as a shock wave accompanied by an explosion sound. The surrounding crowd can be seen covering their faces with their arms due to the wind pressure. You seem to have really raised your arm. Yeah, what a pity. As Dylan releases Raz's fist, he simultaneously unleashes a high kick. He accelerates his right leg to nearly the speed of sound, cutting through the air, aiming for the side of the lion, which is over 2 meters high. This kick is powerful enough to send large vehicles flying through the air like leaves. That's lukewarm, but Raz isn't the type to take it head-on. Raz quickly lowers his massive body and dodges the high kick that creates a whirlwind. Dylan's kick grazed part of Raz's mane and passed over Raz's head. The attack was dodged. He knew this would happen from the start. Diara. Using the momentum of his right high kick, Dylan spins his body like a tornado. He turns his back on Raz for a moment, and in the next moment, he has his left back fist on a trajectory that will slam into the crouching Raz's face. This attack didn't even hit him directly. Raz reacted to Dylan's attack with a speed far beyond the limits of an ordinary human's nerve transmission, raised his torso, and used his powerful arm to knock the fist up into the air. But the attack doesn't end there. Using the momentum of his left back fist and the position that it bounced up, he slammed his right uppercut diagonally into Raz's stomach. A direct hit. A heavy, sharp impact left behind by the fist, and Raz was sent flying diagonally upwards. Lars pierced the darkness and was sent flying into a building, where he crashed into the wall on the 4th floor. The wall was dented like a crater, and Raz seemed to be buried in it. At the same time, the people around him cheered. Still, he didn't let his guard down. There was no way that Raz would be fatally wounded by that much. He immediately leapt to finish him off. He flew like an arrow towards the outer wall of the building that Raz was embedded in. It should have taken less than 1/10 of a second to land another blow, but it didn't seem to work out that way. Dylan's enhanced eyesight caught Raz, who was already in a position to intercept. Raz kicks the outer wall of the building and charges towards him. There's no doubt he'll crash into each other in midair. Too bad for you, Dylan. The Golden Lion approaches at breakneck speed against the backdrop of a nighttime cityscape. Dylan times it right and unleashes a left straight. Raz sees through the punch, which is almost impossible for the human eye to see given its relative speed, and avoids it by a hair's breadth. Raz then grabs him with his powerful arm. HMPH. While still grappling, he unleashes a blow that's a headbutt. Dylan's face is hit with enough destructive force to shatter a boulder. A tremendous impact reverberates around Dylan's head. Ha 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 ha. What are you going to do, Dylan? Raz then grabs Dylan's arms, who are staggering for a moment, and squeezes them. It's a move similar to the bear bag technique in martial arts. Dylan's reinforced exoskeleton creaked as Raz's powerful arms tightened around him. Dylan, unable to move, was forced down, and the two of them fell due to gravity. If he crashed into the ground while being held down by the super heavy lion, he would surely suffer heavy damage. Is that all? That's lame. The toughness of quickly regaining his balance after the first attack, the judgment to instantly see through his opponent's movements and launch an airborne counterattack, and the fighting sense to follow up with a headbutt and a bear bag. Dylan was reminded once again that Metallica's Strongest Man title was not just for show. However, you're the lame one, Raz. Don't think you can defeat me with just that. I've fought countless times. I've come close to death more times than I can count. To stop the evil that's trying to destroy this world, I've continued to get stronger. Beasts, armed soldiers, cyborgs, psychics, I risked my life to win. Don't underestimate the battles I've evaded and the fate I've shouldered. HAHHH. Dylan raised the light power contained within his body to its limits and unleashed it. A silver light exploded, and he succeeded in removing Raz's bear bag. He then kicked Raz's body, creating some distance in the air, and landed defensively. The asphalt cracked, but there was almost no damage from the fall. But the same could be said for Raz. This is fun, bring it on. We're both Type Zeros, so let's go all out, Dylan. Lars landed a little distance away and took a fighting stance. He exuded a devastatingly intimidating presence. He was a man who crushed everything he touched. That hasn't changed since those days. RAAZ. He charges at Raz again, unleashing a succession of strikes. He pounds away with rapid-fire punches and kicks. Raz blocks them as well, launching attacks. He blocks them with his arms, legs, and shoulders. They launch endless barrages of strikes at each other. An offense and defense that goes beyond common sense, with the sound of machine gun fire hitting concrete one after the other, and shock waves shaking the office district. The battle between the lion and the knight was almost evenly matched. This would come as no surprise to anyone who knows the backgrounds of the two, because they are both Type Zeros. Type Zero, the first cyborgs invented by the mad genius Headfield, was far more dangerous than today's. It puts a harsh strain on the mind and body of the human it is made from, but in exchange it gives immense power. That is the concept of Type Zero. At the time, almost all of the humans who were used as base bodies were unable to withstand the strain and went berserk or died. Though Headfield laments this, Metallica's cyborgs have shifted to a safer concept at the expense of power and have become practical. Recently, a completely different concept called the Silhouette series has been adopted. However, the theoretically strongest cyborg has not changed even once in the past 20 years. That is Type Zero. And while 99.8% of the base bodies went berserk or died, There were only 2 men who were able to withstand the modification. Only 2 men with strong bodies, excellent athletic ability, and above all, strong and unwavering minds were able to adapt to Type 0. These were the 0.2% who succeeded. They were Raz and Takiwa. Unlike Raz, who had been able to use his power without any problems from the beginning, Takiwa would not have been able to adapt if not for that incident and the resolve he felt as a result of it. But that's no longer relevant. Both of them have been fighting on their own paths and have gained experience, so they have already mastered that power. Right now, the 2 of them, who have mastered superhuman powers, are trading punches. That's all there is to it. NNN. Raz lariat hits Dylan in the neck. Dylan jumps to avoid it, spinning in the air and getting behind Raz. You're just slithering around, don't you think it's time to settle this? I guess so. They're both exhausted, and the next one will be the last. They're almost evenly matched, so they know that. Then I'll show you the power I've created. Dylan increases the energy in his entire body. Ha! He uses the power of his will to raise the energy output from his built-in light energy engine to a critical point. He then pours that energy into his right fist. He pushes his enhanced vision to its limits, pinning the exact spot he needs to strike. He draws his body back like a bow, preparing to charge with maximum force. A silver glow fills his fist and the air rumbles. This is the end. You are the enemy of my friend and my only sworn enemy, my hero. Raz responds, wrapping his entire body in a golden aura and preparing to attack. A golden charge of super energy. Raz's ultimate yet simple killer move. But Dylan doesn't flinch, even in the face of a move that can destroy all matter in the world. He doesn't even take a defensive stance. He simply counters. I'll settle this, Raz. Take it, Raz. I've created this fist, the power to protect that you will never possess. Dylan remembered the people he had protected and looked out at the ordinary people surrounding the place. And then he thought, Raz, I will definitely beat you, and this fist will be the blow of awakening to the world. Section. Neto couldn't take his eyes off the monitor. The battle between the lion and the knight was taking place in a different dimension. Not only in terms of simple fighting strength, but he would never back down to the 2 of them, and he would definitely win. He could clearly sense that determination. The lightning-fast attack and defense were as if their souls were colliding. And so this battle would soon be over. That was. Dylan's silver-shining fist was the same as the one in Neto's memory. That was the iron fist of justice, the technique that had defeated Manaka-san. The output was on a completely different level, but there was no mistaking it. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. That fist, unleashed at full power, exceeded Dylan's original specs. And what made it possible was the strong will of the man named Sengoku Takiwa. In an instant, the 2 passed each other at high speed. To Neto, who hadn't even transformed, all he could see was a flash of gold and silver crossing each other. After the flash, the only person standing on the screen was Dylan, still in the position he had just thrown his fist. A moment later, Raz was blown away and fell to the asphalt. Raz's transformation was undone, and he wasn't moving. He may not be dead, but it was clear at a glance that he couldn't fight anymore. Metallica's greatest hero had been defeated. He couldn't keep up. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The crowd on the monitor was cheering. And then Dylan took another unexpected action. He undid his transformation and revealed his face, battered by the fierce battle. This was clearly different from his previous behavior, which disappeared as soon as the battle was over. Wiping the blood from his forehead, Dylan turned to the camera and began speaking in a low voice. It was different from before. This time, he was trying to communicate his words with a clear intention. My name is Sengoku Takiwa. I am called Dylan. I would like to take this opportunity to tell you something. Before you knew it, the cheering crowd had gone quiet. This is probably a phenomenon that is occurring all over the world where this broadcast is being received. Everyone must be touched by the noble figure of this man who fought on despite being badly injured. Dylan continued speaking slowly but powerfully. There are people in this world who have fought just like me. Those who have stood up to those who would destroy this world and protect people. Sengoku was out of breath, but his eyes showed an unwavering strength in his words. And when Neto heard those words, the heroes who had fought in the past came to his mind. The Beatles, the Ramones, Maroon 5, Slipknot, Sonic Youth, all of them were very strong men, and there are others like them. I hope what I am about to say reaches those people. To those who are called heroes. Dylan, the man who caused the word rocks to be born. Now, that man was about to speak to the heroes who counted him among their ancestors. Chapter 74, Assemble Heroes. I hope this reaches all rocks. As Neto watches the monitor, Sengoku speaks in a low but clear voice. Metallica no longer has the power it once had. Metallica. It is the world's largest, first, and most powerful evil organization, known even to children. Metallica is a terrifying organization that possesses superhumans as its military force and threatens peaceful society, and its birth changed the way the world is. It continues to disrupt the world where the majority of the world lives happily. The Guardians and Rocks were the hope of protecting people from Metallica, but Metallica is still perceived by people as a threat to the world. Sengoku rejected Metallica from the very first word. The leader, Taojiro Blackmore, was defeated by me 8 years ago. These words caused a roar in the audience. Similar things are probably happening all over the world. This guy, Neto blurted out. Sengoku, this man has noticed after all, and now he's playing that card at this timing. He's told the whole world at the same time what he'd been hiding from everyone up until now. And he did it right in front of Metallica's headquarters, right after defeating Raz. The power of this is immeasurable. Metallica was originally an organization created by a single evil genius. Without his outstanding abilities and overwhelming charisma, the development they have achieved today would not have been possible. This is something that both the Guardians and the members of Metallica all agree on. In other words, the name of Taojiro was a strategic weapon for Metallica and a top priority for the Guardians. That's why Hammett and the others had kept Taojiro's death a secret. But now it's been revealed, and it can't be denied. The important thing is that it's Dylan himself who is telling this truth. To deny it and make it more convincing, Taojiro himself needs to come out in public. Of course, that's impossible. And then, Headfield, the executive who supported Metallica after Taojiro's death, has already fallen, and Raz, I have just defeated him with my own hands. His battered body, blood flowing from his head. It must be painful for Sengoku to even stand, but he still stands tall. As you know, the new organization Slayer is a traitor to Metallica. This shows that Metallica is weakening. Sengoku's words are perfectly persuasive and unwavering. Of course, everything he said was true, and that truth is what people who live in peace want. People believe what they want to believe. And that Slayer is conquering Crimson, Anthrax, and other organizations one after another, and is gaining power. Do you understand? What does this mean? Neto thought. How much does he know? What about the fact that Metallica has acknowledged Slayer's defection? What about the plan for Slayer to destroy all evil organizations, return to Metallica, and then have either himself or Aikno become the head? There's no way he can know. At the very least, there can't be any evidence. But Neto's heart was beating uncontrollably. If things continue like this, Slayer will bring Metallica under its umbrella as well, and that means all the evil in the world will become one. A great evil will be born into the world. Sengoku. It's dangerous. This man is dangerous. What this man is saying is merely speculation, but it is close to the truth, and he can make people believe it. Senpai. This guy, what are you trying to say? Even if we knew that, there's nothing we could do. We can't stop the Slayer anymore. Isn't that right? No, that's not it. The line with Niana was still connected, so he could hear his voice. It's not like Niana, but if you think about it for a moment, you should be able to easily guess what this man is planning to do next. It's probably the opposite of what he said before. People don't believe what they don't want to believe. Sengoku took a moment to let the audience understand what he was saying, and then continued slowly. If things continue like this, we won't be able to fight against this great evil. The world will be in danger and will be in chaos. I want to stop that, to protect a world where many people can live happily. Even through the monitor, it was clear that the audience was silent and waiting for Sengoku's words. It was surely the quietest moment in the world in this century. If we want to defeat evil, now is the time. Metallica is weakened, and Slayer is still vulnerable due to being a newcomer. We can't defeat them unless we do so now. If we can't stop them, the world will change. That's why I fight. I'm looking for allies for that purpose. Sengoku's quiet and fierce words. No hesitation. He said that now is the time to fight to protect this world, and his words were straightforward and strong. This was why he revealed his true face and gave his real name. What is his goal? Neto knew what Sengoku was trying to say. Since he was working with the Guardians, he knew that this was all part of the plan. Sengoku is now with the Guardians. He'll be able to contact them. He's no longer a mysterious Rox. This is the important point. There are many Rox whose identities are unknown. It is speculated that in most cases, Rox intentionally hide their true identity due to the danger it would pose to those close to them if they were revealed, or due to problems in their own lives. Therefore, Rox rarely connect with each other. Every organization wants information about Rox, and it is too dangerous for them to carelessly reveal their true identity. Even the Guardians are said to have difficulty trusting them, as there are cases where evil has been involved in various public institutions. That is why they are basically mysterious. The exceptions are Sonic Youth and Maroon 5, whose identities were known from the moment they were born. But Sonic Youth was forced to live under strict security to prevent assassinations, and Maroon 5 was only able to function because the 5 of them covered for each other with their immense trust. Rox will not reveal their true identity unless they can absolutely trust the other person. Also, each Rock fights for a different motive. Ramon was a spirit who fought against the fishman Santana who threatened Okinawa. Sonic Youth continued to protect the dreams of the people of New York, and Maroon 5 stopped the world domination by psychic soldiers. There are many types of Rox, some of whom take on many different types of enemies, and some who stop working after defeating their enemies, but they all have one thing in common. They all do not approve of those who threaten the peace of the world as it exists, and they fight to stop evil. What will they think when they hear the world crisis that Sengoku explained to them earlier? Rox, who fights for justice without revealing his true identity, is strong, but up until now it has been only his individual strength. So how much power could he have if he were to unite with others? Until now, it was impossible. The Rox hid their identities due to the danger, and each had their own motivations for fighting, so they rarely joined forces. But now, the 2 conditions that make this possible have been met. There is only one man in the world who can clearly present 2 things: an absolutely trustworthy leader and an evil that everyone shares and must fight. He is the first and strongest Rox, Dylan, who has continued to fight for the people. I am Dylan, Sengoku Takiwa. I am now with the Guardians, and I am waiting gather. Hero, the strongest justice roared, gathering Rox of various origins together to fight together. That was Sengoku's aim. It was clear to everyone that his message had reached the whole world, even without hearing the excited shouts of the audience. Do you hear me? The man who leads the Slayers, I believe. I believe that there are those who will answer this call, that they will join me in protecting the world. I won't let you do as you please with this world. Sengoku pointed in my direction. There was a clear and unclouded spirit in his eyes. It was noble. A shock like electricity ran through his whole body. Neto noticed that his body was trembling as he looked into those eyes and truly understood. This man would be his final enemy. He challenged me to a fight in order to block my path and stop the changes in the world. Senpai, what are you going to do? Should Metallica return for now? A voice came from the comm. Even Nina sounded a little impatient. That was only natural. The world had literally changed tonight. It was only a few minutes from the start of the broadcast to the call to Rox, and in those few minutes the environment surrounding Neto had changed dramatically. The defeat of Raz and the revelation of Taojiro's death would create confusion in Metallica and create an opening. And there would surely be someone who would respond to that call. There was no way someone who would not respond to that could become a being called Rox. The white, strong words that man spoke would surely create a powerful current. They would be the greatest threat to the evil that had run to destroy and change the world, and at the same time, they would become the hope of the world. Very well. Neto hit his knee, gritted his teeth, and stopped trembling. No, there's no point in returning to Metallica now, but we'll start acting immediately. Connect Aikno via the main line immediately. He probably thinks the same as me, so it shouldn't take long for us to decide on our course of action. Have Surugi gather the fighters and prepare Megaforce 2 for action, and have Benante prepare all of Anthrax to be ready to move at any time. The strongest, kindest, and noblest man in the world is the one who is going to challenge me. But so what? I won't show any mercy to anyone who stands in my way. That's what I've decided. What I'm going to do won't change, but I'm going to bring it forward. Since Dylan made that statement, it won't take long. We need to get this done quickly, and then we'll face off against that white power. And then Neana, you. I was about to give Neana instructions on what to do next, but I stopped. Outside the cabin, a roar was heard from the sky. It was definitely the sound of the propellers of Slayer's high-speed helicopter. You're early. Right, get on board. When he opened the window, he saw a black helicopter floating over the moon, and Neana standing near the helicopter door. I'm sorry, this was a quiet hot spring resort in the mountains. Neto apologized in his mind as his kimono fluttered in the strong winds created by the helicopter. Anis would probably help him later, but he would rather not do this. Yeah, I'll be right there. Neto replied and started walking towards the rope ladder hanging from the helicopter. Section. At the same time, the stations that had already finished broadcasting Dylan's live performance continued to report about Dylan's true identity and the true meaning of his actions. Since the Guardian had provided accurate information in advance, there was almost no doubt about it. Just 30 minutes after Dylan's shocking actions and appeal, a name was given to the plan that Dylan had come up with. It was created to reflect the convenience of the mass media and the opinions of the viewers, but coincidentally, it coincided with what Sengoku had in mind. Simple plan. The righteous rocks come together to defeat evil and protect the world. A child. It's a simple plan that anyone could come up with, but no one had been able to do it before. The name of this plan, which is catchy yet true, quickly became known all over the world. Chapter 75, I will show you the difference in power. Among the countless evil organizations that sprung up from the end of the 21st century to the beginning of the 22nd century, Meadeath was a somewhat unique entity in terms of its size and origins. Meadeath's founder, Die Mustaine, was a man who was scheduled to join Metallica in its early days. But due to differences of opinion with Raz and other executives, he started his own organization, and its core members were all people he had scouted himself. Mustaine's subordinates were violent criminals whom he rescued from prisons in various countries. Mustaine was a man who excelled in mind control to control such people freely. Meadeath also used special drugs to enhance human muscle strength, thinking ability, and psychic power, making them its own fighting force. Although founder Mustaine passed away 10 years ago, Meadeath expanded its influence through the work of its members with unique backgrounds and its unique fighting power, and was thought to have developed into a top-level organization in the world of evil. Meadeath's headquarters is in Europe, and until just a few hours ago it was established as a small city. Now it is in ruins. Meadeath lost the battle and was destroyed. In the ruined city, many workers were already rescuing people who had not been able to escape and putting out fires. Because the advice was given in advance, there were almost no non-combatants left in the city, and it can be said that the damage was minor compared to the scale of the destruction. In the first place, many members of Meadeath agreed with the advice to surrender and surrendered. And since the battle was only to subdue a portion of the resistance, the result was clear even before it began. In the center of the ruins were 5 men in suits. The 5 were executives of Slayer, the organization that had won the battle that had just taken place, and at this very moment, they were truly the top 5 men in the world of evil. Section, the battle with Meadeath had gone more easily than Neto had expected. After Dylan's broadcast, Neto brought forward his planned attack on Meadeath, but it went surprisingly smoothly. They had originally planned to take a little more time and make sure they were fully prepared, but they brought it forward, so they were prepared for some casualties, but they were less than expected. The fact that so many people responded to the call to surrender must have played a big role as well. Still, it wasn't difficult to crush by force those who resisted. Beasts, Santana, Crimson's overtech weapons, modified humans. With such a powerful force led by the executives, there was no way they could lose. That was unexpected, boss. Surugi, who had been swinging a flaming sword in his wolf form until a moment ago, spoke as he lit a cigarette. Well, that's true. There's no way they could fight us now. There are monsters and crimson weapons as well, and the difference in personnel is just too much. But wouldn't it have been okay with just Surugi and Benna? Nina, who had placed his flying board on the rubble and was sitting on it, yawned as he answered. That's impossible, Nina. If it weren't for your quick response, the damage would have been much worse. But we've achieved our goal for now. We'll interview those who surrendered to us and incorporate them into our fighting force. Benante said this in a calm tone that was hard to imagine coming from his appearance as a lizardman. Neto thought that it was possible to subjugate this group with just the former Anthrax members and the monsters they summoned. For now, I guess. The goal he had when he defected from Metallica, to subjugate all evil organizations, was achieved sooner than he had originally expected. In fact, he had no choice but to do it quickly. The end was anticlimactic, but this was only possible because the blitzkrieg he used to subjugate Anthrax was dramatically successful. Considering the process and preparations leading up to his defection, and the battle in the forest that night, it was by no means an easy road, and it would not have been strange if he had failed and died along the way. Thinking about it, this was the first time he had achieved such a crushing victory in battle. He had always fought in unfavorable conditions, and he had continued to win through intrigue and cleverness. Each time, he had grown stronger as an evil man and gained allies. He had been able to obtain this power precisely because he had pushed himself to the very limits. This power to crush the feared evil organizations in an instant was at the end of the path he had walked. He no longer had any enemies among those who stood in the evil position. He had subjugated all evil to his army. And with that, he would return in triumph to Metallica. A being that would unite the evil of the world was born. And that power would change the world. This was no longer an absurd delusion. It was a reality that he was one step away from achieving, and if he could not achieve this, he would not be able to defeat the white power. There was no time left. Meanwhile, Dylan was preparing his forces, and the disintegration of Metallica, which was already in chaos, was progressing. That's why he brought the plan forward. He needs to return to Metallica as the new leader as soon as possible. In that case, this will have to be done immediately. Neto looked at the man who was his reliable colleague, but with whom he was in no way compatible. Well, neither of us are damaged, Aikno. It seems so. Knowing you, I thought you would attack from behind in the middle of this battle. Aikno hadn't removed his armor thrusters. He spoke sarcastically, still with his cold, handsome face. I thought about doing it, but I stopped because you were too cautious. I didn't want to cause chaos on the scene. A cold atmosphere flowed between the two. When Slayer achieves his goal, only one will remain as the leader. Komori Neto, Aikno Ryuji. There are currently 2 leaders of Slayer, but only one can return. Neto used Aikno in order for Slayer to achieve his goal. Aikno understood that, but agreed to it in order to surpass Neto and become the strongest. There must be a resolution. The agreement is absolute, and there is no time left. There is no time for a long-term maneuver. Both of them knew that, and had intended to do this from the beginning. Are we going to fight now? Niana sensed the mood and confirmed in a resigned tone. Everyone here knows that both Neto and Aikno are essentially men who do not serve anyone. And at the same time, everyone knows that the pinnacle of evil must be one person. The two have fought together and survived life-threatening situations, but that was only because they had to, and they have no intention of getting along even now. Yeah, you don't have any objections, do you? Aikno asked his subordinates, but they were basically Neto's confidants. And although Aikno was an outsider at first, now everyone recognizes him as a friend and a leader. No one objects, of course. Well, I'm against it, but I'm sure they'll do it anyway. I guess there's no other way. If you two can't give in, it's probably best to do it that way. Everyone knows that this is a duel between 2 men, and no matter what the outcome is, they're not going to say anything about it. Niana, Benante, you two leave it out for a bit. There's a lot to do. Neto told them this because it would be more constructive for them to deal with the remaining work after the battle, and there was another reason, but he didn't explain it. Surugi, you stay behind. What do you call this kind of thing? A duel, you know that thing. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Referee, I guess, understood. Surugi took a sip of his cigarette and answered with his eyes closed. Gardner, sure. Aikno's words show his trust in Surugi F. Gardner. Aikno knows that Surugi is Neto's right-hand man, but he knows that Surugi is not the kind of man who would disrupt an equal duel. After Benante and Nina leave the scene, Neto confronts Aikno in the rubble-filled ruins. Honestly, when I joined Metallica, I never thought I'd end up like this with you. Neto hates Aikno, but he acknowledges it. It's not like when he first met and just felt resentment and was annoyed. Ha, you're right. A one-on-one with the likes of you is hilarious. It's going to be a valuable experience. Yeah, it's hilarious. Isn't it good? You've had a valuable experience at the end of your life. They exchange sarcastic remarks, but they don't look away from each other. A man who wants to change the world and a man who wants to be the strongest in the world. Neto has no intention of asking again, "Are you planning to serve under me?" Because he already knows the answer. If we've come this far, we just have to fight. That was what they both knew. Well then, we're running out of time, so let's just kill each other quickly, Aikno Ryuji. Your path ends here. I'll show you the difference in strength, Komori Neto. A city in ruins, with only one person to witness it. In contrast to the gathering of justice that was grandly proclaimed around the world, the battle to decide the pinnacle of evil began quietly, in a corner of the world, with just 2 men, and then. It ended in just 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Chapter 76, We Are Metallica, a proud evil organization. 2 weeks have passed since Dylan's attack on Metallica's headquarters and his declaration of simple plan, which was broadcast simultaneously around the world. Metallica members were in a state of complete confusion after the death of their leader, Tajiro, was revealed, and the defeat of Raz, who was their symbol of strength, led to the defeat of the group. All of the founding executives, except for advisor Hammett, have fallen, making it difficult to operate at the headquarters. There are not many members who believe that Metallica's current strength has declined compared to its heyday, even though there has been no major change in the number of members or size. In response to this, Hammett made a certain announcement. First, the headquarters would be moved. After such an incident, it would be difficult to continue operations in the same location as before, so the location would be changed, and it was decided that Purgatory Island would become Metallica's new headquarters. Purgatory Island was originally the location of a development lab, but it has not been used since the battle with Maroon 5. However, Hammett had made a secret pact with a certain man and was secretly preparing Purgatory Island as a base to prepare for such an event. Equipped with sufficient defense and communication functions, Purgatory Island was a more powerful base than the previous bases. The most important members of the group immediately moved to Purgatory Island and prepared to become the center of Metallica in the future. This was largely due to the skills of Hammett, who had been Metallica's advisor for many years, and the work of the veteran managers. However, none of the major problems remained resolved. That was the awareness of the members. How should Metallica move forward from here on out? Can they counter Dylan's simple plan? And who will make these decisions and lead Metallica? With the loss of their pillar and the emergence of a decisive threat, will Metallica perish? Hammett kept silent, because he knew that whatever he said was meaningless. The old man who spent most of his life as an evil executive knows this. If a person cannot trust in hope, it is over. And hope is not born from empty words or coercion, so Hammett waited. He waited for the time to come, and then the time came. Section, Metallica's headquarters, Purgatory Island. The confused members of Metallica had received an order to all departments on the island and gathered in the large auditorium located in the center of the island. I wonder what's going on. All departments are being called together at this time, tens of thousands of people. This is no joke. Justin Higa spoke to his direct superior, the department chief Izumi. Justin, who hails from the slums, was originally from the Okinawa branch. But after participating in the operation to take over Santana and defeat Ramon 4 years ago, he started his career and is now a member of the head office sales department. However, he had no idea about this situation. Would Metallica in this state be able to gather all its members together and make a statement? What will become of us from now on? The doubts were endless, but the manager, Izumi, showed a meaningful expression. Well, you'll soon understand, including the reason why you guys stayed in Metallica. Izumi's words were not clear. As if he had heard it, Justin's colleague, Sakanai, spoke in a gloomy voice. Huh, but even so, I wanted to join Slayer too. Hey, stop it. Justin wanted to agree with Sakanai's words, but he thought it would be bad to say it openly, so he hurriedly stopped him. Sakanai used to be part of the development team and was part of the development staff for the Silhouette series. Slayer is made up of people who defected from Metallica, but all the members have one thing in common. They all have experience fighting alongside that person, whether it be in the sales department, the Okinawa branch, the development department, or as a member seconded to Crimson. Justin was one of them, but he wasn't called to join Slayer. At the time, Justin had just been transferred from the Okinawa branch to the head office sales department, so while he felt a little sad to be left behind, he thought he had done his best with Metallica. But when he thinks about the downward slide that Metallica will likely take in the future, and what Slayer has accomplished, he can't help but feel frustrated. Why did that person leave Metallica? Why didn't they take me with them? He can't stop thinking like that. His appearance at the risk of his life in the battle at the Okinawa branch made Justin excited. He admired the way he climbed to the top, using his malice and conviction as weapons. He thought he would like to work with him again someday and change the world together with him. That's why Justin, who grew up in the slums and worked his way up from the branch office, was able to work hard and dream. But still, Sakanai must feel the same way, and there are probably many others who feel the same way. That's the kind of person he was. As Justin was musing about this, the only remaining executive, Advisor Hammett, appeared on the stage. Even though he was old, Hammett had accomplished many evil deeds, and there was an awe-inspiring presence in him. And the noise from the Metallica members gathered in the auditorium died down, and all attention was focused on Hammett. Amidst all this, after a brief greeting, Hammett immediately began talking about what seemed to be the main topic of discussion. The reason we've gathered everyone together like this is to talk about Metallica's future. As you know, we're in an unprecedented predicament right now. Hammett explained the current situation as if to emphasize it, and everyone was quiet. But Metallica will not perish. It will be reborn from today, even if it means destroying the form that Tajiro-sama built. To achieve that, we must welcome a new king. As Hammett spoke, the doors opened and various people entered the auditorium. All of them were distinctive, and it was clear to anyone from Metallica who they were. Fishman Santana, people of Darkness Anthrax, Ancient People, Black Sabbath, Crimson Gangsters, and others who are minorities in the 22nd century and are considered enemies and evil of the world. They lined up in the auditorium like the members of Metallica and looked up at the stage. What does this mean? They must all be in the Slayer army. As expected, the Metallica members were shaken. The man who will become the new king has splendidly fulfilled the promise he made to me and the now deceased Headfield. That is, he will unite the many evils and return to Metallica. He will unite all evils into one. A kind of resignation was felt from Hammett, and what he said caused ripples in the Metallica members. Unite all evils and then return to the organization. Considering Metallica's current situation, this is an irreplaceable relief, in terms of military strength and mentality. Then, I must also fulfill my promise. From this point on, I declare the accession of the new king. I now welcome here the man who has overcome the path of hell and reached the pinnacle of evil. Hammett's words and the evil beings belonging to various organizations gathered in the auditorium. What does this mean? At that moment, everyone in the room understood. No way you're kidding. Justin couldn't contain the words that leaked out of his mouth in excitement. Was something like that going on behind the scenes? And had it actually been achieved? The largest and most terrible organization in the history of the world was born here, led by a king. How difficult must it have been to make this happen? And how great must its power be? Was it actually achieved like a miracle? Uwoea. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Similar cheers could be heard from all around. Everyone turned their attention to the stage, the center of the auditorium. If Hammett's words were to be believed, the man who appeared there could only be that man. Well, there was one other person who could be it, but at least Justin was certain. With Hammett's guidance, people appeared one after another on the stage. They were known to everyone in Metallica and were some of the world's most notorious villains. Anis Giles, Benante, Tsurugi F. Gardner, and Nina Kazuma. And then the last man appeared. The cheers that had been rising up until now died down, and everyone was speechless at his appearance. In this place where villains from all over the world had gathered, he attracted all attention. The man walked slowly and then took his place at the podium. He closed his eyes as if deep in thought and looked down. It seemed as if he was waiting for all the sound to stop. At first glance, he was a slender, young, ordinary man in a suit. If anything, he looked rather weak, and there was nothing about him that looked strong. But everyone understood. This man was stronger, evil, and more terrifying than anyone here, and he was a king. A man who had risen from the very bottom in the General Affairs Department, conquered all evil, and now stood at the top. A man who has defeated many heroes and has never once been defeated, despite being evil. Now, as heroes of justice gather and the world begins to move, he is the man most suited to lead the evil forces. His name is, I have been appointed CEO of Metallica Holdings. My name is Neto. The man raised his head, opened his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. A close-up of his face was projected onto the screen above the stage. The man shown there didn't look like the ordinary man who had been there a moment ago. He had an overwhelming presence. Justin, and probably most of the people in the room, felt as if they could see a black flame burning behind Neto. Ugh. He held his breath. He couldn't take his eyes off him. Neto looked around the silent auditorium, then continued. There's something I want to tell you all today. The man at the top was about to convey something he had gained at the end of his path. Section, Neto stood on the stage and closed his eyes. The auditorium was filled with tens of thousands of Metallica members and former members of other organizations that Slayer had conquered. There was also a live broadcast to each base. All eyes were on him. Wow, he couldn't help but think that. His legs would start shaking if he let them. Neto had led people many times before and had even encouraged his subordinates to fight. But this time, the scale was different. The people on Purgatory Island, their new base, were all relatively high-ranking people. Neto was never particularly strong-willed, and he wasn't very good at talking. He also had stage fright. But he couldn't say such things now. So Neto bowed his head and closed his eyes. He looked back and remembered. A world where I want to fulfill all the days I've fought, the justice I've defeated in order to move forward, the promise I made to my benefactor, and my resolve to destroy my nemesis. I've come this far because of everything. I've reached the place I've been aiming for since my days as a low-level villain. I have no regrets about the days I've run through, and now I will face my final battle. That's why I'm here. To lead everyone and change the world. Neato slowly opened his eyes, feeling the sensation of that black flame awakening. I'm no longer just a man, Neto. I'm the one who leads those I see in battle. Neto spoke to the silent group. I have been appointed CEO of Metallica. I am Neto. Today I have something to tell you. First of all, as Mr. Hammett introduced earlier, as of today, Slayer, the organization I founded, will be merging with Metallica. I will omit the details, as the General Affairs Director, Nana, will explain them later. First, I will explain the big things. I can get into the details later. Or rather, I thought that it would be impossible to do so here, and Nana would be the best person for the job. I don't think it's appropriate to go into too much detail, but I have a message for you all upon assuming the position of CEO. That is our goal. Neto continued his speech as slowly and carefully as possible. He changed his usual first-person pronoun, or, to honorific language, which he is not very good at. There was something he wanted to tell his comrades who would be fighting together with him from now on. That is why he created this forum. He thought that maybe they would not accept it, but if he was going to be at the top and lead them, he had to say it. And if they could not unify their will, Metallica would not win in the future anyway. Our goal is not world domination. That is just a means to an end. The important thing is what kind of world we want to create after that. I could hear the people in the auditorium murmuring. Neto carefully chose each word. Most of you are not right in this world. You are a very small minority who have been left behind or shut out of this world where many normal people live in peace and happiness. Sabbath, who live hidden in human society without human rights. Santana, who is not even human to begin with. Anthrax, who has their own god and values. The list goes on and on. The villains here are outside the general society and values of the happy 22nd century. That is why they bare their fangs at the world. Me too. And the same goes for Neto. Before joining Metallica, he lived on the outskirts of the slums, in a place where a normal town could be seen nearby. When his father committed a serious crime and was executed, he fell into the slums, and he had no choice but to drop out of school and was unable to find a job. After that, his mother died in a car accident. The man who perpetrated the crime was a powerful politician. As a result, Neto was given a large amount of compensation and a life in a normal town, but he could only see himself spending it all and dying alone. It is rare to find someone who has lived in both a normal town and a slum. In this world of the 22nd century, the highest percentage of people in history live fulfilling lives, and those who live in slums are a very small minority. Like other minorities, they are ignored as if they do not exist. It is normal and no one questions it. Neto knows two worlds. Therefore, he cannot share the same values as most other normal people. I don't want that. That's why I want to change it. To do that, I need to dominate the world. The end of using world domination as a means is to change the world. Anthrax is barbaric and brutal, and slums are a given. The world today is built on these values and common sense, and many people live happily. The most fulfilling and happy world in history. No one questions that in modern times, and Neto knows that it's the right thing to do. But that's none of his business. Neto felt the gazes of the people in the auditorium gathering around him. He felt his words reverting to his usual tone, but didn't stop. I'm not God, so I can't change common sense through peaceful means. I don't want to take the time to spread my words little by little over a long period of time. I will use any means necessary to achieve what I want. I will crush it and reshape it. Perhaps because he had spoken so strongly, a murmur ran through the members gathered in the auditorium. But Neto continued, pressing on. I will create a place where Sabbath can live as Sabbath. I will not let anyone complain about what Anthrax believes. I will make it impossible to ignore the existence of slums, and I will eliminate the guardians who oppress minorities with the current rules. Someone stomped their foot in response to Neto's fierce words. Little by little, it spread. The sound of passionate stomping on the floor echoed. I have no intention of saying this is a righteous holy war to save the weak. That is the deception of a selfish leader. People will get hurt, and things will break. On top of that, destroying a fulfilling world for your own ambition is evil, but I will fight for the world that I myself want to realize. Anyone who agrees with that, follow me. The stomping of the members' footsteps continued to grow louder, and howls could be heard from all around. Glancing to the side, I could see the reliable faces of Surugi, Neto, and Benante. If we fight together, I will definitely win. No, we will win, and we will show you a new world. From the General Affairs Department to the executives, everyone, fight for what you are aiming for. Footsteps like rumbling echoed throughout the auditorium. The sound of raging souls slamming into the air. Looking down on the villains, I could feel their power like flames. Destroying and changing the world and values as they exist is evil, and protecting them is noble justice. That is the truth. But then, I'm enough of being a filthy pawn of evil. Past conquerors considered themselves to be righteous, but we are different. We acknowledge that we are evil, and we move forward anyway. The roaring cheers of the evil comrades reached a climax. Neto raised his hand once to calm them down. He confirmed that silence had fallen on the auditorium again. Then, he let the black cloak of the Emperor's attire that he had draped over his right shoulder flutter, and spoke with the flames burning from the depths of his soul. I won't let anyone say that justice wins, and I have no intention of saying that the winner is justice. We will defeat justice as our true selves, as the evil organization Metallica. We are Metallica, a proud evil organization. We will shatter the order of the world. Immediately afterwards, a cheer rose up as if it were about to explode. Fueled by the black flames, tens of thousands of villains lit their own fires. This mass of fire was bigger than anything anyone had ever seen before. It was as if it would burn down the entire world. Seeing this, Neto felt that he had reached the place he had truly aimed for: shatter the order and change the world. He has risen to become the king of evil. But Neto has not forgot. The final battle is yet to come. There are them in the world. There are heroes who have saved people time and time again, protecting their happiness and smiles. There is Rox, a warrior of justice who is the polar opposite of Neto. They will definitely rise up to stop this black flame. Neto was more convinced of this than anyone else. Chapter 77, I Won't Let You Do What You Want. At the same time, in the central part of Japan, the hidden village of Ghana. Ghana Village is a place where a clan with a special ability lives away from the rest of the world. It is said to have originated in the middle of the Sengoku period. The majority of Ghana villagers are born and spend their entire lives there, but among them, only a select few, that is, those with superior abilities, are able to interact with the outside world. This is due to a rule passed down within the clan. Whenever there is chaos in the world, Ghana must use their powers to work for peace. In the past, they worked for the Tokugawa family, and since the modern era, they have always worked behind the scenes of history. They continued to fight, wearing masks and costumes that concealed their appearance. Their existence was kept secret, and they never came out into the open, but now in the 22nd century, things are a little different. The current head of Ghana, who uses his powers to save people from supernatural evil, remains a mystery for certain reasons, but his existence is widely known and he is called by a different name. His name is Rox. His name is Rox. The village elders accepted a request from Midoriki, the current head of the family, who is now known as one of the Rox. Midoriki, I know your purpose. You were moved by the call of that silver knight, Dylan Raz. The man known as Midoriki is wearing the costume and mask passed down through his family. This is a sign of his will to go to battle. I'm afraid that it is our mission to put an end to the chaos in the world. Therefore, the time to fight is now. I cannot help but respond to that man's spirit. If you stop me, I will leave the village, even though I am the current head of the family. He was on his knees and fists on the floor, his head bowed, but Midoriki's mind seemed to be made up. A burst of spirit can be seen emanating from his body. It didn't seem like the elder could stop him, nor did he intend to. Midoriki is a calm and well-mannered man who never loses his manners, but deep inside he has a strong will that does not tolerate evil. He would be able to properly use the techniques he had acquired through his outstanding talent and years of training. And that is exactly why he became the head of the family. Very well, then go. Perhaps it was fate that you, the strongest user in the long history of our family, were born in this generation. Ah, well then, excuse me. As soon as he responded to the voice of the elder, the previous head of the family, Midoriki vanished like smoke. His technique was so magnificent that even the elder, who was from the same village, could not follow it. Phew, Dylan, you have now received the support of an army of 10,000. The man known as the greatest ninja of his generation and the strongest in history, he is counted among the so-called Rox. Ryokyuhi the masked ninja. His power will surely be the trump card that will protect the world of peace. Section. At the same time, at the Guardian Special Branch Training Center. First group ready fire. In response to the command of the head of the branch, Iwato, the soldiers all fired their light-enhanced bullets at once. The muzzles of the guns emitted light resembling rose petals, and the bullets, wrapped in energy, dug deep into the 5-meter-thick steel wall. This was a familiar training scene at the Special Branch, where light-enhanced bullets and light-energy vibration blades, which are not provided to other Guardian units, are used as fighting forces. While it is extremely difficult to handle, for now, only the members of the Special Branch are able to carry out strafe training using bullets that function as an offensive force, even against Metallica's cyborgs. This was one proof that the Special Branch is truly special. The Special Branch has the same authority as the Guardians and fights together with them, but strictly speaking, they are not Guardians but Japanese police officers. Nevertheless, there is a reason why the Special Branch has superior equipment compared to other units. The Guardians were established as a global unified organization to counter crimes and violence by many evil organizations, but they often fell behind against enemies that wield supernatural powers as a military force. The Guardians were ultimately useless and had no choice but to rely on Rox, and this was the loudest voice among citizens about 8 years ago. The Guardians were a public organization, and losing public support was a problem that could shake the very existence of the organization. So the Guardian organization at the time decided to establish the Special Branch as a countermeasure. The concept of the Special Branch was to have a small number of elite Guardians, each with high combat abilities and skills and the best equipment. The Special Branch, which was organized by the best and most highly motivated people from each country, including those with experience in special forces, experts in countering white-collar crimes, and CQC, close combat specialists, achieved results beyond expectations. Although they are a small group, they cannot handle all cases, but once they are deployed, there is no failure in their operations, and therefore the Special Branch is now a group that is highly trusted by the citizens. Stop it. The convergence rate of the bullets is low. That level will not work against high-class cyborgs. Even though it is training, you should not lose concentration. Do you think how much tax money is spent on each blaster shot? Director Iwato stopped the members from training and criticized them. The members' shooting skills are among the best in the world, but they have not reached the level Iwato is looking for. But, Chief, considering the recoil of the blaster, the rate of fire and accuracy can't be any higher. One of the rookie members whined, and Iwato approached him. Let me borrow it. With that, Iwatu took the rookie's blaster, put it back in his holster, and then, with a burst of energy, he unsheathed his blaster. The muzzle of the blaster, which was standard equipment in the Special Branch, emitted a rose petal-shaped light that was incomparable to the other members' shots. At the same time, a loud impact sound rang out, and a large hole was instantly made in the steel wall that was the target. Chief, what was that just now? Why did it increase in destructive power as well? The rookie member looked shocked at the abnormal blaster shot that had happened right in front of him. What? I just fired 3 shots in rapid succession, hitting the same spot at the same time. I just had to change the angle of fire. 3 shots, in that instant. At the same time. The rookie was speechless, but Iwato handed him his blaster back and patted him on the shoulder. Well, you can do it too. You were originally a sniper in the Special Forces, right? Iwato Tatsuhito grinned. The 45-year-old man who headed the Special Branch has a career that contrasts with the other members, who were originally elites. He was originally just a non-career police officer. He has given directions to people at police stations, and he has even worn down the soles of his shoes to chase the culprit of a theft. Guardian was established when Iwato was still in his 20s. This was a tacit message that the traditional security apparatus was incompetent, and Iwato, unable to bear it, trained and worked like hell to get to where he is now. His registered address is still at the Metropolitan Police Department, and even though he is on loan, he is still in charge of the Guardian Special Branch. He wanted to protect someone, he wanted to contribute to a better society. Even if the other party was a villain with monstrous powers, he didn't want to lose to people who tried to get what they wanted with unreasonable violence. Don't underestimate police officers. This man, who rose to the top with that thought, is considered worthy of leading the Special Branch, not only in terms of ability, but also in terms of his personality. As Dylan said, there will definitely be a big challenge soon. You and I will have to be willing to die when that happens. You volunteered for this position with determination, right? Then that is our pride. Iwato told the new recruit. At the same time, the other members of the team also speak to the rookie, to which he responds. Yes, I'll show you how to do it. All right, let's go next. This is the strength of the Special Branch led by Iwato. The power of men who are all determined to fight for justice of their own volition. The strongest guardian, the Special Branch. This group has another famous nickname. It is a name that people who have seen their strength and their resolute attitude of protecting people from evil have naturally started calling them about a year ago. This organization, led by police officers who have continued to fight, deserves to be called that, even though it is a group. They were called this because of the name of the head of the group, Iwato, and the rose-colored light that they emit when using their light power equipment. Guns and Roses, rocks as an organization owned by the Guardians. Section, at the same time, on the roof of Teiyaku High School. All right, I've decided. Ikijo Ban, a second-year student in Class B of Teiyaku High School, muttered as he lay on his back on the school roof. Ban knows that to the outside, It just sounds like a boyish high school student muttering something suspicious to himself. But since no one is going to come to the roof anyway, it doesn't really matter. Besides, it's not a monologue in the first place. Oh, Ban, you've finally made up your mind. Seriously, what a waste. Another voice reverberates in Ban's head. Shut up. Unlike you, I'm a normal high school student. If I were to make an instant decision like the simple plan, that would be abnormal. Use common sense. That's what Ban told the other person. Seriously, nothing good has happened since this guy came here. You idiot. You're not normal anymore for a long time now. So it's your fault, isn't it? To his surprise, this other person, the one who lives inside Ban, is an alien. At least that's what he calls himself. I don't know if it's true, but this guy, who was a resident of a faraway planet, recklessly used an unfinished warp device to travel in space. And as expected, it failed. Apparently, his body disappeared and only his spirit remained. Unfortunately for Ban, he happened to come across the place where the spirit of the self-proclaimed alien had been transferred and was injured and ended up entering his body. Since then, Ban has, to put it bluntly, become a split personality. Although he is still Ban at heart, the self-proclaimed alien cannot go out in public without Ban's permission. Really. But you know, if I hadn't come, that woman would probably have died, you know? The voice of the self-proclaimed alien echoes in his head. It's true. There are many things that couldn't be protected without this guy's power. But it's not enough to say that everything is forgiven. That's true, but you should act a little more low-key. I don't want to stand out, but because of you, the guys in the club have been looking at me strangely lately. Ban has a few girls in his club. They're not doing anything particularly special. They just spend their time together after school, but he feels like they've started to suspect him lately. That's only natural, since he keeps disappearing every time something happens, and the next day he's injured in the same place as Rox, who was on the news. He's worried that his true identity will be revealed soon. Really? Those girls, right? Those are you, I mean, weird looks, you really don't notice. You're too insensitive. Huh, what's wrong? Never mind. You're too bittersweet, I can't keep up with you, seriously. But you, which girl is your true love? What? What are you talking about? It's not like that. Ban hastily denied it. It can't be helped, since he doesn't even know how he feels about the girl. But he wants to protect her. That's the truth. That's why I've been fighting even though I've been through a lot up until now. The decision I made earlier was largely due to that. Huh, not so bad, is it? Fighting for a woman is good too. How many times do I have to tell you not to read my mind? Though fed up with the self-proclaimed alien, Ban once again thought about his decision. I ended up becoming a being called Rox, but I've been fighting one way or another. It's not like Dylan, who wishes for peace all over the world. For Ban, who was just a high school student, the small world where his school, his friends, and the girl he was interested in could live normally was much more important, and he could fight to protect that. That was all. However, considering the recent developments in the world, I have no choice but to throw myself into a big battle. If Simple Plan loses, I may not be able to say that I'm happy in a small world. So I've made a decision. Isn't it good? I prefer that. He's human and you're a high school student anyway. That's why I said not to read it. Let's go, Halen. Ban sighed and called out to his self-proclaimed alien partner, Halen. All right then. After confirming that Halen's consciousness was synchronized, Ban concentrated his mind. Transform. The two voices overlap, and Ban's body changes. It looks like a full-body tights, but this is flesh, and it is harder than steel. Halen, who is a spirit, can borrow Ban's body for a time and metamorphose into his original body by reconstructing it. However, due to the burden on Ban, it won't take long. Let's go then, Ban. Is Guardian HQ okay? Yeah, about 5 minutes. It's almost the end of the operating time. Shala. The metamorphosed body manipulates gravity and flies at high speed through the air. A normal high school student who gained powers by chance, these Rox who transform with a little courage, are called Halen. However, no one knew that they were a duo. Section. At the same time, in the Guardian HQ underground training ground, Maroon 5's subleader Kagure Suichi teleported a short distance to the training ground where Kautaro, the leader, was training, to tell him what he needed to do. Wrapped in blue light particles, the transfer itself was completed in an instant, but Suichi couldn't help but hesitate for a moment before speaking to Kautaro. Kautaro had his back to him, concentrating. Sweat dripping down his forehead, the air trembling, and occasional torrents of energy like lightning. This was proof that Kautaro had maximized his psychic power. Kautaro, you. Suichi was astonished at the amount of energy Kautaro was releasing. Originally, Kautaro, Maroon Red, was the strongest psychic soldier in the Maroon 5, but this power is far stronger than before. Ha! With a flash of will, Kataro's body emanates a shining aura. Then the light converges, and a psychic jacket with a different shape than the previous red one is wrapped around Kautaro. The crimson glow means that Maroon Red has progressed to the next level. When did he gain this much power? Even Suichi, who was always by his side, didn't know. 3 years ago, at the time of the battle on Purgatory Island, Kautaro's psychic power had already reached the highest level of humanity. Surely, Kautaro has further improved himself after that defeat. It was possible because he is a man who cares about his comrades more than anyone else and tries to be right. Because he has become stronger while still retaining the kindness he had as a child. This fact made Suichi's heart warm. Hugh, what happened, Ao-chan? The transformation only lasted for a moment. Kautaro returned to his usual gentle and calm expression and smiled at Suichi. Yeah, Sengoku-san is calling for you. Apparently a girl named Rox named Wings has joined us. You should meet her. Oh, I see. Okay. I'll be right there, thank you. Kautaro wiped his sweat with a towel and placed his hand on Suichi's shoulder. Ao-chan, please teleport. I don't have any power left. Kautaro said, with a pitiful look on his face. Suichi found him funny, yet reliable. You've always been a spoiled brat since you were a kid. You'll pay me back when you fight. Suichi would always say mean things to Kautaro. Yeah, I won't lose again. I won't let anyone hurt me again. Suichi responds coolly to Kataro's words. Yeah, I feel the same. Maroon 5 will definitely win. Haha, Ao-chan, you've been trying to look cool since you were a kid. Shut up. I wasn't trying to look cool. Suichi had a premonition. That's why he said that. Kautaro is probably the same. The enemy we will fight as simple plan is probably that man. The man who defeated Maroon 5, defeated Rox in the United States, and led the Slayers. He will definitely return as our enemy. Fine, I'll pay you back. As long as we're here, I won't let you do as you please. Section. A new king of evil is born, and the power of justice is gathering one after another. The flow of the times has begun to move, and there is no stopping it, as a decisive battle with the whole world at stake is about to begin. Challenging them is a hero of justice who protects peace. Waiting back is the evil king who shatters order. The day of showdown is near. End of Volume 2.